Chapter 1. The White Snake. I was born on the 14th day of July, coinciding with the opening of the gates of the underworld. My mother endured a difficult labor that lasted an entire night, and by the time I was born, she was left barely alive, clinging to the last vestiges of breath. My grandmother immediately erupted in a tirade, cursing me as a harbinger of disaster and threatening to snuff out my life. My father, working away from home, was unable to be by my mother's side during this critical moment. Fortunately, my maternal grandmother, sensing my mother's distress, hastened to her aid. As the matriarch of a small local temple, she recognized the gravity of the situation and, disregarding the protests of others, snatched me from my grandmother's grasp, cradling me in her arms. Thus, I was taken to her humble shrine. Miraculously, I survived. My grandmother bestowed upon me the name Uanan, wishing for my life to be filled with peace and safety. No one truly comprehended the extent of her powers. My mother was aware that my grandmother possessed certain abilities, yet every time she inquired about them, she was swiftly reprimanded. My grandmother claimed that my birth occurred at an inauspicious hour, resulting in my frail constitution from a young age. She arranged for me to acknowledge a surrogate mother before the deities, and under her vigilant protection, I managed to navigate through 18 years of life unscathed. However, I was unprepared for the news of my grandmother's passing shortly after I reached adulthood, having just enrolled in university. Her body was discovered in her temple. As if she had foreseen her departure, she was dressed impeccably and wore her favorite silver bracelet. The family was silent, hastily arranging her funeral. On the first night after her burial, my mother approached me, handing me an envelope. With concern etched on her face and weariness in her eyes, she said, "This is what your grandmother left for you before she departed. She instructed me to wait until you turned 18 to share it." Having spent much of my childhood in my grandmother's care due to my frail health, my trust in her was profound. After passing the envelope to me, my mother left, and I hesitantly opened it. Inside were her parting words, some portions written in Pinyin due to her limited literacy. "Anan, by the time you read this letter, your grandmother will have passed. I have protected you for 18 years, and it is now time to repay my debts. Do not be sorrowful, although I am gone. I will continue to watch over you from another world." As realization dawned upon me, tears streamed down my face. My grandmother had done all this for my sake. I pondered why it was not I who had perished, but rather my beloved grandmother. My mother, aware of the letter's contents, looked at me with a mixture of sorrow and unspoken words from that day forward. I understood no one could accept that their mother had perished because of their child. Little did we know, my grandmother's death was merely the beginning. Following her passing, strange occurrences began to unfold around me. Yet, one particular issue troubled me deeply. Each night, I dreamt of a large white snake coiling around me. It spoke not a word, but relentlessly maneuvered about my body. In my dreams, I found myself completely immobilized by its serpentine form. As I watched it exert its will upon me, indignation swelled within me, and I attempted to project an air of ferocity. "Who are you? What do you want?" Upon hearing my query, the great white serpent merely lifted its head, regarding me with its slit-like pupils before returning to its actions. I was both exasperated and amused, the pain and discomfort coursing through me serving as constant reminders that this was indeed happening. Unable to resist, I endeavored to adjust myself, hoping to alleviate my suffering. I thought to endure, perhaps it would leave once its business was concluded. However, I was taken aback when this absurd dream persisted throughout the entire night. The following day, my mother gazed at the dark circles beneath my eyes, momentarily taken aback before expressing her concern. "Once someone has passed, they cannot return. Since it was your grandmother's choice, you must look forward." It seemed my mother had misunderstood. She believed my sleeplessness stemmed from my yearning for my grandmother. Such matters regarding a young woman's virtue were too sensitive to share, so I remained silent. In that moment, I longed for my grandmother. Had she been present, she would undoubtedly have devised a solution to this predicament. The day passed in a haze, and I assumed the next night would bring relief. Yet unexpectedly, the great white snake returned, coiling around me once again, resuming its reckless antics. I struggled, desperate to escape its grasp. Observing my movements, it raised its head, flicking its tongue at me as if to intimidate. I immediately froze in fear. Seemingly pleased with my compliance, it withdrew its tongue, fixing its gaze upon me, though this time its pupils were no longer vertical. It continued its unscrupulous actions until dawn, departing only when the village roosters began to crow. An idea suddenly struck me after rising from bed. I ventured to the market and purchased a rooster to keep at home. As anticipated, that evening the serpent returned. The rooster, having been starved all day, crowed promptly as I had hoped. Upon hearing the rooster's call, the white snake momentarily hesitated before lowering its head to observe me, its tongue flicking in excitement, its pupils reverting to vertical slits. I awkwardly chuckled, not expecting to be so easily discerned. Noticing its apparent ire, I tactfully said, "Oh, great serpent, please continue." However, my actions seemed to enrage it further. It abandoned me and vanished entirely. Though puzzled, I was relieved that my objective had been achieved in an unconventional manner. Chapter 2. Could it be that you possess? For several consecutive days, the great white snake did not seek me out again, and I naively thought the ordeal had passed. After attending to my grandmother's affairs, I prepared to return to school. Upon disembarking from the bus, I walked towards campus when a man clad in a Taoist robe approached and unexpectedly seized my arm. Ready to retaliate, I was about to strike when he hastily interjected, "Miss, I noticed the dark circles under your eyes. You must have encountered something unclean recently." Under normal circumstances, I would have scoffed at such a remark and ignored him. However, the events of the previous nights compelled me to halt my actions. Seeing my hesitation, the man's eyes glimmered with a hint of triumph. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, I shook off his grip and attempted to leave, but he grasped my arm once more, urgently stating, "Tonight, it will come for you again. If you trust me, meet me at 108 Yongfu Street, Wenchong Road." His words plunged my heart into despair. I wanted to ask more, but he turned away and departed without another word. According to his implication, the snake would indeed seek me out that night. Returning to my dorm with trepidation, I found my roommates had all gone to the cafeteria for dinner, leaving only Lu Ling behind, eating instant noodles. I inquired why she wasn't joining them, and she chuckled, explaining that it had been a while since Shed had instant noodles and had suddenly craved them. I was somewhat relieved, although my family was not wealthy. They had never neglected my living expenses. Respecting her pride, I chose not to expose her situation, simply nodding in acknowledgement. After my response, she resumed her meal, and I began to gather my belongings. The Taoist's words echoed in my mind, causing me to feel increasingly restless. Once I had organized my things, I opted to lie down for a rest. When I awoke, it was already evening. The dim light outside reminded me of the Taoist's warning. I pondered the credibility of his words. He had suggested that if the serpent indeed returned tonight, I should seek him out at the specified address. While I was aware of the impending confrontation, a glimmer of determination began to form within me. After completing my evening routine, I deviated from my usual habit of going to bed, choosing instead to sit at the table. My roommates cast me curious glances, prompting me to explain that I still had some notes to review and would retire later. Upon hearing my explanation, they nodded in understanding. Little did they know, my reluctance to sleep stemmed from my fear that the Taoist's words might prove true, that the serpent would come for me again that night. If it were to engage in its previous actions, I wondered how I would respond, considering I was not alone in the dormitory. As the night wore on, the lights remained illuminated in our room. Eventually, I could no longer withstand the pleading gazes of my roommates. I extinguished the light and climbed into bed. Reclining on my bed, I endeavored to let my thoughts wander, attempting to contemplate a myriad of matters in order to delay the onset of slumber. Yet, unexpectedly, the sheer volume and variety of my musings swiftly ushered me into sleep. In my dreams, the serpent, as foretold by the Taoist, indeed materialized. The first action it took upon appearing was to coil itself around my body. Having not encountered it for an extended period, the icy touch of its scales jolted me awake in an instant. Upon witnessing my eyes flutter open, it seemed momentarily taken aback, before settling into a state of acceptance. It made no move, merely flicking its forked tongue in my direction. Conscious of the presence of my dormitory mates, I found myself brimming with questions, yet paralyzed by the fear of disturbing their slumber, lest I find myself at a loss for words. Sensing my bodous resistance, the serpent appeared somewhat displeased. Then, a remarkable transformation occurred. The white serpent that had previously encircled me suddenly morphed into a man with flowing white hair, reclining beside me. Illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, I beheld his visage. He donned an exquisitely crafted white robe, his silvery locks casually tied back, while two wisps of hair framed his forehead, complemented by a silver ornament that lent him an exotic allure. His striking features bore a trace of detachment that was distinctly unearthly. Before I could fully process my astonishment, he spoke. "What? Did you think that by escaping here, I would be unable to find you? What on earth?" Did he truly believe I had come here to evade him? Admittedly, I harbored a fraction of that very thought deep within, yet I could never voice it aloud. Seeing he was about to speak again, I hastily placed my hand over his mouth. In that moment, my trepidation dissipated. My sole concern was that my roommate must not discover his presence. He seemed profoundly dissatisfied with my gesture, his gaze accusing me, as if to suggest that should I persist, he would devour me whole without a second thought. Reluctantly, I withdrew my hand from his mouth and placed it beside my lips, hushing him while gesturing towards the others in the room. Observing my actions, he coldly remarked, "I have erected a barrier. They cannot hear us." His words provoked an exasperated response from me. "You could have mentioned that sooner. Is it necessary to state the obvious? I have no desire to engage in such activities under the scrutiny of others." With that, he regarded me with a bemused expression, "Unless, of course, you do?" Chapter 3. I am here to protect you. His words caused a flush to rise to my cheeks, and as I recalled that we were enveloped in a protective barrier, my earlier reservations dissipated. With newfound boldness, I posed the question that had long lingered in my mind. Previously, in my dreams, I had been unable to voice my thoughts, but now circumstances had changed. "Who are you? Why have you sought me out?" My inquiry evidently took him by surprise. "Did your grandmother not inform you?" I quickly seized upon the key word in his statement, my expression shifting to one of anxiety as I asked, "You know my grandmother?" He nodded affirmatively. Indeed, a wave of joy surged within me. "Then are you aware of her circumstances?" He squinted slightly, as if pondering something, before responding, "If you are inquiring as to why your grandmother passed away, I cannot disclose that at this moment." "Why not?" Disappointment washed over me. Did I in her letter? My grandmother had mentioned leaving to settle debts, yet I understood that her notion of debt was intrinsically linked to me. I bore the weight of guilt, knowing I had indirectly caused her demise. This burden had festered within me, a knot that needed untangling for me to find peace in my life. "This is a debt your grandmother must repay," he remarked, observing my crestfallen demeanor. His tone softened as he added, "I truly wish I could say more." "What about you?" I pressed at me. "I am here at your grandmother's request to protect you. Just know this. I will not harm you." He emphasized the word request, and recalling his previous actions, irritation bubbled within me. "Surely my grandmother did not intend for you to protect me in this manner." He understood my implication and, unfazed by my anger, calmly replied, "I merely took a small advance on the interest." Fuming, I was about to hurl a pillow at him when he deftly intercepted my motion. "That I suggest you refrain from acting out just yet. Your situation is quite precarious, or your grandmother would not have sought me out. Why should I trust you?" I challenged that my grandmother had not mentioned him in her letter, and what if he was deceiving me to gain my trust? His lack of surprise at my skepticism was palpable. "Think as you will," he said simply. With the conversation reaching an impasse, we parted ways on less than amicable terms. He vanished swiftly, and as he departed, he dismantled the protective barrier. The steady rhythm of my roommate's breathing filled the air, and I could hear Lu Ling murmuring in her sleep. After the earlier events, I found myself too unsettled to sleep. I recalled the words spoken by the Taoist yesterday and yearned for dawn to arrive swiftly. As morning broke, I seized the opportunity to rise before my roommates awakened. Thankfully, it was the weekend, and I need not request leave. After a brief wash, I set off toward 108 Yongfu Street on Wenchong Road. At the break of day, the streets were still sparse with pedestrians, given the distance. I opted to take a bus. After several transfers, I finally arrived at the location indicated by the Taoist. Following the house numbers, I found 108, staring at the somewhat dilapidated structure before me. Curiosity got the better of me, and I rapped on the door. After a prolonged period of silence, just as I decided to leave, the door creaked open. The Taoist's head emerged from within, and upon seeing me, a flicker of surprise and excitement danced across his face. Though it vanished almost instantly, leaving me uncertain if I had imagined it, he welcomed me into the house with an enthusiasm that made me momentarily suspicious of his intentions. Sensing my unease, he shifted the conversation to a matter of greater concern. Since you were here, it implies he visited you again last night, correct? Acknowledging his assumption with a nod, I felt it unnecessary to conceal anything. You didn't disclose anything to him, did you? His question left me perplexed. What should I have said? You did not mention our encounter, correct? No, I shook my head. His expression relaxed upon hearing my response. Noticing my skepticism, he clarified. If he were aware of my existence, he would prepare accordingly, making it far more challenging for us to subdue him. His reasoning seemed sound, and I offered him a look of understanding. What shall we do next, master? He instructed me to wait a moment before abruptly leaving me behind. Seizing the opportunity, I surveyed the yard. Chapter 4. Have you missed me? As I gazed upon the yard, an inexplicable emotion welled up within me. The reason was simple. The yard appeared shockingly run down, that I found it strange. Typically, a Taoist assisting others would receive ample compensation for their services. Before I could ponder further, the Taoist emerged from inside. Carrying various items, he arranged them on a central table in the yard and lit 3 incense sticks. Then he picked up 3 more sticks and looked at me. Having lived in a temple with my grandmother, I was familiar with the rituals performed on auspicious days, and I understood his intentions that I accepted the incense sticks from him, ignited them using a nearby candle, raised them above my head, bowed to the incense altar, and then placed them in the incense burner. After placing the incense, the Taoist gestured for me to step aside and observe. Suddenly, he uttered an exclamation. Following his gaze, I noticed that the central incense stick, the main one, had extinguished. Anyone who has burned incense knows that an extinguished stick is an ill omen, especially when it is the principal one. I swallowed hard, anxiety flooding my expression as I asked the Taoist, Master, what do we do now? Is my condition serious? His demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness, that it appears your situation is indeed far from ordinary. Hearing this, my heart sank, fearing he might abandon my case. Thankfully, his next words offered reassurance. Rest assured, I have vowed to assist you and shall not abandon you midway. He cast me a curious glance that sent shivers down my spine. If I am not mistaken, you have already been marked by that creature, have you not? His words caused me to blush, for I had not even confided in my own mother about this matter. Yet a stranger had discerned it so easily. Noticing my discomfort, he seemed to piece together the situation, that he then took a handful of ash from the incense burner, poured it into a bowl of water, and handed it to me, indicating that I should drink it. Staring at the bowl of ash water before me, despite my reluctance, I accepted it for my safety and drank it down, upon witnessing me consume the mixture. A glimmer of satisfaction appeared in the Taoist's eyes, though I was too preoccupied with the drink to notice. After finishing, I returned the bowl to him, that he instructed, if that individual returns tonight, do not refuse any requests he makes. As I contemplated the serpent's previous actions, I was about to inquire further when he waved his hand, interrupting me, that I understand your concerns. The reason I advise compliance is that you have ingested the ash water. It should grant you a decisive advantage when the time comes. With the Taoist's assurance, I felt a measure of relief that if I could successfully confront the serpent, a small price to pay seemed insignificant. Armed with a plan, the Taoist instructed me to return and prepare. Upon returning to my dormitory, I found it empty. That it then struck me that my roommates had made plans to go out the previous night, having invited me, but I had declined, citing other obligations. Presumably, they would not return that evening. Later that night, after a quick wash, I switched off the lights and climbed into bed, with no one else around. I felt secure from exposure, that I mulled over the Taoist's words from earlier, my heart racing with anxiety, that I worried about the possibility of our scheme being discovered and the ash water proving ineffective. Would I become the serpent's next victim? Though he claimed my grandmother had summoned him for my protection, she had never mentioned this to me. One thing remained clear. Both the serpent and the letter from my grandmother referenced the concept of repaying debts. With my grandmother gone, the only one who could unravel the mystery was the serpent. yet he seemed reluctant to divulge further information. All these tangled thoughts overwhelmed me, driving me to the brink of madness. Suddenly, a familiar presence enveloped me, and I tensed instinctively that he's here. I thought to myself. Tonight, he did not appear in his serpentine form, but rather, as before, donned in a white robe. The dormitory bed was already cramped, and his sudden presence made the space feel even more confined. As I stared at him in rapt fascination, a sly smile crept across his lips. What has prompted you to be so eager tonight? Do you miss me? Chapter 5. My name faced with his frivolity, my face flushed with anger, yet I felt utterly helpless that I could only seize the pillow beside me and hurl it at him. Quick as a flash, he caught the pillow I threw, continuing to tease, "Are you so eager to throw yourself into my embrace?" I was no match for his flirtatious banter, so I took solace in the bowl of fragrant ash water the Taoist had made me drink. However, he usually took charge, initiating those intimate moments without hesitation. Yet this time we found ourselves engaged in conversation, leaving me uncertain on how to proceed. Fortunately, he unabashedly displayed his boldness. I inquired, "Why are you so proactive today?" He revealed, "It's because your roommates are absent. Since that's the case, let us not waste this wonderful opportunity." With that, he leaned in closer, pressing against me. This was the first time he had approached me in human form so intimately, and I found myself momentarily unprepared. Gazing at his handsome face, my heart skipped a beat. After living for 18 years, this was my first time lying on the same bed as a strange man. Sensing my tension, he comforted me, "Don't be afraid. I won't harm you." Yet his words did little to alleviate my anxiety. In fact, they only heightened it. That an uncomfortable sensation coursed through me, causing my brows to furrow and my body to tense once more. "Relax," he urged from the expression on his face. It was evident that he was not entirely at ease either. In an effort to keep our plan on track, I hurriedly adjusted my breathing that he softly called my name. His voice imbued with an enchanting quality that nearly made me forget I had a task to fulfill that night, that I did my utmost to align with him, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. However, his endurance seemed beyond my expectations. While I felt utterly exhausted, he appeared unaffected. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze scrutinizing me. That a wave of apprehension washed over me. Had he discovered my intentions? I endeavored to keep my voice calm as I softly asked, "What is wrong?" "Nothing," he replied lightly, averting his gaze, which served as his answer. I could not ascertain whether he had truly figured it out, but he ceased his teasing and swiftly concluded our encounter. Watching him act as if nothing had occurred, I was left intrigued. Could it be that the Taoist concoction was utterly ineffective? "Did you meet someone else today?" His sudden question interrupted my thoughts. Unsure whether he had genuinely uncovered the truth or was merely toying with me, I steeled myself and replied, "No." "Ha!" He scoffed coldly. "You would rather trust others than believe me." His unexpected accusation ignited my temper. Recalling the things he had done to me, my eyes brimmed with tears. "Why should I trust you? Just because you took me without hesitation on our first meeting. You claim to be my grandmother's protector. But is your way of protecting me merely by harming me in another form? Perhaps it was the loss of my grandmother, or perhaps the unjust theft of my innocence by a serpent." But the emotions I had bottled up for so long finally erupted. The my voice carried a hint of hysteria. That my accusations left him momentarily stunned. Perhaps the grievance evident in my eyes rendered him speechless. He suddenly bowed his head and sincerely uttered, "I'm sorry." Could a mere apology erase the events that had transpired? I scoffed. He sighed in resignation. "Since you do not trust me, I will find a way to prove myself. If I'm not mistaken, you will need to see that person again tomorrow, right? His intentions are far from pure. If you don't believe me, take me with you tomorrow. I will show you that I am truly here to protect you." "But why do you want to protect me?" He insisted he was there to safeguard me, yet he owed me an explanation. "Since your grandmother did not disclose this to you, I suppose she feared it might burden you psychologically. So I cannot reveal it either. However, do not fret. You will discover the truth one day." His expression was so earnest that I found it challenging to decipher whether he spoke the truth. Having said that, he lay down on my bed, claiming it was for efficiency. The already narrow bed became even more cramped with his presence, leaving me with nowhere to sleep. With my roommates absent, I felt too embarrassed to simply move to his bed. Unsure of what to do, I resolved to sit up until dawn. Noticing my refusal to lie down, he reached out and pulled me down beside him. Sharing a bed for the first time with an exceedingly handsome man left me bewildered, as if I were bound and unable to move. Observing my anxiety, he tucked a stray strand of hair behind my ear, assuring me, "Rest assured, I will not do anything to you that you do not consent to." With that, he gently closed his eyes, preparing to rest. Though he had given his assurance, I still could not let my guard down. Sensing my wariness, he sighed lightly and uttered two words, "Lu Xiao." "What?" "My name." Chapter 6. That place is haunted. Lu Xiao indeed kept his word, refraining from any inappropriate behavior during the latter half of the night. The next morning, I was awakened by voices outside the window. Noticing the sky had brightened, I lost any desire to return to sleep. However, as soon as I sat up, I was met with a pair of sorrowful eyes. "What is wrong?" I tentatively inquired, as it seemed to be the first time I had witnessed such an expression from Lu Xiao since we met. Upon hearing my question, he concealed his gaze, scrutinizing me from head to toe before shaking his head. "Nothing, that it's just that when we sleep together next time, we should make the bed bigger." His words instantly flushed my cheeks, as I had a notoriously poor sleeping posture. As a child, I often fell out of bed while sleeping alone, let alone sharing such a narrow space with another person. The chaos he would endure could only be imagined. Nevertheless, I soon found solace in the realization that it was his insistence on overstaying his welcome on my bed that had led to this predicament. Who could blame me? With this thought, I ignored his mournful gaze and promptly got out of bed to freshen up, that I needed to swiftly escort Lu Xiao out of the dormitory before my roommates returned. Following the same route as yesterday, I arrived at 108 Yongfu Street, Wenchang Road with ease. Eager to verify my suspicions, I knocked on the door without hesitation. After knocking, I began to wait at the entrance. Initially, I thought that after our exchange yesterday, the Taoist would promptly come to answer the door. However, to my surprise, I waited for quite some time with no response. Undeterred, I continued knocking. Lu Xiao, observing my actions, scoffed disdainfully as if mocking my naivety. Perhaps my persistent knocking had roused the neighbors, as an elderly woman from a nearby house emerged. "What are you young folks up to? It's the weekend, and my grandson is trying to rest inside. Your incessant knocking is waking him up." Hearing her reproach, I felt a wave of guilt and immediately bowed in apology. Noticing my sincere demeanor, she refrained from further chastising me and urged me to leave. I mustered what I believed to be a friendly smile and explained, "Grandma, we're looking for the Taoist who lives at 108, that upon hearing my explanation, the elderly woman regarded me with suspicion. "That place has been uninhabited for years. There's no Taoist there. You must have the wrong address." Her words sent a jolt through me, and I turned to glance at Lu Xiao. His expression revealed no surprise, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Yet, I was certain I had come to the right place yesterday. Wenchang Road, Yongfu Street, 108, and I could not have misremembered the Taoist I had seen, that I looked back at the old woman. "Is it possible that the Taoist rarely goes out, so you haven't seen him?" At my inquiry, her expression darkened. "Though I'm old, my vision is sharp, and no one has ever lived at 108. That place is—" She paused abruptly, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized me. "What about that place?" I was intrigued by her sudden shift in tone. She glanced around cautiously, then leaned closer, whispering, "I don't mean to scare you, young lady, but that place is haunted." That I was left speechless, as if struck by lightning, that if 108 was indeed uninhabited, then who had opened the door for me yesterday? If that place is haunted, then who was the Taoist I met? If the Taoist truly was the ghost the old woman spoke of, why had he sought me out? Why had he claimed he wanted to help? What was in the fragrant ash water he had given me? "So, I advise you to return home as soon as possible." Upon uttering this statement, the elderly woman turned and closed the door. That I pondered the implications of her words, which led me to recall the dilapidated scene I encountered upon entering the courtyard yesterday. At that moment, the scales of my heart began to tilt towards Lu Xiao. Observing my dazed expression, Lu Xiao suddenly remarked, "Now you know whom to trust, don't you?" I turned to him, who stood nearby, and asked tersely, "Did you already know that I wouldn't meet that person today?" He nodded. "Then why didn't you inform me? If I told you, would you believe me, without seeing it with your own eyes? How could you possibly trust my words?" I inhaled deeply. Lu Xiao was correct. Even if he had informed me, I would have doubted his claims. "Then let me pose another question. How do you know he won't show up today?" A disdainful expression crossed Lu Xiao's face. "It's quite simple. His plan has been exposed. To avoid being caught by you, he retreated in advance. Seizing the opportunity, I quickly inquired, "Do you know who he is?" Lu Xiao shrugged that I'm afraid I don't know his identity, but I do know his target is you. How did you find that out? Did he give you something to eat yesterday? Yes, he made me drink some incense water. After saying this, I cautiously observed Lu Xiao's expression. Fortunately, there was no significant change on his face, and I felt a sense of relief. That water was intended to deal with me. Wasn't he it? He suddenly smirked at me, that I found myself at a loss for words. Initially, I had indeed placed my hopes in that Taoist priest, believing his words without question. Now that I realized the priest's true intention was to target me, I began to recall how his eyes had glinted with a strange light upon first seeing me. However, in my desperation for help, I had conveniently chosen to overlook those signs. Chapter 7. The tattered photograph? Why have you suddenly fallen silent? Do you feel remorse towards me? Admittedly, I had erred in this matter, but had that great white serpent committed no fault, without hesitation, he had destroyed my purity, which I had guarded for 18 years. Thus, my suspicion seemed entirely reasonable, did it not? Nevertheless, I had to concede that my actions had nearly harmed him, so I lowered my head and inquired whether he had sustained any injuries to my surprise. He scoffed and replied, "Do you think such trivial matters could harm me? So you're unscathed?" Hearing he was fine, I felt a flicker of relief that he cleared his throat and stated, "While I am indeed unharmed, there are still side effects." What side effects? You know that the water was meant to strike me down at my happiest moment, yet it posed no real threat to me. However, for you, it's a different story. If he cannot find an outlet for his malice, it will linger within you, causing harm to your body. Therefore, while you were asleep last night, I forcibly absorbed it. At this point, I finally understood why he had lingered instead of leaving. Had he not explained, I might have remained oblivious to the fact that he had secretly protected me once. However, despite his lengthy explanation, he had yet to specify what the side effects entailed. I pressed further. What are the side effects? Will they harm you? He suddenly beckoned me closer with a finger, and I leaned in curiously. Yet his next words caused my face to flush crimson. "Rogue!" I exclaimed, angrily stomping on his foot. "Ouch! Are you attempting to murder your husband?" Lu Xiao's cry reached my ears, but I paid him no mind. Seeing him in a joking mood reassured me that he was likely unscathed. As my thoughts drifted back to the Taoist priest, I approached the entrance of room 108, that I was certain that my entry into 108 yesterday was no mere illusion. The Taoist who had professed to assist me was undeniably real. Since Lu Xiao claimed he was targeting me, there was no point in avoiding the situation. If I could not evade it, I might as well seek clarity. The only lead I had was the courtyard before me. Upon my hurried arrival, I had failed to notice that the courtyard's gate was locked. I had no means to unlock it, and attempting to force it open might attract unwanted attention. That my gaze swept across the area, landing on the low wall nearby, which was not particularly high, and beside it stood a fruit tree, providing a perfect opportunity for me to climb over. Just as I prepared to remove my shoes and scale the wall, Lu Xiao approached. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "Climbing over." I replied confidently. That he suddenly chuckled. "Is it really that troublesome?" Holding a shoe I had just taken off, I asked, "What else could I do? Can you unlock it?" "I can't unlock it, but," he proclaimed, extending his arm to wrap around my waist. That I was about to swat his hand away when, in the next instant, my feet left the ground, before my startled cry could escape. He had safely landed us both inside the courtyard. "All right, put on your shoes. You wouldn't want to catch a chill," he said, holding up my shoes. Once I had donned my shoes, I began to truly survey the courtyard's surroundings. Unsurprisingly, it remained as dilapidated as it had been yesterday. The only thing that caught my attention was the table in the courtyard, a stark reminder that everything that had transpired was indeed real. The table still stood, but the person who had promised to help me while secretly plotting against me had vanished without a trace. "Let us take a look inside," Lu Xiao urged. It dawned on me that I had only lingered in the courtyard yesterday and had not ventured into the rooms at the back. With Lu Xiao by my side, I felt an unexpected surge of courage and headed straight for the rear rooms. Upon opening the door, a cloud of dust assaulted me, causing me to sneeze uncontrollably. Lu Xiao approached and gently waved his sleeve before me, instantly alleviating my discomfort. That I cast a grateful glance his way, and a smug smile flickered across his face. That I stepped past him and continued into the room. Due to its abandonment, the room bore no decorations, only a few old tables scattered about. That I moved to one of the tables, attempting to locate any useful clues. Unfortunately, aside from a thick layer of dust, there was nothing of value. My disappointment was palpable, and seeing my expression, Lu Xiao sympathetically said, "Don't be disheartened. There are still 2 more rooms to explore." I nodded, then proceeded to the other 2 rooms. Having learned from my previous experience, I took precautions before opening the doors this time. The 2 side rooms, like the main hall, contained nothing of worth, aside from a few tables not worth relocating. There was nothing else. Though it was regrettable, I had no other options. Just as I was about to leave, a tattered piece of paper caught my eye beneath the corner of a table. The paper was so worn that it would have been nearly impossible to notice without careful scrutiny. I hurriedly moved closer to retrieve it, examining it closely, only to realize that it was not merely a scrap of paper, but a corner of a tattered photograph. Due to its age, many details had become obscured, so I held the photograph up to the sunlight streaming in, scrutinizing it closely. To my astonishment, I managed to discern something within it. Chapter 8. You can give it a try. Initially, I had presumed this excursion might yield no results, but unexpectedly, my diligent search led to the discovery of a fragment of an old photograph. The information revealed by this photograph left me utterly astounded. The reason was simple. The background in the corner of this tattered photograph was unmistakably the small temple of my grandmother. Although this was merely a faint clue, it provided me with a thread of direction for my subsequent investigation. However, just as Lu Xiao and I were preparing to leave, a flash of yellow whizzed past me. Too swift for me to react, by the time I regained my senses, both the photograph fragment in my hand and Lu Xiao beside me had vanished. I quickly steadied my nerves, knowing that Lu Xiao had disappeared to help me catch the person who had stolen my photograph. I realized I could no longer remain in this place, and prepared to resort to my old skills of climbing over the wall to escape. However, before I could make a move, a familiar figure appeared before me. You finally decided to show yourself. This figure was none other than the enigmatic Taoist priest, his demeanor now displaying a hint of hostility, with my deception laid bare. He no longer wore the gentle expression from our previous encounter, instead glaring at me with a fierce intensity, as if he wished to devour me whole. "Humph, a useless girl who only brings misfortune." Hearing his insults, I retorted, "Unlike you, who went to great lengths to ensnare me, I am genuinely curious. Given that your target is me, why did you not capture me sooner?" Upon hearing my question, he scoffed but offered no reply. "Oh, let me take a guess. Could it be that you fear Lu Xiao, and therefore, before dealing with me, you sought to neutralize him first? The little girl still clings to her bravado, yet Lu Xiao has already been lured away by my people. Once you have me in your clutches, what can he possibly do to me?" His words filled me with unease. Lu Xiao had been drawn away, and at this moment, I stood little chance against this Taoist. Just as the Taoist's voice faded, I was contemplating an escape from his grasp when a voice, laced with danger and disdain, echoed from the doorway. "Yes, that's so. Then by all means, give it a try. However, before you capture her, I cannot guarantee that your head will remain intact upon your shoulders." That voice, it was Lu Xiao. I looked up in delight towards the entrance, and indeed, it was him, clad in a flowing white robe. He tossed an object to the ground at the Taoist's feet, then disdainfully wiped his hands before striding towards me. "How did you return so swiftly?" My surprise was unmistakable on my face. I finished my business and came back. Perhaps my expression had pleased him, for he added, "I promised to protect you. Thus, I must act swiftly." Receiving a promise from him somehow soothed my anxious heart. The moment the Taoist caught sight of the yellow corpse at his feet, fury engulfed his face. "Lu, how dare you harm my kin?" Yet his accusation seemed to hold no threat for Lu Xiao. "Merely a weasel. What is there to fear?" His words clearly infuriated the Taoist further. "Very well, Lu, consider our family's feud sealed." Seemingly annoyed by the Taoist's incessant chatter, Lu Xiao casually flicked his ear before stating, "To prevent you from leaking information, it appears I must eliminate you as well." "You speak boldly." "You are mistaken." Lu Xiao interrupted, "I never utter words about matters I do not have confidence in." With that, Lu Xiao offered no further opportunity for the Taoist. Extending a hand forward, and with a gentle force, the Taoist was suddenly bound, desperately clawing at his own neck. "Lu, if you kill me, you will never find peace. That woman, there will come a day when you cannot protect her." His final words piqued my curiosity, and I yearned for him to continue. Yet Lu Xiao denied him that chance. As if fearing he might divulge some secret, Lu Xiao swiftly ended the Taoist's life, his body collapsing to the ground. Lu Xiao's swift actions left me astonished. Why did you not let him finish? I queried. Lu Xiao shrugged, deeming it unnecessary. Why? I need to understand why he sought to capture me. The answer lies in your own exploration. The time is not yet ripe. As he spoke, he reached out to ruffle my hair. Anger flared within me, and in a fit of defiance, I swatted his hand away and turned to leave. With the Taoist dead, all leads were severed. While I knew the Taoist capture was linked to the small temple of my grandmother, gleaning even a fragment of information from him would have made my investigation far easier. After the Taoist's demise, I accompanied Lu Xiao back to the dormitory. Upon arrival, I found that all my roommates had returned. I realized they could not see Lu Xiao behind me. However, Lu Xiao could see them. To prevent any inappropriate scenes, I quickly exited the building. What is the matter? Lu Xiao inquired. This is the girls' dormitory. I explained that. His reaction was rather indifferent. To avoid raising suspicions, I hurriedly took Lu Xiao's hand and exited the dormitory building. Chapter 9. My belongings once downstairs. Lu Xiao seemed to come to a realization, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. You need not worry. I would not even glance at them. My gaze is solely upon you. No, you must leave. I declared firmly. If I leave, how can I protect you? Is the Taoist not already dead? I asked. Just as the question escaped my lips, I recalled the Taoist's ominous words before his demise. You will one day be unable to protect her. Who am I? Why did the Taoist seek to capture me? Why does Lu Xiao wish to protect me? A torrent of questions flooded my mind, and I suddenly recognized how little I understood about the events surrounding me. My grandmother was aware of my lineage. Yet she had departed from this world to help me settle debts. My mother likely knew nothing of these matters, which is why I had never inquired. Lu Xiao claimed he was summoned by my grandmother to protect me. Yet, I had no prior connection with him. What price did my grandmother pay to enlist his aid? The Taoist seemed to have known of Lu Xiao's presence. Otherwise, he would not have concocted the incense ash water to deceive me into drinking it. However, at that moment, it was likely his first encounter with me, and I had only recently met Lu Xiao. How could he have known that Lu Xiao was already by my side? What are you pondering? Lu Xiao interrupted my thoughts. That I was contemplating how the Taoist became aware of your presence beside me. That we have only recently acquainted. It makes no sense that he would know upon our first meeting. Ahem. Lu Xiao cleared his throat awkwardly. That he is a weasel. Thus, his sense of smell is highly acute. He must have detected something lingering within you. What is it? Lu Xiao suddenly leaned closer, a mischievous grin adorning his face, and whispered those words that made my cheeks flush and heart race. That, of course, it is something that belongs to me. The outcome, naturally, was that once again, my foot found its way onto his, ignoring his cries of anguish. Under my adamant insistence, Lu Xiao ultimately chose to depart temporarily. Upon returning to the dormitory, I noticed my roommates regarding my reappearance with curiosity. Did I in and, what is the matter? Why did you just come in and then go out again? I smiled at her and replied, I just remembered I forgot to bring something, so I went back down. Did I ask that so? Yes. After explaining to my roommate, there was no further need for conversation, and I returned to my seat, picking up the tattered photograph that Lu Xiao had retrieved from the weasel's possession. This photograph was found in room 108, suggesting that its owner was likely the occupant of that room. I knew nothing about the events surrounding room 108 that suddenly, I recalled the elderly lady I had seen on Yongfu Street today. From her words, it seemed she had some knowledge about room 108. Thus, perhaps I could seek her out for information. With my resolve set, I visited a supermarket to purchase some snacks favored by children, then set off once more towards Yongfu Street. Upon arrival, I knocked on her door. And fortunately, it opened shortly thereafter. However, this time the one who answered was not the elderly lady, but a child of about 10 years. Who are you? He asked, his expression puzzled. That I waved the snacks in front of him and said, Little friend, I need to find your grandmother. Indeed, he was captivated by the treats, his eyes fixated on the bag that I handed the snacks to him, and his eyes lit up. He then shouted into the house, Grandma, there's a beautiful big sister outside looking for you. His call proved effective, as the elderly lady emerged promptly, upon seeing me at her doorstep and the snacks in her grandson's hands. She immediately donned a wary expression. Why are you here again, young lady? She asked defensively. That I bore no ill will towards her suspicion. Instead, I smiled kindly at the child and said, "Little brother, why don't you take the snacks inside and play while big sister talks to your grandmother?" Perhaps due to the allure of the treats, the little boy trusted me immensely. After hearing my words, he nodded and scampered back indoors with his prize. Once the child was out of the way, I breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the elderly lady with a smile. "Grandma, I would like to inquire about room 108. At the moment she heard room 108, her expression changed drastically. "I don't know anything about room 108. You should leave now." With that, she attempted to close the door, but I was quick to block her. Chapter 10. A proposal of devotion with an innocent smile plastered on my face. I looked at her and said, "Grandma, your grandson has already accepted the snacks. It wouldn't be right to send me away like this, would it?" In truth, if circumstances permitted, I would not wish to pressure her. However, the matter pertains to my very safety, and I can no longer afford to be overly concerned. Observing my resolute demeanor, the elderly lady finally sighed and said, "My dear girl, it is not that I do not wish to divulge the information, but that family is rather malevolent." Her words piqued my curiosity. What manner of malevolence was she alluding to? Noticing her hesitant expression, I assured her repeatedly that I would not disclose this to another soul. And only then did she begin to recount the tale. It turns out that 12 years prior, a little boy was born at number 108, but his health was exceedingly frail, to the extent that it seemed as though he might collapse at any moment. Eventually, they received guidance from an esteemed figure, who advised them to defy fate and seek a spiritual refuge in the southwest. Following this sage's counsel, they found a small temple in that direction. "Wait, did you say southwest?" Her words reminded me that my grandmother's temple also lay in that very direction. "Do you know of that place?" The elderly lady regarded me with a hint of suspicion. To avoid arousing her doubts, I shook my head in denial and inquired, "What happened next?" Subsequently, I learned that they indeed found a remarkable master, who had 6 years prior miraculously saved a dying infant. They beseeched this master to assist in saving their child, promising to reconstruct the temple where he resided if successful. Did the master agree? Most likely not. Why not? Oh, my dear girl, how am I to know the reasons? I recognized that my question was rather unrealistic, and I offered the elderly lady an apologetic smile before proceeding to my next inquiry. "And what of the haunting you mentioned?" The child's condition was already dire, and after their futile efforts, he succumbed shortly after returning from that place. Following the child's death, they liquidated their assets and moved away entirely. Did they not sell the house? They were not lacking in funds, and besides, it was the only place that bore traces of the child's existence, so they chose to leave the house intact. Thus, did this house become haunted? I asked, voicing my thoughts. Not long after they departed, the house began to emit faint sounds in the dead of night. Occasionally, passers-by would hear voices emanating from within. Over time, the tale of the haunted house spread far and wide. That I understood now. The elderly lady's narrative provided me with a clearer picture of the situation. Recognizing that she likely had no further insights to share, I thanked her and took my leave. Upon returning to my dormitory, I pondered the information shared by the elderly lady, increasingly convinced that the temple they sought was indeed my grandmother's, that if I wished to uncover the events of the past, I would have to wait until the next weekend to return to the temple. During this time, Lu Xiao had sought me out numerous times, bringing news that caused my previously favorable mood to plummet. "You mean they have already learned of that matter?" "Yes. But did you not kill that person?" "Why does it lead back to me? True, I did take their life, but they lack the means to confront me, so they must resort to targeting you. Therefore, it would be wise for you to exercise caution in the coming days." I contemplated this for a moment before recounting to him what I had gleaned from the elderly lady. "So, you plan to return next week?" "Indeed. I must investigate this matter thoroughly, that I shall accompany you." The thought of having Lu Xiao as protection provided me with a sense of security, and thus I did not decline his offer. However, one pressing question lingered in my mind, one that I felt compelled to voice. "So, what exactly is the price for your promise to my grandmother regarding my protection? Are you truly eager to know?" "Yes." A smile unfurled across Lu Xiao's face as he replied leisurely. "Your grandmother said—" "What did she say?" I was desperate for an answer. "She said you must pledge yourself in servitude." Chapter 11. The old affairs of 108 as I sat on the bus returning to my hometown. I remained perplexed as to whether Lu Xiao's assertion about my grandmother was genuine or merely a fabrication of his imagination, that my grandmother left no information regarding Lu Xiao before her passing, and my understanding of him was limited to our interactions over the past few days. Given his propensity for exaggeration, I was inclined to believe he was merely jesting, due to time constraints. I did not return home, but instead headed directly to the small temple. As I approached the familiar entrance, my thoughts momentarily faltered, as if nothing had transpired, and my beloved grandmother was still inside, patiently awaiting my arrival. "Come now, let us enter." Lu Zhao's voice interrupted my reverie. I took a deep breath, steadied my emotions, and stepped once more into the temple that had accompanied my childhood. Within, I encountered many of the elderly women who had worked alongside my grandmother. Upon seeing me, they greeted me warmly, and it has come. "Indeed, Lue Pe. I've returned to pay a visit." "Yes, it is indeed time to return." Lue Pe sighed softly afterward, I understood the source of her sigh. None of us wished to revisit that sorrowful chapter, as I had done in the past. I paid my respects to all the deities within the temple before seeking out Lue Pe to inquire about the matter concerning No. 108. That incident. I do recall a bit. A surge of hope filled my heart as I eagerly asked, "Apa, could you elaborate on this matter for me?" Lue Pe regarded me with a puzzled expression. "And then, this occurred 5 or 6 years ago. Why the sudden desire to know? The event from my childhood was no secret within the temple, so I had nothing to hide. I relayed to her the events I had encountered recently. Little did I expect that upon hearing the matter concerned my safety, she would promptly recount the entire backstory to me. It turned out that the family from number 108 had indeed sought my grandmother's assistance in altering their child's fate. But my grandmother had already expended much of her accumulated virtue 6 years prior when she saved me. Thus, she spent the latter part of her life atoning for her actions. When they approached her, she immediately declined. However, they remained persistent, returning time and again to beseech her, yet my grandmother was genuinely unable to assist them. Moreover, altering one's fate not only depletes one's own merit, but also endangers those nearby. Every individual possesses their own destiny. It is said that an unyielding fate, which should not exist, can be artificially preserved, leading to calamity for those in close proximity. At this point, Lue Pe's gaze bore a hint of confusion. "What troubles you, Apa?" I inquired. "The issue I mentioned earlier pertains to you as well. However, upon your birth, your grandmother recognized a surrogate mother on the divine altar, thereby protecting you and those around you. Yet, this protection is limited until you reach adulthood. Your grandmother promised to arrange matters for you after your 18th year, but she did not specify how." Lue Pe's words startled me, and I silently glanced over at Lu Xiao, who appeared to be idly observing. He seemed to sense my gaze and subtly raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement of my unspoken concern. In truth, the family you mentioned harbors complexities beyond your understanding. Lue Pe suddenly continued, dropping a bombshell. Sensing something unusual in her words, I quickly asked, "What hidden truths are there?" Lue Pe leaned closer and whispered, "The situation with that family is not as simple as you perceive. One reason your grandmother hesitated to intervene was her sensing an insidious aura surrounding that child. Could it be that he was possessed by something unclean?" Lue Pe shook her head, stating that possession was not quite accurate. The child appeared to be gravely ill. There is a distinction between innate and acquired conditions. Rather than being possessed, it would be more accurate to say he had been schemed against. And then, out of compassion, your grandmother offered them a warning, as for how much they comprehended, that is uncertain. Why did she not directly aid them in cleansing the affliction? I queried. Your grandmother had previously assisted many in resolving matters that ordinary people could not. So why did she choose to remain passive this time? Because the forces surrounding that child were beyond your grandmother's capacity to confront. Chapter 12. Want to take my life? Dream on a jolt of realization struck me, and I felt as though this affair was reverting to its original state, a sense of an enormous conspiracy lurking in the shadows, waiting for me. Had your grandmother not saved you, she might have had the opportunity to intervene. However, having saved you once, she expended too much of her merit and offended far too many who should not have been crossed and on the way back. I found myself deeply reflecting on the words spoken to me by Lue Pe. These sentiments were certainly not ones my grandmother would have shared. Had it not been for Lue Pe revealing them today, I might have remained oblivious to the immense sacrifices my grandmother made to save me. A wave of guilt surged within me, prompting me to halt the bus in motion. Meeting Lu Zhao's inquiring gaze, I wearily explained. I miss my grandmother. I wish to see her. Upon hearing my words, Lu Xiao let out a deep sigh and replied, "Let us go. I will accompany you. In rural areas, graves are typically situated atop hills or in auspicious family plots." Guided by the memories etched in my mind, Lu Xiao and I traversed a hill before finally locating my grandmother's grave. The grave appeared quite new. I approached it, gently uprooting the tender blades of grass that had just begun to sprout, and added a fresh layer of soil. Due to the haste of my arrival, I had not prepared anything. I took some food from my backpack and placed it atop the grave, hoping my grandmother, with her boundless affection for me, would not hold it against me. After all, in my memories, my grandmother forever wore a loving countenance, her warmth seemingly refined by the passage of time. Her gentle smile always enveloped one in a comforting embrace. "Grandmother, I have come to see you," I declared, unscrewing the cap of a bottle and pouring its contents onto the ground. I then solemnly bowed 3 times. Perhaps it was the gentle breeze that carried sand into my eyes, as my eyelids suddenly grew heavy with emotion, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Whether it was the recent events weighing heavily on my heart, or the peak of my yearning for my grandmother, I could not discern when I succumbed to unconsciousness. When I awoke once more, I found myself lying in a room adorned in vintage decor, gazing at the intricately carved rosewood bed above me. I momentarily froze, then began to conjure countless possibilities in my mind. It was only when a handsome face loomed large before me that my anxious heart finally settled. "Where is this?" I inquired. "My home," he replied. "How did I end up here? You fainted over there, so I had no choice but to bring you back here." "Thank you. What are your plans now?" "First, we shall return to school and investigate the matter of 108. "Very well. I thought you might suddenly fall into despair." "How could that be? My life was exchanged for half of my grandmother's. Do they think they can take it from me?" "In their dreams." Lu Xiao chuckled lightly. "Knowing you think this way reassures me." Since I needed to return to school, I did not linger long with Lu Xiao to confront that group of ill-intentioned individuals. I needed to acquire skills. So Lu Xiao willingly took on the role of my mentor. He promptly handed me several books, instructing me to memorize their contents thoroughly. Through relentless effort day and night, I finally completed the task within a week. However, before I could catch my breath, his second task arrived. The second task was to master the art of talisman drawing. Having seen it depicted in films before, I initially believed it would be a simple process. Yet, to my surprise, while the symbols appeared easy, the actual execution proved exceedingly challenging. "When will I be deemed competent?" I asked. Lu Xiao merely left me with 4 words: "Memorize it thoroughly." In the end, it was my hands and arms that bore the brunt of my misfortune. On one particular day, having just completed the simplest protective talisman, Lu Ling from my dormitory entered carrying a bag of snacks. She distributed the treats to the other roommates, but when it came to my turn, I intended to decline, only for her to insistently thrust them into my hands. A sense of helplessness washed over me as I contemplated when I might buy something else to repay her. Just then, the dorm leader inquired, "Oh, Lu Ling, what has prompted your sudden generosity today? Have you found money on the ground? Or perhaps, have you started dating?" Lu Ling playfully retorted, "Li, your mouth is insatiable." Such banter was commonplace in our dorm. Everyone knew they were merely jesting. However, I couldn't help but wonder where Lu Ling had acquired her newfound wealth, especially since just days ago she had been subsisting on instant noodles. But then again, today was the beginning of the month, wasn't it? After resolving these thoughts, I set aside the snacks Lu Ling had given me and continued my talisman drawing. After all, this endeavor concerned my safety, and I could not afford to be careless. When the others in the dorm asked about my recent obsession, I simply stated that I had become fascinated by a drama, finding the talismans depicted therein quite intriguing, and thus I decided to give drawing a try. Chapter 13. Lu Ling's Transformation. One day, Lu Ling from my dorm suddenly approached me, insisting that I accompany her to buy clothes that I initially considered refusing. However, given that she had been bringing us snacks daily, I found it difficult to decline. Seeing that I remained silent, Lu Ling promptly took my hand and led me to the street. I had assumed that, given our financial constraints, she would likely purchase only a couple of garments from a roadside shop. To my astonishment, she directed me straight to a high-end mall. Observing my astonished expression, Lu Ling confidently assured me, "Don't worry, I have money." Realizing her intent was not impulsive, I felt reassured and followed her inside. She tried on several outfits in the upscale store, and while she changed, I discreetly glanced at the price tags. The figures made me gasp internally. Although I understood that trying on clothes was free, I still felt anxious for her, unsure if she had noticed the exorbitant prices. Nearby, a sales assistant cast us disdainful glances, seemingly judging us as impoverished and unwelcome. While I was infuriated by her demeanor, I had to admit that I could not afford the garments in this establishment, so I swallowed my indignation. However, Lu Ling did not share my reservations. "What kind of look is that?" she questioned the sales assistant. Surprisingly, Lu Ling's confrontation caused the assistant to drop the pretense. "Hands on her hips," she retorted. "What look do you expect me to give? You, a poor student, coming here is just a waste of our time." Lu Ling, incensed by her words, shot back, "You, a mere sales assistant. How do you know I can't afford anything?" "What if I can?" The assistant scrutinized us from head to toe and disdainfully replied. "If you could afford anything, I would apologize in front of everyone." "Well, you just said it," Lu Ling sneered, pulling out a card from her small backpack and confidently declaring, "I'll pay." A nearby sales representative, having observed the unfolding drama, hurriedly took the card from Lu Ling's hand and respectfully said, "Please wait a moment, customer." I was rendered speechless by Lu Ling's actions, astonished to discover she had truly come into money. Although I was curious about the source, it was her personal matter, and I felt it was inappropriate to pry. Once the transaction was completed, the sales assistant returned the card and the clothes to us respectfully. Lu Ling did not reach for them, but instead looked down at the previously arrogant sales assistant and said, "Now it's your turn." The sales assistant's mouth fell open in disbelief, as if she couldn't fathom that we, seemingly clad in bargain bin clothing, had the means to purchase such luxurious items. Though she remained reluctant, she could not backtrack in front of the crowd. As she bent to apologize, I hastily pulled Lu Ling away. It was far better to let her remain there and endure the judgment of others than to accept her apology face to face. After our shopping excursion, Lu Ling insisted on treating me to a meal as a token of gratitude for my company that day. That I sighed. "Even if it's the beginning of the month. You needn't be so extravagant. Aren't you concerned about the end of the month?" To my surprise, Lu Ling disregarded my concerns and dragged me into a restaurant, exclaiming, "No worries, I have money," upon entering the restaurant. Lu Ling ordered drinks for both of us. The prices on the menu made my head spin, and I seized the opportunity to check my wallet while pretending to use the restroom. Though Lu Ling insisted on treating me, I believed it would be wiser if we split the bill, just in case. Fortunately, I had enough money for today's meal. If necessary, I could survive on plain buns for a few extra days at the end of the month. When I returned to our table, all the dishes had been served. Faced with the steak before me, I found myself at a loss, so I took a small sip of my drink and observed how others were eating. However, just as I was about to attempt to bite myself, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over me, and before I knew it, I collapsed onto the table, catching only a glimpse of Lu Ling's indifferent face before darkness engulfed me. Chapter 14. His life matters, but mine does not. I was jolted awake by a splash of cold water. Opening my eyes, I found myself staring at the face of a completely unfamiliar man. It dawned on me that Lu Ling had tricked me. She had intentionally led me to accompany her shopping, only to drug me unbeknownst to me when I was looking. That I was baffled as to what I had done to offend her. Recalling her recent odd behavior, it seemed there had been signs all along. The imposing man before me glared menacingly. "Are you Yuanin? What's it to you? Didn't Lu Ling inform you when she captured me?" I provocatively retorted. Perhaps my words had incensed that burly man, for he swiftly delivered a resounding slap across my face and, with a tone laced with hostility, demanded once more, "Are you Yuanin?" To avert further angering him, I reluctantly swallowed my indignation and responded tersely, "Yes." Perhaps sensing the effectiveness of his earlier action, the man dismissed me and turned aside to make a phone call. "Hello, brother. I got the person you wanted. What should I do next?" I could not discern what the voice on the other end replied, as he simply responded, "Understood. I'll take care of it." I in the next moment. A black cloth was draped over my eyes. "Where are you taking me?" The encroaching darkness instilled a flicker of panic within me, overwhelming me with an acute sense of helplessness. Yet all I received in response was the forceful shove of a hand against my back, propelling me into a vehicle, followed by the sound of the engine roaring to life. That overwhelming anxiety seized my mind, and in my frantic thoughts, I recalled Lu Xiao. Suddenly, I remembered a summoning talisman he had taught me to draw, meant for moments of peril when he could arrive at my side in time. However, I had hastily left with Lu Ling and seemed to have forgotten it. I had never regretted anything as profoundly as I did at that moment. Just as I had declared that no one could take my life, the very next instant, I found myself on the path to meet the King of Hell that I attempted to call out Lu Xiao's name in my heart, hoping to establish a connection. Yet even as I was led from the car, there was no sign of him. Blinded by the cloth, I had no inkling of where they were taking me until the sound of voices emerged, at which point the blindfold was finally removed. Before me stood a man with shifty eyes and an unkind demeanor, his expression suggesting he would devour me whole if given the chance. "Is it you who harmed my 8th brother?" "Indeed, she is the Yuan you seek." "Understood. Take her away. I will be there momentarily." Yes, as he departed, I seized the opportunity to ponder the implications of his words. He claimed I had harmed his 8th brother, but the only person I could think of who had died because of me was the Taoist who had aimed to harm me. Could this man be the brother of that Taoist, come to seek revenge? His assertion was grossly one-sided. If his brother had not attacked me first, I would never have harmed him. Should I have simply stood idly by while his brother assaulted me? What gave him the right? Was his brother of higher status than I? Was his life more valuable than mine? Before long, the man reappeared before me, and I cast a discontented glare in his direction. He seated himself in a position of authority, looking down at me. Little girl, where is Lu Xiao? If you're so formidable, why don't you seek him out yourself?" His oily tongue was as slippery as ever. "Do not worry. I will deal with you first, and then Lu Xiao will follow to my 8th brother's death must be avenged. Get your facts straight. It was your brother who attacked me first. If he hadn't acted so shamelessly, he wouldn't have died. Even if he had attacked, you needn't have killed him. If I hadn't killed him, should I have allowed him to kill me instead? Next time someone attempts to take your life, perhaps you should stand still and let them. Your aggression is what makes you guilty." Such reasoning is a classic case of familial loyalty over justice. No matter what I said, he remained steadfast in his belief of righteousness. How absurd! His anger was palpable, his face reddening with fury. But soon, a sinister grin returned to his features as he regarded me. "Regardless of your arguments, your life must be accounted for today that I had attempted to connect with Lu Xiao in my heart for an eternity, but now I held no hope. Yet, I could not suppress the question that plagued me. Why must it be me?" The man looked at me, bewildered. "What do you mean? Why you?" Just then, a subordinate approached him, whispering something in his ear, that he suddenly scrutinized me from head to toe and uttered, "I see." Now I was the one left bewildered. Chapter 15, Apologies for my tardiness. He then walked toward me, gripping my chin with undue force. "So it is you." "What do you mean, so it is me?" "I do not comprehend your words." My patience waned, and his grip was painfully tight, causing discomfort to radiate through my jaw as I struggled against his hold. Seeing my resistance only made him tighten his grip further. An intense pain coursed through me, and I felt as if my jaw might shatter. Spitting defiantly, I managed to aim my saliva at his face, looking at him with defiance that he was both enraged and amused by my audacity. Wiping the spit from his face before delivering a vicious slap to my left cheek. Then, in a chilling tone, he commanded his subordinates, "Take her to the secret chamber." And no sooner had he spoken than 2 men stepped forward, one on each side, lifting me from the ground, that I spat out a mouthful of blood, then cast a mocking gaze at him. "You better deal with me before Lu Xiao finds me. Otherwise, you will meet the same fate as your brother." Realizing he had no intention of sparing me, I saw no reason to continue my act of subservience. I would rather face my demise with some semblance of dignity than succumb in silence. They escorted me into a room where I was forced onto a cold iron bed and restrained. Observing the man's expression as he left, I knew my fate was grim, that I could only wonder what Lu Xiao was doing at that moment. Hoping he would soon discover my disappearance, the man returned swiftly, this time carrying something in his hand. Upon recognizing the object, a surge of panic coursed through me, though I couldn't fathom his intentions. I fervently wished he would not touch my face, for I desired to die with dignity. Yet a tide of questions swirled in my mind, driving me to the brink of madness, that if I was to die, he owed me an explanation for my capture. At the very least, I deserved clarity in my demise that I directed my inquiries at him. Hoping for answers, he wiped the blade in his hand, the cold glint of the steel reflecting ominously in my eyes. And I momentarily wished he would hold it tightly and not let it slip. However, he had no intention of answering, merely sneering, trying to buy time, waiting for Lu Xiao to rescue you, rest assured. He is likely in a predicament of his OW. That my heart tightened at the mention of Lu Xiao, and I scowled. What have you done to Lu Xiao? Nothing much, just causing him a bit of trouble. While I cannot deal with him directly now, I can eliminate you first. When the time is right, I will take care of him too, thereby avenging my 8th brother. Lu Xiao's involvement was entirely due to me. If not for my need for rescue, he would never have had to kill that detestable Taoist, nor would this family have taken notice of him. I could not let Lu Xiao suffer because of me. Oomph. I chuckled coldly, attempting to divert his attention. Your fear of Lu Xiao stems merely from his family's power and influence. Rather than harm him and invite the wrath of his allies, it would be wiser to place all the blame on me, a mere ordinary person with no means to defend myself. Upon hearing my words, he scoffed and retorted, "You consider yourself ordinary." Just as I was about to inquire further, he thrust the knife toward my heart. His expression fierce. Rest assured, I will avenge my 8th brother. You cannot escape. Lu Xiao cannot escape either. As the blade loomed closer, I felt the grim reality of my situation closing in. Resigned, I shut my eyes. Yet the tremors of my eyelids betrayed my fear. However, the anticipated pain never came to as I opened my eyes to discern the situation. A voice I knew all too well echoed in my ears. "Huang Tsong, you have a lot of nerve." Immediately following was the sound of the dagger clattering to the ground. Upon hearing that voice, I felt as though I had been granted a reprieve. And I opened my eyes in surprise, only to behold Lu Xiao's reassuring silhouette. That in that moment of peril, Lu Xiao descended like a hero from the heavens, rescuing me. Gazing at his figure, I felt something warm trickle from the corner of my eye. Finally, Lu Xiao turned to face me. "You came," I spoke, my voice tinged with a hint of grievance. He placed a comforting hand atop my head, smoothing my disheveled hair from our earlier struggles, and gently replied, "Yes, I am here." Yet, those words seemed to trigger a dam within me, unleashing tears that flowed uncontrollably. "Why did it take you so long to come?" I thought I was going to die. Lu Xiao tenderly caressed my bruised cheeks, his gaze filled with restrained fury. That I apologized for my tardiness. Chapter 16. Lu Xiao's outburst. I never anticipated that the ever-slick Lu Xiao would have a day of offering an apology. I was momentarily taken aback, so much so that I forgot I should be weeping in sorrow. Perhaps my foolish expression amused him. He gently tapped my forehead and, with a hint of affection in his smile, said, "Wait for me. I will take you home shortly." At that moment, I cared little for serpents or husbands. All I knew was that Lu Xiao had saved my life. That my only way to repay him was through trust. I understood that Lu Xiao would soon address the matters concerning Huang Tsong, so I lay quietly, refraining from disturbing him. "Huang Tsong, is your family prepared for a fight to the death?" "Humph. There are far too many accounts to settle between us. I do not care about others, but you must not touch Yuanin. She is mine." For some inexplicable reason, hearing those words stirred a complex emotion within me. "Lu Xiao, do you truly believe that your abilities can protect her? This is no longer your concern. Your focus should be on your own life." "Humph. You arrived rather quickly. It seems they failed to hinder you. What a pity. I was so close to succeeding. Do they really think they can obstruct me with their meager skills? But do not fret. You will soon join them. Lu Xiao, should you kill me, you will come to regret it. The Huang family will not spare you." Lu Xiao, with a swift motion, dug into his ears, exclaiming, "How noisy!" Then, with a forceful grip, he lifted Huang Tsong into the air. "Your brother said the same thing last time. You should know that I detest being threatened. Therefore, my favorite pastime is to eliminate the root of the problem." I was unsure how Lu Xiao made his move, but a series of red handprints swiftly appeared on Huang Tsong's cheeks. That I realized Lu Xiao was avenging me. Huang Tsong was struck so hard that his words became slurred. "Lu Xiao, you are going too far. What are you saying?" "I am merely returning the favor in kind. Do not forget, I am a member of the Huang family. I have an entire clan behind me." Huang Tsong's words jolted me. I could not allow Lu Xiao to become a target for the Huang family due to my issues. Cautiously, I ventured, "Lu Xiao, he is right. Perhaps we should—" "I know what you are about to say." Lu Xiao interrupted me. "But this matter is not as simple as you think. Just be obedient. I will take care of everything, all right? His coaxing tone seemed laced with temptation, so I wisely closed my mouth. Lu Xiao turned his attention back to Huang Tsang. The Huang family. To be honest, I have never regarded them highly. His words clearly provoked Huang Tsang's ire. You, Lu, had better pray that you remain this formidable, or one day you will meet your demise at the hands of the Huang family. His words left me aghast. I had not expected Huang Tsang to challenge Lu Xiao's limits even at this juncture. As I anticipated, the remainder of his words were swallowed by his own shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Lu Xiao. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that the knife which had fallen to the ground was now firmly embedded in Huang Tsang's chest. Blood gushing forth. Huang Tsang was dead, and I had not even seen how Lu Xiao had struck. His power remained an enigma. With Huang Tsang gone, Lu Xiao lifted me from the iron bed and carried me outside. There were still Huang Tsang's men out there. I worried about Lu Xiao's condition, for just as he had turned to confront Huang Tsang, I had caught a glimpse of blood on his clothing. Do not worry, leave it to me. But your injury? I cautiously inquired, to my surprise. Lu Xiao merely grinned and said, You noticed, did you? It's not a big deal. I was just surrounded by Huang Tsang's men while saving you. Lu Xiao spoke lightly, but I knew that with his abilities, dealing with those few attackers should not have been a problem, that he must have been distracted by concern for me, which led to him being injured. I am sorry. It is all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have. If you feel guilty, then compensate me a little. How can I compensate you? Just like this, as I gazed at Lu Xiao's handsome face. My heart foolishly skipped a beat, that I had closed my eyes, bracing myself, only to find he merely brushed my forehead lightly with his lips, that I opened my eyes, bewildered, while he simply smirked, a gentle smile gracing his face as he said, That's enough. If you wish for more, we can discuss it when we return home. His words caused my face to flush a deep crimson. However, knowing he bore injuries due to me, I dared not act upon my impulses. To avoid being a burden, I requested he set me down. After all, whether we could successfully escape this estate remained a significant concern. Chapter 17. Breaking out as we approached the door, a group of people had already surrounded it. What do we do? Should we fight them to the end? I asked somewhat anxiously that my anxiety did not stem from fear of making enemies, but rather from uncertainty about the extent of Lu Xiao's injuries. Would continuing to fight exacerbate his condition? Yes, Huang Tsang is dead. Regardless, they will not let us go. Seeing the crowd outside glaring at us, yet held back by their fear of Lu Xiao's prowess. A thought struck me. Perhaps we could choose not to engage. What do you mean? Do you remember the escape talisman you once taught me? If I recall correctly, we could use it to switch places quickly. Right. Indeed. Your mind is quite resourceful this time, but it won't work this time. Why not? Eager to understand, I set aside my annoyance at his previous insinuation about my intelligence. There is a barrier here. It should be unusable. A barrier. I felt despondent. I could hardly believe Huang Tsang had such a trick up his sleeve. What should we do? Your injury. It's a minor issue. Do not worry about me. Lu Xiao replied with an easy smile. Yet deep down, I knew the situation was far from as simple as he suggested. As the crowd closed in, Lu Xiao suddenly scooped me up in his arms. Hold on tight. Do not let go. I obediently wrapped my arms around his neck, adjusting my weight. To save time, you all should come at once. The group exchanged glances, and one leader addressed Lu Xiao. Although your status is indeed superior to ours, you should realize that by killing Mr. Huang today, you have declared war against the entire Huang family. Before he could finish, Lu Xiao cut him off completely. In an instant, he transported us beside him and delivered a kick to the leader's chest, sending him flying far away with considerable force. You are too noisy. Seeing their leader kicked, the henchmen immediately shrieked and charged at us with their weapons raised. With so many of them, perhaps you should set me down, I suggested, a touch of worry in my voice. Do not worry. I will definitely keep up with you and try not to hinder you. No problem. Just a swarm of ants. Lu Xiao dismissed them. With that, he began to engage with the crowd. Effortlessly, he maneuvered through the throng, and despite holding me, he wielded no weapon. Yet even so, those attempting to confront him found no success. Instead, he dispatched them with ease, scattering the crowd. Suddenly, he conjured a talisman from seemingly nowhere. Break this, as his words fell. The talisman soared into the crowd and detonated moments later. Blood and flesh flew in all directions, causing me to feel a wave of nausea. Yet, I knew this was an experience I would inevitably face, so I forced myself to watch. "Are you not afraid?" Lu Xiao's voice came from above. I shook my head, tightening my embrace around him. "That I'm all right, just a bit queasy." He chuckled lightly. "With me around, you need not force yourself to endure unpleasantness." Though he said that, I could not simply hide behind others forever. I bit my lip and softly suggested, "Could you set me down? I want to try too." Lu Xiao pondered for a moment before finally placing me on the ground, and a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand, which he thrust into mine. "Target the vital points. Strike true." With that, Lu Xiao resumed his focus on the other opponents. This was Huang Tsang's territory, and the number of assailants was evidently substantial. Gripping the sword tightly, I faced a scruffy-looking individual who seemed eager to attack me. "Target the vital points. Strike true." The words of Lu Xiao echoed incessantly in my mind, bolstering my courage. After all, this was the first time in 18 years that I had resorted to inflicting harm upon another. Though Lu Xiao stood beside me, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of trepidation as I watched the blade in that man's hand descend towards me. I swiftly evaded the strike with my agile form. Seizing the moment of his recovery, I deftly maneuvered behind him, constricting his neck with my arm, and plunged my sword mercilessly through his body. Swift, accurate, ruthless. In the next instant, a scream pierced the air. A viscous sensation enveloped my hand. Without even glancing down, I knew precisely what it was. I initially thought I would panic. Yet at this moment, an unsettling calmness washed over me. It was either his demise or my own. To show mercy to others would only lead to my own injury. I repeatedly reminded myself of this truth. After I had thrust my sword into him, he collapsed instantly. I tightened my grip on the sword and fixed a resolute gaze upon the remaining adversaries who regarded me with predatory intent. Perhaps my earlier display had instilled fear in them, for they hesitated to advance any further. "Well done." Lu Xiao praised me generously, and I could sense the relief in his demeanor, and no longer needing to divide his attention to protect me. Lu Xiao's strength surged significantly. Under our combined efforts, the number of those still standing in the courtyard dwindled to a mere few. "Enough, leave the rest to me. You simply stand aside." I nodded, handing him my sword before stepping aside. However, to my astonishment, the remaining individuals in the courtyard suddenly discarded their weapons and knelt before us, fervently bowing their heads. "That we were blind. Esteemed sir, please have mercy and spare us." Just as I was taken aback by this turn of events, Lu Xiao raised his sword and swiftly dispatched the remaining few. Watching them fall, I arched an eyebrow in surprise. "The deal you think me cruel?" Lu Xiao sheathed his sword and approached me. "You killed them to save me. If I were to consider you cruel, would I even possess a heart?" Upon hearing my words, Lu Xiao lifted me once more, exclaiming, "Little one, you do possess a sliver of conscience." With all adversaries vanquished, no one remained to obstruct our path. Lu Xiao carried me outside. A talisman materialized in his hand. "To be wide decree. Heed my summons." As he spoke, the yellow talisman transformed into a wisp of smoke, and Lu Xiao cradled me in his arms. In the next moment, we vanished from our location. Chapter 18. A sudden turn of events. Lu Xiao brought me back to his residence as soon as we landed. I felt his grip around my waist loosen, and, as expected, he soon collapsed to the ground. "Lu Xiao." I hurriedly crouched down to assist him. Lu Xiao raised a hand weakly, saying, "I'm fine. It's just that my energy was depleted from breaching the barrier twice. I just need a moment to rest. Shall I help you to bed?" I inquired, and seeing no objection from him, I assisted him onto the bed. Listening to his steady breathing, I cautiously withdrew. Lu Xiao's abode was a two-story traditional building, with wooden stairs intricately carved, evoking an ancient charm. Observing Lu Xiao's frailty, I realized that he would likely feel famished upon awakening. Although it was not my first visit here, I was still unaware of the kitchen's location. After a considerable search, I finally discovered a bit of white rice tucked away in a corner cabinet. Even after I prepared the porridge, Lu Xiao showed no signs of waking. After the brutal encounter, my clothes were in disarray, and it suddenly struck me that I should retrieve the earth-escaping talisman I had previously drawn in the study. I returned to the study, and indeed, the talisman remained neatly on the table. Holding the talisman in one hand, I concentrated on the destination and recited the incantation Lu Xiao had taught me. This marked my first attempt at using such a talisman, though uncertain of its success. I clung to a thread of hope. Feeling a shift beneath my feet, I opened my eyes in surprise to find myself in a secluded grove at school. Success. Elated, I made my way toward the dormitory. I was not particularly afraid of encountering Lu Ling at this moment. If we did cross paths, I would inquire why she had sought to harm me. However, upon returning to the dorm, I found no sign of her. Is Lu Ling not here? I asked my roommate, ditto her. Like you, she hasn't returned since yesterday. Oh, I replied, realizing that my dorm mates were still oblivious to the events of the previous day. And why have you been disappearing like Lu Ling lately? Be honest, are you dating someone? Faced with my roommate's sudden inquiry, I was at a loss for words and merely responded that I had recently taken a tutoring job, and the family I worked for was considerate enough to provide me with accommodation for safety reasons. My roommate acknowledged my explanation and turned back to her tasks. Relieved by her lack of further questioning, I decided to change into a clean outfit. Considering Lu Zhao's weakened state, I anticipated I might need to stay there for some time. So I planned to request a leave of absence from my advisor. Just as I was about to step outside, I collided with the dormitory head, who appeared both delighted and somewhat anxious upon seeing me. And then where have you been? The advisor just informed me that your family called, saying your father has had an accident and you need to return home immediately. The items I was holding fell to the ground as the words of the dormitory head. Li Li echoed in my mind. Your father has had an accident. With no time to spare, I hurriedly boarded a train home. Lu Zhao's situation was now the least of my concerns. Fortunately, I had left him a note, so he would see it upon awakening. Why memories of my father were scarce, as we lived in a rural area where crop yields barely sustained our basic needs. Thus, my father had gone to work away from home when I was very young. He rarely visited, only returning once or twice during holidays. Each time he came back, he would bring me small trinkets that could not be found in our town. Over the years, nothing had gone awry. How could something suddenly happen now? Connecting this to the recent series of events around me, a surge of indignation filled my chest. Why parents were honest farmers, never having committed any wrongdoing, that if my father's misfortune was indeed connected to those people, I would seek justice for him. After exiting the station, I transferred to a bus that would take me to our village. Upon disembarking, I hurried home that I had no mind to engage with neighbors who greeted me along the way. By the time I reached home, a crowd had gathered at the entrance that I pushed through the throng, making my way inside. The gazes directed at me were filled with pity, sorrow, and even a hint of schadenfreude. Muffled cries emanated from within, tightening my heart. Someone remarked, and in his back, and the people inside turned to look at me. Parting to create a path as I stepped into the room, I noticed several unusual details. A wooden bed was set up in the main room, and my mother sat beside it, softly weeping. She was the source of the cries I had heard moments before. The room was dimly lit, with flickering candlelight casting shadows. The air was heavy with the acrid scent of alcohol that I quickly approached her, gently placing my hand on her shoulder, prompting her to turn and face me. Her eyes were red and swollen, resembling walnuts. Upon seeing me, she seemed to suppress her sorrow, mustering a semblance of strength to greet me. "You're back." "Yes," I replied, at a loss for words, resting my hand on her shoulder in an attempt to offer comfort. "Your father," she began, but her composure broke, and she burst into tears once more. I then shifted my gaze to the bed, where my father lay pale, his eyes tightly shut, yet his brow furrowed, indicating he was not at peace. I noticed that besides my family, there was a stranger seated by the bed. Clad in black, he sat rigidly, his face gaunt, also with eyes closed, appearing to be in a dire state. Just as I was about to ask my mother what had transpired, a loud crash interrupted me, followed by the swift approach of a figure. Bang! A searing pain flared across my face as I turned to face the individual before me. Disbelief etched upon my features. "You wretched harbinger of misfortune, why have you returned? Why didn't you simply perish at birth? Here you are, thriving, while my son languishes in a state of near death upon his bed." The voice of the person before me was laced with a heart-wrenching anguish, her gaze dripping with venom as if I were the source of her deepest enmity. "Mother, what are you saying? How can you place the blame on an?" My mother, startled by my assault, hurriedly rose from her position by the bedside, cautiously shielding me behind her, her voice a whisper of defense. Indeed, the very person who struck me was the one who had long wished for my demise since my birth. and yet I was expected to call her grandmother. A part of the reason I often stayed with my maternal grandmother during my childhood was due to this woman. She believed that my very existence would bring ill fortune and disaster upon the family. Thus, despite my grandmother's relentless efforts to save me, she had never shown me a shred of kindness. Her disdain for me had led my parents to sever ties with them long ago. The recent incident involving my father had merely served as a catalyst. It was evident that she had shifted the blame for everything onto my shoulders. Her earlier actions had clearly startled the others present. Though her expression suggested she longed to strike me again in her fury, the rest of the family, including my mother, did not grant her that opportunity. That my grandmother was restrained by other relatives. And as I felt the heat rising in my cheeks, my mother gently pulled me back into my room. From the kitchen, she retrieved an egg, rolling it softly over the swollen area where my grandmother had struck me. "Does it hurt?" "Not at all," I replied with a smile. However, with a sharp intake of breath, my mother slowed her movements to, "Oh dear, your grandmother has always been this way. Don't take it to heart. She is merely worried about your father." That I had no desire to discuss my grandmother, so I inquired about what had transpired, attempting to steer the conversation away from that topic. "While your father was working on the construction site, I am not sure what happened, but he missed a step and fell. That a jolt of fear shot through me, and I shot upright from the bed, my sudden movement causing the egg in my mother's hand to tumble to the floor. "Why hasn't he been taken to the hospital?" My mother picked up the fallen egg, carefully brushing off the dirt. "When your father was brought back, he was delirious with fever, muttering nonsensical things. Your grandmother believes he has been possessed by malevolent spirits. So you sought out someone to perform an exorcism." At last, I understood who the peculiar figure in the house was, after hearing my mother's account. A wave of uncontainable fury ignited within me. In matters of life and death, you choose not to take him to the hospital, but instead believe in some absurd superstition. I made to storm out, determined that even if it meant confronting my grandmother, I would ensure my father received medical attention. "And please don't rush off." "Let me finish," my mother exclaimed. "Your father's co-workers had taken him to the hospital. But despite all efforts, he remains unconscious, continuously rambling nonsense. In their confusion, they brought him back." "How far did he fall?" "They said it was from the second floor. Thankfully, it wasn't too high." Dread washed over me. I noted the pallor of my mother's face. My father had always been cautious while working. Only he knew the full extent of what had transpired that day, seeing the dark circles under my mother's eyes. I attempted to soothe her, hoping she might find some respite. Yet she shook her head. "Seeing your father in that state, I cannot possibly sleep." Sighing inwardly, I refrained from insisting she rest. "Come, let us go see your father again," I suggested, fearing that her emotions might cause her to weep anew. I observed the tears welling in her eyes. A similar ache surged within me. I fought against the impulse to let my own tears fall as I supported her toward the main room. Upon our return, I found my grandmother seated within, engaged in hushed conversation with the strange master. Upon noticing my presence, she snorted disdainfully, resuming her dialogue with him. Her animosity was palpable, and I had little inclination to engage with her. Instead, I guided my mother to the bedside. Yet as they conversed, my grandmother frequently shot me glances filled with malice that sent chills down my spine. With so many people present, I felt unable to express my frustration and could only cast her sidelong glances of contempt. I wondered if Lu Xiao had awakened, or if he had seen the note I left him, hoping he would comprehend my sudden departure. After dinner, my grandmother, who had consistently treated me with scorn, unexpectedly approached me. She held a bowl in her hands, a smile plastered across her face as she offered it to me. Faced with her sudden overture of goodwill, I felt an immediate sense of wariness. "I apologize for my earlier behavior. I should not have struck you. Here, I prepared something for you to eat. Please, give it a T-R-Y-S." She extended the bowl toward me. The insincerity of her smile was evident. The contents of the bowl, a dark, unidentifiable substance, were far from appetizing. Out of courtesy, I replied with a forced smile, "Thank you, Grandma, but I'm not hungry. You should keep it for yourself." Her expression faltered for a fleeting moment, but she quickly masked it. "Is it that you refuse to eat my cooking because you're still angry with me?" she said, feigning a hint of hurt. A sense of irritation surged within me. Her words were a blatant attempt to cast me as the villain. In essence, she was trying to coerce me into consuming her dubious concoction. Should I refuse, It would imply that I had not forgiven her, and the town's gossips would undoubtedly tarnish my reputation. But if she was intent on forcing me to eat, then that would only fuel my resolve to refuse, that I thought to myself. Feigning innocence is a common tactic. Who cannot do that? My eyes reddened, and I spoke with a tone of grievance. Grandma, what are you saying? You are my grandmother, and I am merely your granddaughter. Whether you slapped me or even killed me, I would have no complaints. Accepting your apology today would be the true disrespect that I cannot lower myself to such a level. As expected, my words caused her expression to shift instantly, her gaze no longer warm but filled with ire. My mother, standing nearby, was evidently taken aback by the hostility in my grandmother's eyes. She placed a hand on my arm, addressing her, "Mother, and it has a point that as an elder, you should not strike her and then expect her to accept your apology." Though I did not entirely agree with my mother, her words did provide me some relief that I anticipated. The moment my mother finished speaking, others chimed in. Indeed, Fongqin, it is inappropriate for elders to apologize to their juniors. Fongqin, and it is a dutiful child. She wouldn't dwell on such trivial matters. Upon hearing their praise, I nodded vigorously. Yes, Annie is right. If anyone should be cooking for anyone, it should be me for Grandma. With the chorus of support growing, there was no way I would eat from that bowl again. That my grandmother's anger was palpable, her hands trembling as she pointed an accusatory finger at me. In her rage, she suddenly collapsed as I watched her fall. My first thought was, this is it. Another charge has been laid against me. Whether her fainting was genuine or feigned, I had no desire to investigate. With so many witnesses present, it was not my place to assist her. However, her demeanor indicated she harbored no benevolence. The master beside her was clearly in league with her. I had no idea what their intentions were. And the very fact that my father was unconscious felt deeply unsettling. With Lu Xiao absent, I had to remain vigilant. Yet, despite my caution, I found myself unprepared for the betrayal that awaited upon awakening. I discovered my hands and feet bound, realizing I had been foolishly naive. Master, are you certain this will awaken my son? I heard that familiar, loathsome voice once more. I could scarcely believe my grandmother had dared to conspire with others to bind her own granddaughter in broad daylight. The so-called master sat beside me, muttering incantations that I could not comprehend. Of course. I told you from the moment she was born that she was ill-fated. Once she is gone, all will be resolved. I attempted to reason with my grandmother, seeking to save myself. Grandma, don't believe him. Just look at his villainous demeanor. It's possible he orchestrated your father's predicament himself. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Moreover, it is unjust to place the blame upon you. It is merely my own lack of intelligence and capability. Yet, beneath his gaze, I discerned a flicker of an obscure emotion that eluded my understanding. Do you aspire to grow stronger? The words of Lu Xiao left me in a state of confusion. Initially, I had no desire for you to be entangled in such matters. My sole wish was to quietly shield you behind me. However, I underestimated their swiftness in action, that I never anticipated that they would directly target your family. Now I comprehend your sentiment. Lu Xiao, I am not as fragile as you presume. This life of mine was exchanged for half of my grandmother's vitality. If others wish to take it from me, they must first seek my consent. Whoever dares to harm those close to me, I shall personally seek justice from them. Upon hearing my words, Lu Xiao let out a light laugh. Questioning who it is that empowers such boldness in you, little girl, I offered him a charming smile, saying, Hey, isn't this your influence, Boss Snake? Perhaps my flattery pleased him, for he reached out to touzle my hair. What if one day I am unable to protect you? What do you mean? Lu Xiao's eyes bore a seriousness I had never witnessed before. It is nothing. I was merely jesting. How could I ever fail to protect you? Feel free to venture forth. I shall safeguard you through all tribulations, for reasons unbeknownst to me. Perhaps due to my overly sensitive nature, I sensed that Lu Xiao's previous statement was not mere idle talk. Yet, judging by his demeanor, he clearly had no intention of divulging more. I shall strive diligently. I smiled at him. Even though Lu Xiao promised to protect me, I could not merely bask in the benefits without contributing. Given my current circumstances, it is imperative that I seize the time to cultivate my abilities. Even if I cannot serve as his aide, I must at the very least not hinder his progress. I am glad you can think this way. Once your health improves, accompany me to a certain place. As he spoke, Lu Xiao picked up a spoon from the bowl and scooped a spoonful of rice towards my mouth. To what place? It was the first time I had been fed by someone, and I felt a bit embarrassed, hence I hesitated to accept his kindness. You shall find out in due time. Noticing my refusal, Lu Xiao returned the spoon to the bowl. He then raised his hand again, curling his middle finger slightly before suddenly flicking it against my forehead. Though it was a flick, the force was perfectly measured, neither too harsh nor too gentle. Just moments ago, you spoke of striving hard. Why now do you refuse to eat? If you do not nourish your body, how can you work hard? As I was about to explain, his commanding voice, laced with tenderness, rang in my ears. Be good. Open your mouth. In the blink of an eye, the spoon was once again at my lips and under Lu Xiao's commanding gaze. I reluctantly obliged and consumed the rice he offered. Although my body felt awkward, I internally acknowledged that Lu Xiao was indeed correct. After all, one's health is the foundation of all endeavors. Chapter 23. Father's decision. By the time my arm regained full sensation, 2 days had passed. During that time, apart from my mother bringing me meals, no one else entered my room. That I asked for my grandmother and the Taoist priest. No matter how much I inquired, Lu Xiao refused to divulge any information. He merely stated that when I recovered, I could go out and see for myself. Although I was curious about my grandmother's situation, I prioritized visiting the main hall first, ever since my father regained his health. Our relatives had departed, leaving the courtyard rather deserted. As I approached the main hall, a hearty laughter resonated from within. Upon hearing that laughter, I felt a wave of relief, at least for the moment. My father's mental state appeared to have returned to normal. Upon noticing my arrival, my mother hurriedly withdrew her hand from my father's grasp and discreetly placed it behind her back, her earlobes visibly reddening. Realizing I had intruded upon their private moment, I nearly retreated, only to hear my father's voice calling, and then, "What are you dawdling for over there? Come here, let your father have a good look at you." I took a deep breath and walked to the bedside. That my father grasped my hand and scrutinized me from head to toe. Once he confirmed that I was indeed unscathed, I observed his expression gradually relaxing. "Ah, thank goodness you're all right. Otherwise, I wouldn't he know how to deal with your grandmother as she's grown older and has become rather muddled." I initially thought he was going to offer excuses for my grandmother, so I quickly interrupted him coldly. "Father, you need not say anything. I understand. If you intend to say that no matter what, she is still my grandmother and that we are family, urging me not to hold grudges. There is no need for that. I had no desire to forgive my grandmother. Had it not been for my mother's timely intervention, had Lu Xiao not arrived just in time, I might not even be standing here now. Furthermore, she had the audacity to insult my grandmother, making it all the more impossible for me to act as if nothing had transpired." Perhaps sensing my discontent, he spoke with a hint of urgency and remorse. "And then it is not as you think. Then how is it? What is it that you wish to convey? Your father has severed ties with your grandmother." Fearing I might misunderstand, he hurriedly explained, but his tone was laden with unprecedented gravity. "Your grandmother acted behind my back to harm you. If it weren't for the intervention of a powerful figure, I shudder to think of the consequences. You are my daughter, Yu Daong, and regardless of fortune or misfortune, you have always been my child. Thus, I cannot accept her harming you in the name of kinship. The best way to address this matter is to sever all ties with her." His words left me momentarily stunned. Prior to this, I had never considered that my father would go to such lengths for me, that it would be a lie to say I wasn't moved. My grandmother had consistently used her status as an elder to justify her actions that harmed me. And because she was an elder, I was powerless to resist. But now, I could do as I pleased. However, Father, I only ask one thing. Perhaps sensing my contemplative thoughts, my father looked at me with a pained expression. "What is it?" Although I knew it was selfish of me to ask, I wondered if it were possible to spare her life. After all, I had once called her mother. After speaking, my father quickly lowered his head. I sighed softly in my heart, understanding my father's intent. Regardless of the circumstances, she was still the woman who had raised him. Even if he verbally claimed indifference, deep down, he would still hold her in his thoughts. Yet what the future holds is uncertain, and I dare not promise anyone anything, especially since I cannot be certain whether my grandmother would attempt to harm me again. Of course, this is contingent upon her not provoking me. Should she treat me as she did last time, I cannot predict what I might do. I have already advised her. However, if she dares to harm you again, then you will have to handle it as you see fit. But rest assured, whatever transpires, your father will never blame you. Upon hearing his words, I finally felt a sense of relief. I feared that should something unfortunate occur, it would lead to an irreparable situation. Confirming that my father's health was indeed slowly improving, I chose to withdraw so as not to disturb their reunion. Did I end the courtyard? Lu Xiao was waiting for me. Did I approached him and inquired, "Does my father know about you?" Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. "What do you think? How else do you suppose I treated his illness?" "So, he is aware of your identity. You should ask your mother. It seems she has no doubts about my existence." Lu Xiao's words enlightened me. It was clear I needed to find an opportunity to have a serious conversation with my mother. "Are you going to see your grandmother?" Lu Xiao suddenly asked. "Forget it. I fear that upon seeing her face, I might be tempted to take action against her. Instead, take me to see that old Taoist priest." "No need to go. He is dead." "What of his body?" I was taken aback. "There is no body. If he dared to act against you, he should be prepared to vanish without a trace." Listening to Lu Xiao's somewhat domineering remarks, an inexplicable emotion surged within me, a feeling that I could neither articulate nor comprehend, leaving me feeling vexed. "Thank you. You have saved me once again." As I recalled Lu Xiao's earlier mention of taking me to a certain place today, I asked, "Where are you taking me?" Lu Xiao smiled mysteriously. "You will know when we arrive." Chapter 24. Old Friends on the Mountain. Lu Xiao led me to the summit of a mountain. As I cast a puzzled glance in his direction, he said nothing, simply walking further up the mountain that I chose not to inquire about his purpose for bringing me here, instead following closely in his footsteps. Upon reaching the peak, a wooden cabin suddenly appeared before us. Lu Xiao, as if familiar with the place, approached the cabin and halfway there, turned to signal me to follow. Just as we reached the door, it swung open from within. A face, equally handsome yet slightly alluring, peeked out from inside the cabin. "Hey, I was wondering why the birds on the mountain were chirping so early this morning. It turns out we have a rare visitor." His tone was laced with a hint of flirtation, and his elongated, phoenix-like eyes exuded a natural depth of emotion. A beauty mark located just below the outer corner of his right, I added a touch of sultry allure to his visage. Were it not for the unmistakable Adam's apple and the unmistakably masculine timbre of his voice, I might have mistaken him for a woman. Perhaps this is what people refer to as a boyish charm? Enough with the trivialities. I have come to seek your assistance. Lu Xiao clearly disdained his demeanor, waving his hand dismissively to push his head aside. He, however, seemed entirely accustomed to Lu Xiao's brusque behavior. Just as I prepared to follow Lu Xiao's lead into the room, his face abruptly appeared before me. "Oh dear. What's with your treatment of others today? Have you found a new sweetheart?" Upon hearing his words, I widened my eyes in disbelief. "You too. You've lost a bit of weight, yet this goofy expression of yours is rather amusing. Have you switched your preferences after just a few days?" I felt as though I had stumbled upon a significant secret, and an ambiguous glance exchanged between the two of them made me forget that I had intended to approach Lu Xiao just moments ago. My actions clearly irked Lu Xiao. He commanded me, with a domineering tone, "Come over here." Reluctantly, I shuffled my feet, for I was loath to intrude upon their burgeoning relationship as a third wheel. Noticing my unwillingness, Lu Xiao reached out and pulled me into his embrace, then looked at me with an air of resignation. "The weather is about to turn cold. Would you like a fox fur for a scarf?" His words left me utterly bewildered, and just as I was about to inquire about their meaning, a voice suddenly rang out, "Oh, I was just joking with you. Why take it so seriously?" The host of the house, with an obsequious smile, placed a cup of tea before Lu Xiao. "My dear ancestor, please calm down. I want my tail to remain for a few more years. I'm Fiazulinian. In truth, he is a fox." Lu Xiao remarked with a cold snort as he looked at me. Now understanding Lu Xiao's explanation, I finally grasped the meaning behind his earlier words. However, although he was merely jesting, I had not forgotten that he had just called me a fool. Thus, I raised a sweet smile and greeted him. "Hello, beautiful sister. I am Yun." My innocent comment caused Hu Lingyun to spew the tea he had just sipped, followed by a fit of violent coughing. Cough, cough, cough. His face flushed red from the effort that I glanced at Lu Xiao with concern, but he merely gave me a reassuring look. "You two truly are a match made in heaven. It seems you're not from the same family, yet you share the same doorway," Lu Xiao quipped, a smirk playing on his lips. His words elicited an eye roll from Hu Lingyun, who retorted, "I've already arranged the matter you asked me to handle. Just go to the designated place, and someone will be there to assist you." With that, he produced a slip of paper from his sleeve and placed it on the table. Lu Xiao took the paper, glanced at the address written upon it, and handed it to me. That I received the note and studied the address intently. "Have you truly made up your mind to take her along?" Hu Lingyun asked, directing his gaze toward me. "Yes, she must confront these matters. If she cannot manage even these tasks now, what will she do in the future? Her enemies will not hesitate. Very well, with you by her side. These challenges will be but trifles for her. Indeed, I will ensure her safety. I hear your elder is quite incensed over the Huang family affair. Let him be. If only I had your resolve. I wouldn't be cooped up in this wretched place every day, but I think it's rather fortunate. At least while you're confined here, the young ladies outside can remain safe." "What are you saying?" "Don't tarnish my reputation before the ladies. I am quite virtuous." Lu Xiao, however, chose not to engage further with him, instead lowering his gaze to me. "Have you memorized the address?" "Yes, good. There's no time to waste. We shall depart at once." Before I could clarify the nature of our business, Lu Xiao had already whisked me away. Chapter 25. Tonight, you will personally capture the ghosts as I beheld our return to this place. A profound question lingered in my mind. Why can you change locations at will, while I cannot? When your power increases, you will be able to find. I shall refrain from asking further. Where is this? Shirlan Village. Shirlan Village. That is precisely the address on the note. You still Haven T informed me of our purpose for coming here, to capture ghosts. Under the guidance of a well-meaning individual, we successfully arrived at the location inscribed on the slip of paper. After a brief inquiry, upon learning that we were esteemed individuals summoned to resolve their issues, the host hurriedly ushered us inside. The host warmly offered us tea before settling down across from us. Visibly anxious, "Master, I wonder if that person has briefed you on our situation. I have a general understanding, but please elaborate on the specifics, though." "Certainly, Master. Please follow me." As he spoke, the man stepped back from the table and proceeded to the inner room. I noticed Lu Xiao remained motionless by the table, prompting my curiosity. "Why aren't you going in?" "You can go in alone." Recalling that Lu Xiao had brought me here for the sake of my training, I no longer hesitated and promptly followed the man's footsteps, and no wonder I felt an odd odor upon entering the house earlier. Only upon entering the inner room did I discern its source. The dimly lit room contained a bed, upon which lay a woman. Her hair was disheveled, and her gaze was vacant as she stared blankly at the corner of the room, incessantly murmuring, "I'm sorry. Mother, I was wrong. I'm sorry." I turned my gaze to the man beside me, who looked at me with a mix of fear and helplessness, saying, "This is the situation. I hope, Master, you can swiftly capture that evil spirit and restore peace to our home." I nodded lightly to indicate my understanding and then returned to Lu Xiao's side, seizing the opportunity while the male host was momentarily absent to discreetly inquire, "Do you know what is wrong with the woman in the room?" Lu Xiao smirked coldly. "Just retribution." "What kind of retribution?" "Child deaths. You will understand tonight." I held on to my questions until nightfall, during which Lu Xiao handed me a stack of talisman papers. "According to what I taught you before, place these talismans outside." Seeing my puzzled expression, he added with a hint of malicious glee, "Tonight, you will personally capture the ghosts." As for ghost catching, this was my first experience. Thus, I meticulously arranged the formation, for my life and the life of that woman depended entirely on these small talisman papers. With a flutter of anxiety, I awaited the arrival of night. Shortly after noon, a chilling wind swept through the courtyard, causing my heart to leap to my throat. "Master, she's coming! She's coming!" The male host's fearful voice echoed in my ears. Sensing my tension, Lu Xiao gently grasped my hand. Feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, I was somewhat reassured. The chilling wind rattled the windows, and had it not been for the talismans I had affixed earlier, I would have feared that the gust would dislodge them. Yes, the wind howled. Strange sounds emanated from within the house, resembling fingernails scraping against the wall. This sound was sharp and grating, and I instinctively covered my ears, distressed. Yet Lu Xiao merely patted my head lightly, and the discomfort vanished instantly. "Let us go inside," he said. "All right." As we approached the inner room, just as I lifted the curtain, the woman from earlier charged towards us. The male host's terrified shout rang in my ears, And the next moment, he fell to the ground in sheer fright. In panic, I fumbled for the remaining talisman papers on my person. However, before I could react, the woman's hands were already upon us. Before I could comprehend the situation, Lu Xiao struck her forcefully with a palm. His blow was not gentle, clearly inflicting significant harm upon her. Indeed, as the woman regained her senses, she turned to glare at us with malevolence. Her eyes rolled back, revealing only the whites, and her fingers elongated into sharp claws that I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Her voice was hoarse, as if someone were choking her. This warning was evidently directed at Lu Xiao, for to her, he posed the greatest threat within that room. That a mere ghost dares to threaten me? I only desire this man's life. If you agree to assist me, I can offer you anything. I am curious to see what you can offer me. Lu Xiaoming was smiling, yet that smile carried an air of coldness. The male host, upon overhearing Lu Xiao's conversation with that ambiguous entity, was instantly filled with terror. Master, you cannot do this. I have paid for your services. You are meant to protect me. I turned to glance at him. Then at Lu Xiao, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed, that I can sense that you are different from them. Thus, if you can help me exact my revenge, I would devote my life to serving you. Do you truly think so little of yourself as to enlist a ghost for assistance? And one as lowly as you? Listening to Lu Xiao's words, I realized that this negotiation had indeed reached a disheartening conclusion. Much to the delight of the male host. Yes, master, ghosts are not to be trusted. One must never heed their deceitful words. For reasons unknown, I felt a sudden surge of agitation in the woman's demeanor as soon as his words fell silent. Indeed, her eyes lost their whites, revealing hollow black orbs that fixated on the man, her hair swirling wildly in the air. Suddenly, she lunged towards the man on the ground. He, witnessing her movement, attempted to rise but found his legs too weak to support him. In a state of panic, he raised his arms defensively. However, the female specter was swift, and Lu Xiao even swifter. With a mere gust of his palm, he rendered her helpless upon the ground. The woman, filled with resentment, gazed at Lu Xiao. I know you are not like them. Why meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Because he is paid, and you, indeed, should not be here. Why what right? Just because they are human? I am a ghost. If it were not for them, would I have become this wretched being? Is it because they are human that they can arbitrarily dictate the fates of others? Chapter 26. The Past of Li Hua. Do you know what they have done? Regardless of their actions, the ghost realm has its own order. Your presence here signifies a breach of that order. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Lu Xiao's words, the woman suddenly burst into laughter, yet her shrill cackle bore a haunting sorrow that I do not adhere to the order. Then ask them, as humans, do they abide by moral law? Her words furrowed my brow, as I sensed a colossal conspiracy lurking behind them. Have you ever seen a biological mother hand her child over to her biological father for violation? The words violation were pronounced with particular emphasis, her eyes brimming with uncontainable hatred. Her revelation shocked me, a wave of nausea cresting within that I stifled the urge to retch and turned to face the male host. Did I ask what she said true? He did not respond but lowered his head, his gaze flickering. Observing his actions, I could almost confirm the veracity of the woman's claims. Yet, having lived 18 years, it was my first encounter with such a morally shattering revelation, leaving me uncertain of who was right and who was wrong. Then how did you meet your demise? Why not inquire of the man beside you? I turned to the man on the ground and asked, did you kill her? His eyes continued to evade mine, as he feebly protested, I didn't mean to. It was an accident. An accident. I didn't intend to kill her. If only she had obeyed, if she had been compliant. Would I have accidentally killed her? Yes, it is all her fault. All her fault. Not mine. Not mine. Witnessing the man's descent into madness, I could not suppress a gentle sigh. Let me enlighten you. Li Hua recounted the entire sequence of events, and only upon her narration did I grasp the truth. The original soul was named Li Hua, and the woman she possessed was her biological mother, Lu Chui. The man on the ground was her biological father. Li Taiju had a penchant for gambling, yet his luck was abysmal, leaving him deep in debt. Whenever he lost, he would drown his sorrows in alcohol, returning home inebriated, unleashing his wrath upon both Li Hua and her mother, berating Li Hua as a financial burden and scolding Lu Chui for being a barren hen. During one of Li Hua's mother's pregnancies, a quarrel over gambling erupted between her and Li Taiju, resulting in a violent incident that left her incapable of bearing children again. Thus, they had only Li Hua as their sole offspring. Despite having such a father, Li Hua was exceptionally beautiful, and when it came time for marriage, suitors were plentiful. Word of Li Tieju's lovely daughter eventually reached his creditors. Hearing of Li Tieju's daughter's beauty, they harbored sinister intentions, demanding that he use his daughter to settle his gambling debts. Upon receiving this news, Li Taiju felt a mixture of relief at having a beautiful daughter and shame at her perceived lack of virtue, believing that after raising her for 18 years, she had the audacity to entice other men, that if she had not intentionally seduced them, how would the creditors have known of her beauty? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and a vile thought took root in his mind. He called his wife to share his intentions. Initially, Lu Chui was horrified. She slapped him fiercely and rebuked him as a beast. However, Li Taiju, obstinate as he was, could not tolerate being chastised by his wife, whom he regularly abused. Infuriated by Lu Chui's scorn, he retaliated violently, watching her curl up defensively that he then threatened with malice. "If you refuse to assist me, I shall sell you off to a brothel to serve those old men." Upon hearing Li Tieju's threat of selling her to a brothel, Lu Chui panicked. Seizing the opportunity, Li Taiju provided her with a packet of drugs, instructing her to mix it into Li Hua's food. In doing so, when Li Hua was rendered unconscious, only they would know what transpired, ensuring that the 18 years he had raised her were not in vain. Succumbing to Li Tieju's tyranny, Lu Chui reluctantly administered the drug into Li Hua's meal. However, due to her maternal instincts, she did not dare to use a large dose. Little did she realize that this decision indirectly led to Li Hua's demise. Because the dosage was small, Li Hua awakened during her father's heinous act. To her shock and fury, she discovered that her biological father had violated her. In a panic, she cried out for her mother. Lu Chui, who had been alerted by the noise, rushed in only to be met with her daughter's desperate pleas. However, in a moment of panic, Lu Chui quickly covered her daughter's head with a nearby blanket to stifle her cries. Fearing the neighbors would hear that Li Hua, incredulous and frantic, struggled violently, her body consumed by terror. Gradually, her resistance ceased, leading Lu Chui to believe she had finally submitted. Breathing a sigh of relief, she prepared to uncover the blanket. Yet upon lifting it, she found Li Hua motionless on the bed. Both women were taken aback. Exchanging a stunned glance, Li Taiju cautiously placed his hand beneath Li Hua's nose. After a prolonged moment, he trembled as he withdrew his hand, looking at Lu Chui and uttering, "She is dead." Only after confirming Li Hua's lifeless state did they, in fear of exposure, transport her body to the mountains under the cover of night. Wronged in death, her spirit could not find rest, and her resentment transformed her into a vengeful ghost. Thus, she sought retribution against Li Taiju and Lu Chui. Is it not absurd that I, due to their greed, met a tragic end, while they continue to live unperturbed in this world? A life for a life. Is it wrong for me to seek their lives? Li Hua's plight left me astounded. In my 18 years, aside from the betrayal by Lu Ling, I had never encountered such a terrifying aspect of human nature. Li Hua was their own flesh and blood. How could they commit such an atrocity? The more I pondered, the angrier I became. Glancing at the man beside me, who was still raving madly, I could no longer contain my fury and marched over to him, delivering a fierce kick to a sensitive area. Perhaps the sudden pain jolted him back to a semblance of sanity, for he howled in agony. The my actions evidently startled Li Hua. Her gaze toward me shifted, tinged with a strange intensity. Yet in my fury, I had also drawn the ire of another man in the room. Chapter 27. The transformation of Li Hua. I do not deny the truth of your words. But this is ultimately not a place for you. There is a distinction between the living and the dead. As a ghost, you disrupt the lives of mortals. You must understand the consequences should you be captured. If I can fulfill my vengeance, what does it matter if I am reduced to ashes? But before my death, they must receive their due retribution. As she spoke, her emotions surged once more, enveloped in a swirling darkness, her eyes rolling back. Watching Lu Xiao and Li Hua locked in a standoff, I felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Unsure of how to intervene, that on one hand, I found merit in Lu Xiao's words, while on the other, Li Hua's plight was profoundly heart-wrenching. Observing the man beside me still howling in agony, I approached him from behind, grasping his collar and dragging him towards Lu Xiao. His incessant wailing incited my frustration, prompting me to deliver a swift kick to his back, demanding, "Kneel and apologize." My strike sent him crashing to the ground. Trembling uncontrollably, that I crouched beside him, gripping his collar tightly, my expression fierce as I commanded, "Bow and apologize to her." Perhaps my earlier kick had indeed instilled a sense of fear in him, or perhaps he realized that only Lu Xiao and I could ensure his safety. For he began to bow his head towards the woman, Dehuar. "I am sorry. Please forgive me, that if you let me go, I promise to burn paper money for you every month, that I beg you spare me. I never intended to cause your death." "I'm already dead. What use is your apology? Can it bring me back to life? Can it erase the sins you have committed? Only when you are dead will this matter be settled. A life for a life. How fair. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Let us resolve this matter quickly." Lu Xiao remarked nonchalantly, adjusting his sleeve. "It seems today will end with either your demise or mine. Spare us the pleasantries, and let us act." Neither was willing to yield, yet I knew Li Hua stood no chance against Lu Xiao. As the tension escalated between them, I hastily interjected, "No, you are mistaken. It is not a life for a life, but 2 lives for one." My words clearly captured Li Hua's attention, and seeing her momentary shock, I quickly elaborated, "You are a ghost, and the ghost realm has its own laws. While he is a human bound by the laws of the mortal world that he accidentally took your life, he will face legal consequences. However, should you choose to kill him as a ghost, you too will meet a grim fate. Do not forget, you still have the chance of reincarnation. You cannot sacrifice 2 lifetimes for a wretch like him. Is it truly worth it?" Indeed, my words seemed to resonate, as her expression began to soften. Sensing she needed time to process, I tugged gently at Lu Xiao's sleeve. Noticing my gesture, Lu Xiao sighed and regarded me with a tone tinged with resignation. "All right, I understand." With his assurance, I finally felt a sense of relief. Just as I contemplated my next words, I was taken aback to see 2 streams of tears cascading down the face of Lu Chui, possessed by Li Hu. At my heart raced, uncertain of what had transpired. Before I could speak, the female ghost knelt before me. "What are you doing?" I asked, perplexed. Even if my words had swayed her, there was no need for such submission. "Miss, you are correct. I cannot waste my 2 lives on this beast. I will heed your advice and seek reincarnation, but before I depart, may I ask one favor?" "What is it?" "Speak freely. I will do my utmost to fulfill it." As soon as I finished speaking, Lu Xiao shot me a glance that conveyed a clear message. "Do not take on more than you should." However, as a woman, I could not stand idly by while witnessing such suffering. "I implore you, once I am gone, ensure that these 2 murderers face the punishment they deserve. Rest assured, while they may evade death, they cannot escape the law. Charges of rape and murder, either of which could land them in prison for many years." "Thank you, miss. Please accept this bow from Li Hua." With that, Li Hua clasped her hands, raising them above her head, bowing solemnly to me. Unable to refuse her heartfelt gesture, I gently turned aside to avoid the bow. Compared to her suffering, I had merely spoken a few words and done what was necessary, unworthy of such reverence. Subsequently, Li Hua bowed again towards Lu Xiao and lifted her head, saying, "Sir, please assist this young lady in guiding me to reincarnation." I was left baffled by her words, casting a questioning glance at Lu Xiao. Responding to my gaze, Lu Xiao beckoned me over and I approached him, still puzzled, when he unexpectedly handed me a blank talisman. "This is a rebirth talisman. I have taught you how to use it. Write it yourself, and remember to mix a drop of your blood with the cinnabar while writing." Although I was unsure of its purpose, I complied with Lu Xiao's instructions. Once I completed the task, Lu Xiao performed a spell, and Li Hua's spirit detached from the woman's body. Observing the additional ghost in the room, I recognized it was indeed Li Hua. At that moment, I finally glimpsed her true visage, a delicate face framed by almond-shaped eyes, pure and innocent. She wore the same tattered clothing from her death, yet it did not diminish her beauty. Alas, if only she were still alive. Before I could sigh, Lu Xiao commanded, "Place the talisman on her forehead." After I affixed the talisman, Lu Xiao stepped behind me, his hand resting on my back, sending a wave of warmth coursing through me. "Prick your finger and form the seal, as I previously taught you." Was this the process for sending her to reincarnation? Yes, more or less. However, she must first report to the underworld. Will she be able to reincarnate smoothly? Yes, she merely frightened Li Taizhu and Lu Chui without inflicting any real harm. What should I do next? Once I was assured of Li Hua's smooth reincarnation, my worries dissipated. Recite after me. Supreme Edict, deliver the lonely soul, spirits of all kinds, beneficence to the four lives, those who died in light and dark, wronged and unjustly deceased. Step forth and transcend, swiftly achieve rebirth. As I spoke, Li Hua's spirit began to radiate a soft white light. Chapter 28. The fate of Li Tai Zhu. As I watched her form gradually fade, I called out, "Rest assured, Li Hua, I will help locate your remains. Once found, I will lay you to rest at her final moments." I caught a glimpse of her mouthing the words, "Thank you." My heart swelled with emotion. Li Hua was so innocent, so trusting. Did she not fear that my assurances were mere platitudes to expedite her departure? Did she not worry that I might fail to uphold my promise to ensure Li Taizhu and Lu Chui faced justice? Reflecting on all this, I finally understood why she was so easily swayed by my words. It was the last flicker of kindness lingering within her. In that instant, I felt genuine sorrow for her, tears streaming down my face once more. Noticing my tears, Lu Xiao, standing beside me, asked awkwardly, "Why are you suddenly crying?" In the next life, Li Hua will have a better outcome. Right. Sighing with a hint of helplessness, Lu Xiao replied, "To be honest, I do not know, but you have done all that you could. There is no need for guilt, for you are not a savior. It is impossible to grant everyone a perfect ending. You know that's not what I meant." I pouted, feeling aggrieved by Lu Xiao's misinterpretation. "All right, and then I understand what you wish to convey, but let me tell you, if you choose this path, the challenges you face may be tenfold or even 100-fold compared to Li Hua's. I understand." Though I recognized the truth in Lu Xiao's words, a sense of disappointment lingered in my heart. Do not be disheartened. Li Hua is indeed grateful to you. She has given you a token of thanks. What do you mean? Do you not recall her request for me to assist you in guiding her to reincarnation? I was still puzzled by her words that in our line of work, there is a custom. Successfully guiding a soul to the afterlife earns you merit, the amount of which varies depending on the circumstances. Like the wronged soul of Li Hua, you have helped her resolve her regrets and encouraged her to embrace reincarnation. For you, this is indeed a significant act of virtue. Did I guess it true? What can such virtue be used for? Lu Xiao gently tapped my head with his finger before explaining, "Just as your grandmother helps the world and saves lives. After successfully sending Li Hua away, I, with Lu Xiao's assistance, managed to locate her remains. However, due to the passage of time, her body had been devoured by some wild beast, leaving only a skeleton behind. Subsequently, I brought Li Hua's remains to the village chief of Shirlan village and explained the crimes of Li Taizhu and Lu Chui. Upon hearing my account, the village chief was evidently shocked. He probably hadn't anticipated that Li Taizhu and Lu Chui could commit such inhumane acts. Moved by Li Hua's plight, he immediately agreed to accompany me to the police station to report the incident. With the village chief's support, I felt much more at ease that I subtly hinted at my identity, and the village chief, worthy of his position, quickly grasped my meaning. "Rest assured, I will not divulge your identity to the police in the slightest." "Thank you, village chief." With the village chief's assistance, the police swiftly opened a case. When apprehending the suspects, Li Taizhu was still frantically pleading his innocence, claiming he had not killed anyone. However, with just a slight application of Lu Xiao's magic, Li Taizhu, before everyone, confessed his misdeeds in full. With both witnesses and evidence in hand, there was no room for further denial. The police promptly took him away. Before he left, I requested the village chief to retrieve Li Hua's remains, for I had promised her a proper burial. Given that Li Taizhu had confessed to his crimes, Li Hua's remains were essentially rendered unnecessary as evidence. Thus, the police carefully returned her body to me. After bringing Li Hua's remains back, I erected a grave for her on a picturesque hill. Rest easy, Li Taizhu and Lu Chui have been apprehended, and with a little help from Lu Xiao, I managed to secure them both life imprisonment. They should never see the light of day again. Your life was filled with suffering, but in your next life, may you lead a beautiful existence. With that, I poured a bottle of water over her grave. From this day forth, let the breathtaking scenery accompany that innocent girl that I rose to my feet. and not far away was Lu Xiao's figure. I had initially thought he intended to harm me. When did I begin to trust him wholeheartedly? I shook off those unrealistic thoughts and strode towards Lu Xiao. As I approached, he possessively pulled me into his embrace. This time I'll let it slide, but don't treat other spirits better than me in the future, understand? I couldn't help but chuckle at his jealous demeanor and coaxed him. I got it. But you must promise. I promise, from now on, I will only be kind to Lu Xiao. Now that's more like it. Having soothed the jealous king, we finally began our return. Our first stop was at Hu Lingyun's place. With Lu Xiao as a natural teleportation anchor, distance and time were no longer obstacles. Upon our arrival, Hu Lingyun was evidently surprised. Have you finished the task? Yes, it appears you both completed it quite smoothly. Well, it was mostly in Anne's contribution. 'Tis to say, I hadn't noticed your little wife had such talent. It seems she was born for this line of work. Perhaps Hu Lingyun's remark about little wife delighted Lu Xiao. For a smile graced his lips, that I in that case. I happen to have a tricky matter that needs your assistance. With that, Hu Lingyun retrieved a note from his sleeve, this time handing it directly to me instead of Lu Xiao. I took the note, and upon seeing the address, I finally understood what Hu Lingyun meant by assistance. Chapter 29. I regret it now. Lu Xiao first took me back home to ensure my father was all right. And after confirming everything was fine, I intended to bid them farewell and return to school that I had already delayed my studies too long due to my father's situation. However, upon arriving at school, I found no sign of Lu Ling. After inquiring with my roommates, I learned that a significant incident had occurred at school, one that had some connection to me. Lu Ling had gone missing. Following her disappearance, the school had notified her family. However, upon their arrival, instead of searching for Lu Ling, her family confronted the school. They blamed the school entirely, insisting that Lu Ling had simply vanished within its premises. Faced with their accusations, the school released surveillance footage. The last image of Lu Ling showed her exiting the school gate with me, never to return. Consequently, I became the primary suspect in Lu Ling's disappearance. The information relayed by my roommate was overwhelming, leaving me somewhat dazed that I could hardly believe I had transitioned from a victim in Lu Ling's case to a suspect. Just as I was processing the shocking revelation, there was a knock at the dormitory door. Upon opening it, I was greeted by two police officers. They presented their badges, explained their purpose, and informed me they were taking me in for questioning. I realized then that they had already identified me as a suspect, but due to my father's situation, I had been unable to remain at school. Now that I had returned, they were here to take me back for interrogation. With no other option, I complied, hoping to clear my name to the police station. They took my statement that I recounted the events in detail, deliberately omitting any mention of Lu Xiao and the Huang family. Ridiculous! In a place filled with staunch materialists, discussing idealism would surely have me labeled a lunatic. Through my dialogue with the officers, I learned that since the school had reported the incident, they had thoroughly investigated my and Lu Ling's whereabouts on the day of her disappearance. They confirmed my account, and, seeing my good attitude, their demeanor towards me softened. From their conversation, I discovered that the day Lu Ling and I visited the Western restaurant, the moment she drugged me had been captured on surveillance. After I was rendered unconscious, the last footage showed Lu Ling supporting me as we exited the restaurant. After leaving, there was no direct surveillance indicating where we went, leaving Lu Ling's whereabouts a mystery. The police also checked Lu Ling's accounts and found several large deposits made shortly after the incident. Because of her drugging me, Lu Ling had now transitioned from victim to suspect. Hearing this news, I couldn't feel happy. The fact that I was here unharmed indicated that Lu Ling had not harmed me after taking me away. But how would I explain my safety if questioned? Sure enough, the police soon inquired about this that I was frantically brainstorming responses, trying to explain my current well-being without exposing Lu Xiao. Just as I was about to speak, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and a police officer with 2 stripes and 3 stars on his epaulets entered. The officers who had been questioning me stood up, their expressions respectful, as they greeted him, and he nodded slightly to them and instructed, "Release her. This matter has nothing to do with her." Yes, with that he walked out. Did I, along with the officer taking my statement, exchanged puzzled looks, but despite our confusion, they ultimately complied with his orders and released me. Following the officer, I pondered the reason behind this sudden turn of events. That as we reached the door, the officer said to me, "Yunin, you may leave for now, till we might summon you again if needed. So I hope you will cooperate then." All right, I will cooperate. Thank you, officer. My politeness evidently won his favor as he smiled back at me. Your family is waiting for you over there. Hurry back. Family? I was puzzled. My family lived far away while I was studying here. Who could he possibly mean? Following his gaze, I saw Lu Xiao, dressed in modern attire, waiting under a street lamp. An indescribable feeling welled up within me. I quickly bid farewell to the officer and rushed towards Lu Xiao. Upon seeing me, he opened his arms and embraced me tightly. Did they bully you? I shook my head vigorously in response. No. What are you thinking? This is the most lawful place in our country. Such abuses don't happen here. Lu Xiao smiled tenderly and gently patted my head. I looked up at him and asked my burning question. Did you save me? What do you think? Apart from you, I can think of no one else. Well, then let us return home together. But I have yet to request leave from my instructor. I've already taken care of that for you. No way. How did you manage to do that? I told her I am your fiancé, betrothed to you since childhood. She believed you. She immediately called your parents and confirmed my identity with them. So, can you now accompany me? My fiancé, As Lu Xiao spoke, he suddenly drew close, his warm breath brushing against my face, causing my entire body to tense up that I instinctively pushed him away, feeling somewhat awkward. We are in public. Do not act inappropriately. So, can we go home then? Just as I was about to refuse, Lu Xiao effortlessly swept me off my feet. You forgot you promised me. To prevent myself from falling, I quickly wrapped my arms around his neck, gasping softly in his embrace that I asked that so. Then I shall rescind my promise now. A wave of affection surged like a tide, fierce and fervent, overwhelming even the gentle moonlight that could no longer lift its head in shyness. Chapter 30. The Troubles of a Wealthy Woman. Due to the incident involving Lu Ling, I became one of the suspects. Concerned that I might take it too hard, the teacher kindly granted me a few days off to rest. During this brief respite, Lu Xiao took me to another location. Since it was in the same city, we found it with relative ease. However, gaining entry proved somewhat challenging, as this was a wealthy area with stringent security measures. Lu Xiao and I were naturally stopped outside, that I rummaged through the address Hu Lingyun had given me and borrowed the landline from the security guard to dial the number listed. Finally making contact with the concerned party. Upon learning we were sent by a renowned expert to assist, their attitude immediately shifted, and they promised to send someone down to meet us. Soon, a few individuals emerged from within. Having exchanged hushed words with the security guard, the guard promptly opened the gate, respectfully ushering us inside. As I marveled at the adage that money can make even ghosts do work, I pondered what matter awaited us. Inside were individual villas, and the group led us to one of them. Before long, we met the lady of the villa. She greeted us with remarkable warmth. Notably, her exuberance was directed primarily at Lu Xiao. Observing her charming demeanor towards him stirred a sense of displeasure within me. Hence, I coldly interjected, "Madam, we did not come here for idle pleasantries. Time is of the essence, so please detail your situation at once." After all, prolonged delays could lead to unforeseen consequences. Perhaps sensing my discontent, she cautiously gauged Lu Xiao's expression. Upon realizing he showed no interest in her words, she began to recount her tale. Initially, I presumed her issue to be one of emotional indebtedness. However, it turned out she had summoned us to exorcise a spirit. The lady preferred to remain anonymous, instructing us to call her Miss Han. According to her, this villa was a costly purchase, but upon moving in, she discovered its peculiarities that at first, she felt merely a sense of suffocation at night, as if unable to breathe. She assumed it was a sign of illness. Yet by morning, the sensation vanished without a trace. At first, she dismissed it, attributing it to fatigue from the day. However, half a month ago, while rising for a midnight drink, she sensed something amiss within the house. Given the villa's vastness, she was usually alone apart from the cleaning staff. One night, while drinking water, she heard the unmistakable sound of high heels clicking on the floor above. Initially, she thought nothing of it, believing it to be an overzealous maid making too much noise while cleaning. The following day, she summoned all the maids and sternly instructed them not to clean during the witching hours. She believed the matter would end there, but that very night, the sound of high heels returned. Frustrated, she questioned why they would disregard her warning and clean at such an hour. Clad in her nightwear, she ascended the stairs, intent on discovering which maid was defying her. Yet, just as she reached the staircase, she was confronted with a spine-chilling revelation. There was no one in the hallway. At that moment, A chill ran down her spine, prompting her to flee downstairs, and no sooner had she caught her breath than the sound of high heels echoed once more from above. Now, she genuinely sensed something was amiss, especially considering her recent health issues. She became convinced that the house was haunted. The following day, she contacted a renowned master to address the problem. Given the substantial fee, she paid. The master arrived promptly and dealt with the issue efficiently. For several days afterward, she indeed heard no more strange noises. However, it wasn't long before the unsettling sounds returned, accompanied this time by the jarring sound of nails scraping against the floor. Realizing the gravity of her situation, she refrained from staying overnight in the villa for several consecutive days. Through a friend's introduction, she learned of a place that specialized in handling such matters, which led to our involvement. From her account, I gathered that a spirit was indeed haunting the premises. Yet, for reasons unknown, this spirit seemed intent only on creating disturbances to frighten others, without causing any tangible harm. After the lady departed, I posed my queries to Lu Xiao. Why not wait until nightfall and inquire directly with her? If you choose not to speak, so be it. Did you not think I failed to notice how that woman was casting flirtatious glances your way? How could I not see? To be honest, I did not even register what that woman looked like. My attention was solely on you. You are too thin. You need to eat well from now on. As he spoke, Lu Xiao's hands began to wander. I swatted away his hand resting on my waist and coldly retorted, "What good is being so handsome if it only makes others long for you?" All right, my little ancestor, I concede. Next time I go out, I will certainly cover my head in advance. That is unnecessary, by the way. Do you have any talisman paper left? I would like to put some up here first. Yes, but it should not be needed today. Thus, I awaited the night once more, filled with questions. The lady thoughtfully arranged for us to have 2 rooms ready. Yet, one individual stubbornly insisted on sharing a bed with me. Watching his mischievous hands, I felt increasingly exasperated. Just as he attempted to escalate matters further, the sound of high heels, as the lady had described, rang out from above, accompanied by the sharp, piercing sound of nails scraping the floor. "It is here," I silently mouthed to Lu Xiao. He rose from beside me, his expression darkening. Noticing his face gradually turning pale, I gently traced my finger across his palm. Slowly, color returned to his cheeks. Hand in hand, we cautiously ascended the stairs. The sound of heels continued to echo, yet the hallway remained eerily empty. Lu Xiao's hand swept past me, and the next moment, a girl in a red dress with long hair appeared in the vacant corridor. Chapter 31. The timeless tactics of the heart. Perhaps sensing our gaze, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes, and she attempted to flee. However, Lu Xiao did not grant her that opportunity. He swiftly produced a talisman and hurled it toward the ghostly figure. The spirit was indeed repelled, her eyes flashing with alarm. "You can see me. Since you can see me, you should know I mean no harm. Therefore, you cannot lay a hand on me," observing her cautious demeanor. I mused that this ghost appeared more innocent than even Li Hua, that I squeezed Lu Xiao's hand to signal him to remain calm. After receiving his nod of understanding, I began to converse with the apparition. "What is your name, and why do you haunt this place?" It seemed that my lack of malice put her at ease, for she cautiously glanced at Lu Xiao before responding that my name is Meng Qianlan. The original owner of this house. 3 years ago, I was deceived and hanged myself in this very villa. Bound by resentment, my soul remains trapped here, unable to disperse. So, you deliberately create disturbances to frighten the current owner of this house. Truth be told, I do this solely to save her. What do you mean by that? You disturb her rest at night, yet you claim it is to save her. Dear young lady, you may be unaware that the current mistress of this residence has likely not revealed the full truth to you. What does it mean? In reality, neither she nor I are the true owners of this house. The actual proprietor is someone else. His name is Xiong Heshu, a renowned real estate magnate in the area. Both that woman and I are merely his mistresses. The weight of her words left me in a state of shock for quite a while. 3 years ago, I was merely a sales clerk at a luxury goods store. And by chance, I encountered him, that he then pursued me fervently. Initially, I felt the disparity between us was too great and paid little heed to him. However, he began visiting my store daily to purchase items. He claimed that meeting me was akin to discovering his true love. He had been with many women, yet he had never encountered one as innocent as I, who was not motivated by his wealth. Other women, upon learning of his status, sought to gain advantages from him. But I was different. At this point, a hint of nostalgia flickered in her expression that I was taken aback, thinking I must have been imagining it. Gradually, I succumbed to his relentless advances, and we swiftly fell into the throes of love. Tio demonstrated sincerity. He transferred the ownership of this villa into my name. His actions led me to genuinely believe that I held a unique place in his heart. To facilitate our time together, he urged me to resign from my job, assuring me that he would take care of me from then on. In the beginning, he frequently visited the villa to keep me company. For him, I began honing my culinary skills, attempting to prepare meals for him, which brought him joy each time he tasted my creations. That I believed our lives would continue in this manner, until one fateful day. I impulsively broached the topic of marriage with him. That moment, a look of panic crossed his face as he questioned why I suddenly wished to discuss marriage. I inquired whether he did not desire a child that belonged solely to the two of us. His demeanor changed instantly, and he admonished me not to dream, declaring he would never have children in this lifetime. He further remarked that he had thought I was different from the other women, only to discover I was like them, attempting to use a child as leverage against him. With that, he stormed off in anger that I realized he had misinterpreted my intentions, so I waited for him to return at the villa. Alone, I waited and hoped to tell him that it was fine if he did not want children. However, after that day, he never returned. It was then that I discovered how little I truly understood about him. Though he did not come to see me, I clung to a shred of hope. Little did I anticipate that instead of him, another woman would arrive. This woman claimed to be his wife, informing me that the house was not actually in my name and that the property certificate was merely a fabricated document designed by Xiong to gain my trust. She further revealed that his absence was due to his pursuit of other women, employing the same tactics with each, initially deceiving them with a false property certificate to win their trust before gradually ensnaring their affections. That I was but the most insignificant of his many lovers. Upon hearing her words, my heart turned to in a fit of despair. I chose to end my life within this villa. It was only when a new mistress moved into the house that I feared she might be deceived by Xiong sweet words. Just as I had been, thus, I sought to create some commotion to draw her attention. Yet, unexpectedly, that woman retaliated against me, and out of fear, I refrained from venturing outside for several days. Had I known she had summoned you, I would have certainly chosen to remain hidden. Listening to her narrative, I felt a tumult of complex emotions surge within me. Was I not another Meng Qianlong entangled with Xiong? Though Meng Qianlong and Xiong were worlds apart in status, how different was my situation with Lu Xiao? At that moment, I was gripped by a sense of dread, fearing Lu Xiao might become the next Xiong, while I would be the next Meng Qianlong. Over these past months, Lu Xiao has assisted me immensely, fostering an intense sense of dependence within me. That I suddenly pondered what would happen if Lu Xiao were to vanish one day. That my distraction evidently caught Lu Xiao's attention. Fool, what are you thinking? His gentle voice pulled me back to reality. That I smiled at him and said, nothing. However, Lu Xiao clearly did not believe my words, and fearing he might glimpse my true thoughts, I hastily shifted the topic. That I looked at Meng Qianlong and asked, so, did you do all of this merely to alert the mistress of this house? I do not wish for another foolish girl like me to be deceived by Xiong flattery. I then posed a question. Do you hate Xiong? Do not blame me for asking, but I did not sense much emotional turbulence in your words just now. Not even hatred. Hate? She replied, her eyes vacant as she shook her head. I loved him, hence I hated him. Now that so much time has passed, I am indifferent. I am but a wandering spirit. These are merely remnants of my past life, since that is the case. You must understand the purpose of my visit, correct? Did you choose to depart, or shall I assist you? Are you here to guide me into reincarnation? To be honest, I have grown weary of this world. However, may I ask a favor before I depart? Speak. Could you arrange for me to meet Xiong? I have matters I wish to inquire of him directly. That can be arranged, but everything must proceed according to my instructions. Upon hearing my acquiescence to her request, a noticeable thrill flickered across Meng Qianlong's face. Reflecting on her final wish to see Xiong once more, I could not help but feel a pang of pity for her. To prevent any unforeseen complications, I instructed Lu Xiao to temporarily seal her away. A gentle reminder: romantic infatuation is ill-advised. Chapter 32. A man's affections are the most unreliable of all things in this world. The following day, I had someone contact the mistress of the house, informing her that the room had been thoroughly cleaned. Additionally, I had uncovered something rather significant that I needed to relay upon her return. The mistress returned promptly, her face alight with excitement upon seeing the two of us. After much deliberation, I decided to disclose Meng Qianlon's thoughts to her, for the very reason Meng Qianlon had created such a stir was to unveil Xiong Hushu's true nature. Yet, to my astonishment, after hearing my account, her expression remained utterly impassive. I initially assumed she did not believe my words, and just as I was about to elaborate, she interrupted me. "Master, I am fully aware of what you have shared. I also know that I am one of Xiong Hushu's mistresses, but so what? He desires my body, while I seek his wealth. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, and neither of us owes the other anything." I was taken aback by this revelation that I glanced at Lu Xiao beside me, yet his expression remained unchanged, as though this entire situation were of no concern to him, that I had no choice but to divert my gaze from him. Faced with her candidness, I hesitated to speak. "So you have always been a willing participant, and there is no deception involved?" She smiled seductively. "Of course. From the very beginning, I had no intention of pursuing romance with him. After all, a person of my status engaging romantically with a wealthy man is somewhat presumptuous." With that, she cast me a hesitant glance. "What is it?" I inquired. "Master, the reason I shared this with you is that your reminders indicated you meant well. However, you must not disclose these words to anyone outside our circle, especially not to Xiong Hushu. Rest assured, I shall keep your confidence. That is good to hear. However, I must say, the Meng Qianlon you mentioned was indeed rather foolish. A man's affections are the most unreliable of all things in this world, especially those of a wealthy man. What makes you think he would be content with merely one woman? Nevertheless, if you ever meet that Meng Qianlon, please extend my gratitude to her." Her words indeed left me profoundly shaken, lingering in my mind until she bid us farewell, leaving me somewhat at a loss for comprehension. That Tio speak candidly, I hold a certain admiration for her character. A person who possesses such clarity of mind in this world is truly one of a kind. Under Lu Zhao's guidance, we swiftly pinpointed the location of Xiong Hexu. That moment, he was at home, celebrating his child's birthday with his wife. Witnessing this scene, I couldn't help but furrow my brow in deep concern. That it became apparent that Xiong Hushu's declaration to Meng Qianlon about not having children with her was solely directed at her. In that instant, I felt a profound sense of injustice for Meng Qianlon. Fearing that she would be saddened by this revelation, I arranged for her to meet Xiong Hushu 2 days hence. I had gleaned from the mistress's words that Xiong Hushu never spent the night with any woman on the 15th of each month, and 2 days later would indeed be the 15th. During this time, Meng Qianlon confided in me that she had overheard my conversation with that woman. She expressed envy towards the woman's nonchalance, lamenting that if only she could have been as open-minded as that woman at the time. But alas, there are no what-ifs in life. What has transpired has occurred. All of it is a result of my own foolishness for not recognizing Xiong Hushu's true nature sooner. That I empathized with her plight, yet found myself at a loss for words to comfort her, merely assuring her that I would ensure Xiong Hushu received a fitting lesson. The time for our meeting soon arrived, and Lu Xiao escorted us to Xiong Hushu as private residence. Once there, she released Meng Qianlon. Upon emerging, Meng Qianlon exchanged a glance with me before darting towards the interior of the house. She intended to frighten Xiong Hushu, first extinguishing the lights within, followed by conjuring a chilling wind that rattled the windows ominously. Xiong Hushu, seasoned in facing such situations, remained unperturbed. He calmly retrieved a talisman from his pocket and hung around his neck. The talisman proved effective, for it rendered Meng Qianlon unable to approach him. What to do? I turned to Lu Xiao beside me, who appeared equally taken aback by the presence of an adept behind Xiong Hushu. "Stay calm. I am here," Lu Xiao declared, channeling her energy into Meng Qianlon's being. Soon, Meng Qianlon was free from the talisman's restraint. She effortlessly positioned herself behind Xiong Hushu and unleashed a ghostly breeze towards his neck. "Who?" Xiong Hushu spun around, clutching the talisman tightly in his hand. Rather than rushing to respond, Meng Qianlon chose to create eerie sound around him, teasing his frayed nerves. That it wasn't too long before Xiong Hushu crumbled under the pressure, and he sank despondently to the floor, pleading into the empty air, "I don't know which esteemed being I have offended. Please forgive me." If you need money, just let me know, and I will send someone to deliver it. Please stop frightening me. Hush you. Have you truly forgotten me? Meng Qianlong inquired, her ghostly form gradually materializing within the room. Her presence evidently terrified Xiong Hushu, who stammered, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Hushu, take a good look at who I am." "Who are you? It seems you genuinely do not remember." "I am Meng Qianlong." "Meng Qianlong? But didn't you die? Why have you returned to find me? Besides, it was your choice to hang yourself, not my doing." A flicker of astonishment crossed Meng Qianlong's face. "Hushu, have you forgotten the promises you made? You said you would be with me for eternity. Now that I am gone, should you not join me in the afterlife? Then we could be together for all time." "No, I was only deceiving you to win your affection. I was blinded by desire. I beg you, spare me." "Ah, so you finally admit you deceived me. Yes, if you can forgive me. I will perform rituals for you, summon a master to guide you, and even provide a substantial sum to your parents that is, oh, you have always believed I was with you for your wealth. What else could it be? If it were not for money, why did you accept the house I gifted you? Even now, you refuse to reveal the truth." "What truth? The house has always been in your name. Hasn't it?" A glimmer of surprise flickered in Xiong Hushu's eyes as he blurted out, "How did you know?" Meng Qianlong let out a cold laugh. "Xiong Hushu, even if I was initially deceived and ensnared by your trap, I acknowledge my mistake. However, I believe that upon seeing me, you would at least say I'm sorry because you owe me that much. Yet, I did not anticipate your continued heartlessness." At that moment, Xiong Hushu seemed to awaken to reality. Bowing deeply towards Meng Qianlong as he pleaded, "Qianlong, I was wrong. I wronged you. I bow an apology. Please do not kill me." Meng Qianlong's expression turned icy. "Humph. It is too late. Xiong Hushu, you shall descend into hell with me." As she prepared to act, Lu Xiao swiftly intervened. With confusion, she glanced in our direction that I gestured for Lu Xiao to restrain her, expressing my frustration. "Did you not promise to follow my lead?" "I apologize. My dear, I was too impulsive that I thought that with time, my hatred for him would wane, perhaps even disappear. However, upon seeing his unrepentant demeanor, I found it increasingly difficult to maintain my composure that I raised my gaze to Lu Xiao. And upon receiving my glance, she gently ruffled my hair, saying, "Whatever decision you make, I will support you." Reassured by her words, I felt a sense of calm. Chapter 33. The Fate of Xiong Hushu in Truth. Punishing Xiong Hushu does not necessitate his death alone. Will you trust me? I will find a way to ensure he receives his due retribution. Provided you are willing to assist me, I would gladly serve you. Serving me is unnecessary. I merely wish to see you enter the cycle of reincarnation. Indeed, Meng Qianlong's situation was quite intricate. She had taken her own life, while Xiong Hushu merely played an indirect role in her demise. Even if this matter were to reach a courtroom, it would be impossible to place the entire blame on him. Thus, pursuing legal action was evidently futile. Yet, had it not been for Xiong Hushu's infidelity, Meng Qianlong might still be alive, perhaps even leading a beautiful life. At that moment, I regretted not having clarified matters before hastily accepting the case involving Hu Lingyun. However, to ensure Xiong Hushu faced complete punishment, it was imperative to address the root of his infidelity. The most direct method would be to bankrupt him, deprive him of his wealth. Let us see how he continues his reckless ways. Lu Xiao assisted me in uncovering several properties Xiong Hushu was attempting to sell that I instructed Meng Qianlong to haunt the properties, terrifying each prospective buyer. This tactic proved remarkably effective. Many who had initially intended to purchase were deterred by Meng Qianlong's haunting presence. In time, all the properties managed by Xiong Hushu became rumored to be haunted, that he recognized Meng Qianlong's hand in this mischief and sought assistance to rectify the situation. Yet those he enlisted proved utterly inadequate against Lu Xiao. The public remained indifferent to personal entanglements. They were aware only that the houses were haunted and deemed unlucky. Gradually, no one wished to purchase his properties, resulting in significant financial turmoil that in his desperation. He turned his thoughts to Meng Qianlong, yet she was resolute in her refusal to meet him again. After witnessing Xiong Hushu's disarray, Meng Qianlong proactively requested my assistance in facilitating her reincarnation. With Lu Xiao's help, I guided her into the cycle of rebirth, advising her to remain vigilant in her next life and to seek a worthy partner to whom she could truly entrust her heart. After bidding farewell to Meng Qianlan, this chapter of events drew to a close. However, before I could catch my breath, I was summoned by the police once more. The reason was simple. They had discovered Lu Ling's body. The officers informed me that her remains were found in the wilderness, having been ravaged beyond recognition by wild dogs and cats. Following standard procedure, the police conducted an inquiry, and upon confirming my status as a victim in Lu Ling's case, they prepared to release me from the station. As I approached the exit, I encountered a middle-aged man and woman. The woman clutched the sleeve of a nearby officer, her voice a relentless torrent. "Officer, my daughter is only 19. I paid for her to come here for her education, and now she has suddenly died. You must help me uncover the truth. The school, yes. The school must bear full responsibility. I entrusted my child to them, and they failed to care for her. They must compensate me. Compensation. And that girl who was seen with my daughter, she cannot escape blame either. She must pay us as well." As she uttered those words, her gaze was replete with calculation, utterly devoid of the sorrow one would expect from a mother mourning her daughter. I couldn't help but shake my head in disbelief at her deranged demeanor. To avoid any potential trouble, I instinctively concealed myself behind the officer escorting me out of the police station. However, just as I reached the doorway, a voice called out from behind me, laced with suspicion, "Halt!" I rolled my eyes in exasperation, pondering whether I should retaliate if that old crone decided to make a scene right then and there. Soon, the sounds of footsteps and chatter echoed behind me. "The more I look at you, the more you resemble the murderer of my daughter. Turn around and let me see your face." Suddenly, someone seized my left shoulder from behind. Instinctively, I reached out with my right hand, leveraging her grip to twist her arm and subdue her. "Ouch! Let go of me, you murderer!" cried the old woman. That I applied more pressure, pressing her down further. "Who are you cursing, old hag?" Again, her shrill voice pierced the air. "You old fool! What are you standing there for? Can't you see I'm being bullied?" Following her gaze, I raised my eyes to see a middle-aged man not far away. Upon her calling out, he seemed to awaken, brandishing an object as he charged towards me. With my hands already occupied restraining the old woman, I contemplated whether I could kick this old man away, that if not, I might be in for a beating. Regardless, I had to give it a try. Just as he approached, preparing to lift my foot, the old man suddenly dropped to his knees before me. My face registered confusion. What was this unexpected turn of events? "Officer, these two intended to harm my fiancée. Shouldn't they be charged with attempted assault?" It was only when Lu Zhao's voice rang out from behind that I understood why this old man was bowing to me upon our first encounter. Attempted assault. How did I harm her? You little brat, don't speak nonsense." Upon hearing the old woman insult Lu Zhao, I instinctively tightened my grip. "You little wretch, be gentler. Old hag, clean up your mouth. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind giving you a beating right here." "Nonsense. This is a police station. Do you have any respect for the law?" The officer's reprimand came timely, and while I seized the opportunity to release my hold, I remained vigilant that if she dared to strike again, I was confident I could take her down before she had the chance. Fortunately, the two officers beside me exuded a significant deterrent effect, preventing the old woman from acting against me. However, she clutched one of the officer's arms, exclaiming, "Officer, I did not misjudge. She is the murderer of my daughter." The officer she clung to clearly disagreed with her assertion, frowning as he replied, "Ma'am, we cannot definitively claim she is your daughter's murderer at this stage. Everything must be substantiated with evidence. Otherwise, you could be charged with defamation." "What? Charge me? On what grounds? She killed my daughter, and she still has the audacity to claim righteousness." As she spoke, she sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "Oh heavens, why won't you open your eyes? These wretches. Is there no law left? They killed my daughter and now want to accuse me. I can't go on living." Seeing their display, I felt no sympathy. Ultimately, their daughter was a product of their own negligence. They had refused to invest in her while she was alive, and now they sought to profit from her demise. Lu Xiao beside me wore an equally disgusted expression. "Ma'am, if you continue to cause a scene, we will not hesitate to detain you for disorderly conduct," the officer stated coldly. At the mention of detention, the old woman immediately ceased her crying, scrambling to her feet. "I haven't done anything wrong. You can't detain me." Lu Xiao pulled me into an embrace and addressed the officer. "Comrade officer, if there are no further matters, I will take my fiancée and leave." She is still young, and I fear she may have nightmares after witnessing such sordid affairs. Upon hearing Lu Zhao's words, the officer appeared momentarily taken aback, then regarded us with a peculiar expression before saying, "Very well. If needed, I will summon you again. You can't leave. If you go, who will compensate me?" The old woman's unreasonable outcry was met with indifference from everyone else in the room. Chapter 34. Lu Ling returns. The incident surrounding Lu Ling had stirred considerable commotion within the school, largely due to the efforts of her family. They unfurled banners and displayed wreaths at the school gate, attempting to compel the institution to compensate them. The school had initially been unwilling to offer a single penny, as the incident had occurred off campus, absolving them of any legal responsibility. However, considering the disruptive behavior of Lu Ling's family, the school ultimately reached a decision, the details of which remained undisclosed. It was only known that the day after Lu Ling's parents were summoned to the school, all the items they had placed at the entrance vanished, including the parents themselves. With no leads to follow, Lu Ling's case became an unsolved mystery, after the coroner conducted a thorough examination and found no clues. The police returned her body to her parents, adhering to the principle of a proper burial. Yet, I alone understood that Lu Ling's death was far from accidental. Once the matter regarding Lu Ling was settled, I returned to school. Upon re-entering the dormitory, I was struck by a sense of surrealism, as if ages had passed. However, this feeling was abruptly interrupted when I noticed the dark circles under the dorm head Li Li's eyes. "What happened to you in just a few days?" I inquired, astonished that Li Li's face bore unmistakable fatigue. And upon hearing my question, she hesitantly responded, "Anin, you're back. Has anything strange happened to you lately?" "Not at all." "Why the sudden inquiry?" I replied, puzzled. Upon hearing my response, she seemed relieved. "That's good. You should continue staying outside for the next few days. Don't come back here." "Why not?" A sense of foreboding washed over me. "No reason, just don't come back for the next few days." Lily raised her voice suddenly. Had it been in the past, I might have acquiesced to her request without question. However, times had changed. Seeing the look of concealment on her face, I decided to stand my ground. That I returned to my spot, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "That if you don't tell me, I'm not leaving today." Seeing my defiance, Lily appeared anxious. She approached me, poking my forehead with her finger. "Did I say, you little brat, when did you become so stubborn? I'm telling you to leave for your own good." I rubbed the spot where she had poked me. "You telling me to leave is hardly for my good. The recent occurrences around me have been quite bizarre. Believe me, even if you told me Lu Ling returned, I wouldn't doubt you." As soon as my words fell, Lily gasped. "How did you know?" Realizing she had let something slip, she quickly covered her mouth. Seeing her expression and actions, I knew I had guessed correctly. That my gaze turned cold as I asked, "Has she harmed you?" Lily shook her head vigorously. "She hasn't harmed us, but as you said, she has indeed returned." "Can you elaborate?" After all, Lu Ling had intentions to harm me when she was alive. Now that she is dead and back, I can't believe she has no ulterior motives. Knowing her intentions will help me guard against them. Lily looked hesitant, but Anin, "Are you sure? She is a ghost now. Seeking your life is as easy as eating. Then you best stay away for a while. It doesn't matter if she dares to come. I will confront her." Lily placed her hand on my forehead. Puzzled. "Odd. You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense?" I shrugged off her hand, assuring her, "I'm really fine. Even if something were to happen, I isn't Lu Xiao here." "Very well then, Yuanin. I've warned you. Be mindful of your life. Don't worry, if I do die, just burn more paper money for me during the holidays. That is easy enough to promise." Just as I finished speaking, Lily seemed to realize something, exclaiming, "Pfft, you little brat, what nonsense are you spouting?" After Lily had finished recounting everything to me, I cheerfully placed the bag of snacks I had brought back on her desk. "You can share it with the others later," I said. "Alas, perhaps it's better to wait. None of them are currently residing in the dormitory, including myself. Once I finish my tasks, I too must temporarily step out." "Is it related to Lu Ling's matter?" "Ever since that day Lu Ling returned, we have all felt too apprehensive to continue living here. Coincidentally, some senior sisters from school have gone out for internships. So, we decided to rent their vacant beds. You know, even if we were to speak of this, no one would believe us. I apologize for the inconvenience caused to you. Why do you still say sorry to us? If you can truly handle it, then please resolve it swiftly. We would like to return early. After all, Renting beds incurs quite a substantial expense, and the thought of it is truly painful. Rest assured, you can proceed with the rental. You shall cover the bed fees. Upon hearing my words, Lily let out a bemused laugh. All right, I've known your capabilities all along. She then added, I can't chat with you any longer. I must take my leave. Remember to heed my advice and refrain from returning to the dormitory for the next few days. To alleviate her concerns, I assured her, do not worry, I shall depart shortly. Seeing my compliance, Lily finally left with ease. However, I certainly could not simply leave as I claimed. The unresolved matters between Lu Ling and me had to be addressed at once during these past days. I had learned various ghost-catching techniques from Lu Xiao, and I was eager to test my newfound abilities that if it proved too challenging, I would summon Lu Xiao directly, according to Li Li's description. Lu Ling only returned at night, and each time she did, her gaze fixated intently on my bed. Upon discovering my absence, she would leave once more. Since she was seeking me, I deemed it necessary to wait until nightfall. I had meticulously adorned the room with talismans, leaving only the window unsealed, as Li Li had mentioned that on the night Lu Ling returned, the window had been the first to stir. As evening fell, the sky began to drizzle lightly. By nightfall, the rain intensified, occasionally accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Just past midnight, a sudden lightning strike illuminated the sky, and a chilling wind swept through the window, rendering the entire room cold and eerie that I feigned sleep under the covers, eager to discern Lu Ling's intentions. The window creaked ominously. I sensed Lu Ling had arrived, illuminated by the flashes of lightning outside. I barely opened my eyes to observe the window. Indeed, a silhouette appeared, methodically surveying each bed, finally locking her gaze onto the one I occupied. That I gently closed my eyes, acutely aware of the increasingly frigid air beside me. Lu Ling had undoubtedly discovered my presence. With my eyes closed, I could not discern her expression, yet I felt a pair of icy hands, devoid of warmth, gently rest upon my exposed arm. That I abruptly opened my eyes and grasped that frigid hand. I could sense her panic as she attempted to strike at me, but I would not grant her that opportunity. With my other hand, I swiftly affixed a talisman to Lu Ling's forehead. Lu Ling was rendered immobile, her resentful gaze appearing particularly terrifying in the pitch-black night. That a thunderclap echoed, illuminating the entire night as if it were daylight. Lu Ling's face, under the stark light, was vividly etched in my memory. A wave of nausea surged within me, and I was grateful that I had not dined earlier, for otherwise I might have vomited on the spot. Lu Ling's facial skin was nearly entirely decayed, marred by wounds inflicted by animals, with remnants of flesh clinging to her face, some parts visibly writhing. Upon closer inspection, I realized there was not a single intact piece of skin on her body. Suddenly, a hand gently covered my eyes. Recognizing the pleasant fragrance, I knew instantly who had arrived. Be good. Do not look, Lu Xiao's melodious voice whispered in my ear as I removed his hand. Rest assured, I can withstand this, I murmured before succumbing to the urge to vomit violently. Lu Xiao chuckled. Did I not instruct you not to look? You simply do not listen, do you? He lightly patted my backside, adding, next time you disobey, this shall be your punishment. What are you doing? There are others present. I huffed, puffing out my cheeks and glaring at him. Lu Xiao scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the immobilized Lu Ling. Does she even count as a person? Indeed, she hardly seemed human. Perhaps our exchange had provoked Lu Ling. With a furious roar, the talisman on her forehead fell away as soon as Lu Ling regained her freedom. She glared venomously at us. That I inwardly cursed my miscalculation. I had not anticipated Lu Ling's current capabilities and frantically contemplated my next move. How audacious of you to show your face here. Lu Xiao's arrogant voice rang out, his disdainful gaze directed at Lu Ling as he contemplated how to eliminate her without engaging directly. Lu Ling, however, appeared intimidated by Lu Xiao's formidable presence, daring not to advance further. Though her eyes remained filled with hatred directed at me, upon witnessing her demeanor, I could not contain my anger. Lu Ling, do you truly believe your death is solely my doing? Otherwise, what do you propose? Yuanin, had you died that day, would I have needed to perish? Lu Ling retorted with malice, her voice dripping with venom, both somber and hoarse. That I, in response to her accusations, I shook my head in resignation. Your demise is entirely of your own making. Allow me to take a guess. You conspired to hand me over to Huang Tsang for money, yet did not foresee that I would not only survive, but also turn the tables and kill him. Subsequently, his subordinates found and brutally murdered you. That am I correct? Given Lu Ling's facial skin was entirely decayed, I could not discern her expression at that moment. Thus, the culprits behind your death must be Huang Tsang's subordinates. If you seek vengeance, should you not pursue them instead? What merit is there in yelling at me, a mere ordinary person? Is it because you cannot confront them, so you take your grievances out on me? As if a light bulb had illuminated my mind, I covered my mouth in mock surprise, casting a derisive glance at Lu Ling. That my words evidently struck a nerve, prompting her to exclaim, Yuanin, you truly deserve to die. Deserve to die? Why don't you come and do something about it? I retorted mockingly from behind Lu Xiao. Lu Ling, clearly fearful of Lu Xiao's aura, hesitated to advance despite my taunts. Only able to respond with fury. Umph. Yuanin, you vile wretch, do you only dare to flaunt your strength while hiding behind a man? I could hardly contain my laughter at her words. Retorting, why should I not hide behind a man? If I do not, are you suggesting I should venture out and risk your wrath a second time? Furthermore, I intend not just to hide behind him, but to nestle in his embrace. To provoke Lu Ling further, I boldly approached Lu Xiao and nestled myself in his arms. Lu Xiao readily opened his arms to envelop me, his expression revealing his satisfaction with my forwardness. I rested my head on his shoulder, challengingly gazing at Lu Ling in the distance. If you have the ability, come at me. Lu Ling, seething with rage, gasped for breath, her eyes gleaming with envy and hatred. Yuanin, you will regret this. One day, I shall personally crush you, Lu Ling declared, her eyes betraying her simmering malice. Knowing she could not act against me tonight, she feigned a retreat. Lu Xiao, do not let her escape, I shouted urgently, rising from Lu Xiao's embrace. Fear not, she shan't escape. Just as Lu Ling approached the window, Lu Xiao swiftly thwarted her escape with a talisman, seeing her final chance for escape vanish. Lu Ling despondently sank to the ground, her eyes searing into me with resentment. Were glares capable of murder, I might have perished 1,000 times already. Lu Xiao pulled me back into his embrace, playfully toying with my hair, casually remarking, did you not just claim you would crush my lady? It was unclear what power lay behind Lu Xiao's seemingly casual words, but upon hearing them, Lu Ling began to tremble violently, as if shaken by a great fear. How foolish of me to speak without considering the consequences. Please, esteemed lord, forgive my insolence, Lu Ling stammered, her voice betraying her fear and jealousy. That if I recall correctly. Did you not just insult my lady? Lu Xiao posed, a smirk playing on his lips. It appears that tongue of yours is rather superfluous. Perhaps I should assist you in removing it. With a resounding thud, she bowed her head and pleaded, spare my life, celestial lord. I shall never again speak disrespectfully to the lady. She continued to knock her forehead against the ground, eliciting a pang of concern in my heart, fearing that her already battered visage would become utterly unrecognizable. Suddenly, her tone shifted. Although she still bowed, this time her words were directed at me. And please plead for my mercy before the celestial lord. Consider our past as roommates. You wouldn't desire for me to perish, would you? At that moment, I found myself admiring her audacity. Mimicking Lu Xiao, I scoffed, Lu Ling, you are quite the character. When you initially harmed me for money, did you ever contemplate our shared roof as roommates? Lu Ling resumed her fervent bowing, exclaiming, I did indeed wrong you, but look, you are alive and well, and behold my ghastly state. Could you truly bear to witness my demise once more? Lu Ling, you didn't just die once. Did wild dogs carry away your wits as well? Would I release you, leaving myself vulnerable? After uttering these words, my expression turned frigid. I had grown weary of further conversation with Lu Ling. Prolonging this would only invite unforeseen complications. Lu Xiao, you may act now, I instructed him. Lu Xiao, without even lifting his eyelids, raised a hand, and Lu Ling appeared to be levitated by an unseen force. She struggled wildly, her legs kicking in the air, hands grasping at her throat as if trying to remove something. With a slight flex of his hands, Lu Ling's legs kicked out, her eyes rolled back, and she ceased her struggles instantly. Lu Xiao retracted his hand, casting a disdainful glance at her, his brow furrowing as if contemplating whether to sever his hands. Fearing he might act rashly, I quickly grasped his hand and drew it into my embrace. Then spoke, "Thank you, Lu Xiao, that if you truly wish to thank me, let your actions speak," he replied. Embarrassed, I gently kissed his forehead, thinking that should suffice. Not enough. Lu Xiao, in a commanding manner, pulled me into his arms. One hand gripping my head and drawing me close that I swiftly halted him. "Stop it. There are others present." Acknowledging whom I referred to, Lu Xiao extended his other hand, and in an instant, Lu Ling's body vanished from the ground. With a grand gesture, the scenery before us shifted dramatically. Recognizing the place at once, panic surged within me as I attempted to flee. Lu Xiao grasped me, pinning me beneath him. "The lady has yet to repay her debt." "Where do you think you're running off to?" Caught in his trap, I sheepishly inquired, "Could we not consolidate our debts and settle them all at once in the future?" Lu Xiao regarded me, a smile playing on his lips that my heart leapt at his smile, but the next moment, he coldly declared no. My heart plummeted, but by the next morning, I was still bewildered as to how I ended up entangled with Lu Xiao once more. Observing the fresh bruises adorning my body, I inwardly lamented. Lu Xiao may appear as a serpent, but he is truly a dog at heart. Having dealt with Lu Ling's affair, I contacted Li Li, requesting her to gather everyone back to the dormitory. Although I returned to the dormitory, each morning I found myself inexplicably waking up in Lu Xiao's bed, when faced with my questioning gaze. Lu Xiao merely stated that he had grown accustomed to sleeping with me, even shamelessly suggesting that I move in with him, that I resolutely rejected his proposal. Yet somehow, I still awoke in his bed the following morning. One day, while shopping with Lu Xiao, he mentioned that the expenses incurred from our recent ghost hunting endeavors had been settled, and he inquired whether I wished to purchase a communication device. Realizing the practicality of having such a device for various matters, I agreed to accompany him to the mall. However, as I finished selecting a phone and prepared to leave, I encountered a familiar woman at the entrance. She approached us with evident excitement, her expression agitated. "Oh, master, I have finally found you." Feeling somewhat awkward, I replied, "Ms. Han, what a coincidence. Are you shopping here as well?" Indeed, this woman was none other than Ms. Han, the beloved of Xiong Heshu, now that Xiong Heshu had fallen from grace. Her fate could hardly be better, and I feared she might blame me entirely for her misfortunes. As this thought crossed my mind, I regarded her with newfound wariness. "Master, I have a pressing matter that requires your assistance." Upon hearing her words, I furrowed my brow. Since she knew my identity, her request for help was likely related to ghost hunting. However, whether to assist her remained uncertain, and I needed Lu Xiao's opinion. Perhaps sensing my hesitation, she quickly added, "Rest assured, master, if you agree to help, the rewards will be plentiful. I am well aware of such protocols." Turning to Lu Xiao for his input, I saw him nod slightly that I then turned back to Ms. Han, stating, "Very well, I accept." That a flicker of surprise crossed her face as she replied, "Thank you, master." I informed her that I needed to prepare and would call her in 2 days. She readily agreed and left in high spirits. Turning to Lu Xiao, I queried, "You don't think she's asking us to deal with Xiong Heshu, do you?" "I have no idea. What if she is?" I pressed on. "Then we can profit from both sides. As long as he can afford to pay." That I scrutinized him, surprised to discover his duality of nature. Noting the dangerous glint in his eyes, I immediately smiled and sidled up to him, ingratiatingly saying, "But I do quite fancy this side of you." Observing his demeanor soften, I exhaled in relief, only for him to utter a shocking declaration. "If you fancy it, you must demonstrate it through action. Tonight, you know what to do." Chapter 37. Ms. Han's request. I truly cannot fathom where Lu Xiao finds the energy to toy with people daily. The most perplexing part is that after each encounter, he appears rejuvenated, while I feel utterly drained. That I met Ms. Han again 2 days later, calling her with my newly acquired phone. She instructed us to meet her at the previous villa, promising to take us along. Thus, Lu Xiao and I found ourselves once more in the affluent district. As I observed Ms. Han approaching with grace, I felt a twinge of confusion. However, it was her personal matter, and I dared not pry. Yet, as if sensing my thoughts, she addressed me directly, "Master, you must be curious as to why, despite Xiong Heshu's downfall, I continue to reside here without a care." Caught off guard, I awkwardly responded, "That's your private affair. I shouldn't inquire." She, however, waved my concern aside. "Oh, it's no issue. In fact, I owe you my gratitude. Ever since you shared that information, I discreetly dispatched people to investigate the owner of this villa. It turned out, as Meng Xinlan had said, that the property does not belong to me." Angered as I was, I took advantage of Xiong Hushu's inebriation to employ a little trickery, transferring the villa entirely into my name. Subsequently, I heard of Xiong Hushu's downfall and suspected it was your doing. Surprised by her candidness, I asked, "You don't blame me? Blame you for what?" She retorted, "For causing Xiong Hushu's bankruptcy. After all, when he fell from grace." "You." Struggling to voice my thoughts, she interrupted, "Master, you've misjudged me. I'm elated. I've attained what I desired. Xiong Hushu is finished, and even if he discovers the truth about the villa, what can he do to me?" Hearing her words, I couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions, recalling the saying, "Birds of a feather flock together. When disaster strikes, they flee." Especially in Ms. Han's case, where there was no love lost, it seemed fitting that Xiong Hushu, a man of such fickle affections, faced his comeuppance, that Ms. Han kindly arranged for us to be driven. And it wasn't until we were in the car that I learned the purpose of her request for help. Ms. Han's full name was Han Shuzhen. She had a friend who had recently been experiencing an insatiable appetite, consuming copious amounts of food, yet always feeling hungry, and alarmingly, her weight continued to dwindle. After visiting the hospital for a series of examinations, it became apparent that aside from the accelerated aging of her organs, there was no other ailment afflicting her, that as she continued to lose weight. It became evident that a crisis was imminent. Suddenly, Ms. Han recalled us, prompting her to seek our assistance. Upon hearing her words, I felt a twinge of uncertainty, as the true nature of the situation could only be ascertained through investigation. The vehicle was not traveling slowly, and we soon arrived at our destination. Throughout the journey, Lu Xiao remained silent, seemingly in deep contemplation, leading me to believe he had fallen asleep. Just as I was about to call out to him, he unexpectedly opened his eyes. "That you're awake?" I inquired. "Yes, I heard what you said earlier, that let's go inside and assess the situation before making any decisions." All right. Under the guidance of Han Shuzhen, we entered the inner courtyard without hindrance. The appearance and furnishings of the courtyard suggested that this family was not lacking in wealth, that I was unsure of what Han Shuzhen had communicated to the servant, but the servant cast us a peculiar glance before setting down her tools. She then slightly bowed and said, "Please wait, I shall inform the master." After nodding in acknowledgement, she turned and departed. Once she was gone, I glanced at Han Shuzhen and asked with a forced smile, "Ms. Han, is this truly your friend's residence?" Realizing I had seen through her intentions, Han Shuzhen offered a sheepish smile. "Master, it seems nothing escapes your attention. This is indeed not my friend. She is a business associate of mine. I will explain further when we return. For now, could you please assist me?" She clasped her hands together in a gesture of urgency and implored me. That my expression hardened, and my tone grew sharp. "Ms. Han, if memory serves, this is your second attempt to deceive me. I ask this how you typically approach those from whom you seek favors. If you persist in this manner, there will be nothing left to discuss." Seeking assistance while attempting to obscure the truth. Did she truly believe I was so easygoing? I took Lu Xiao's hand, preparing to leave. Han Shuzhen quickly stepped in front of me, grasping my hand and pleading, "Master, I implore you to help. I did not intend to deceive you, that I can afford to offend this family, but the tea trees in my hometown cannot wait. The harvest season is upon us. And if this season's tea leaves do not sell, the hard work of the tea farmers will be in vain." That I narrowed my eyes, regarding her with suspicion. "Are you attempting to morally blackmail me?" Upon hearing my words, she appeared flustered. "Master, you misunderstand. That was not my intention." Just as I was about to ask what she meant, the servant approached us once more. She stood before us, bowing slightly, her demeanor respectful. "Guests, please follow me." I sighed softly, resolving that once this matter was concluded, I would avoid any dealings with someone like Han Shuzhen in the future. The servant led the way, and I took Lu Xiao's hand. Following her, noticing my gesture, Han Shuzhen visibly relaxed, likely fearing I would abandon her. Despite my irritation with her methods, I still needed to earn a living. I had not reached the point of viewing money as worthless. Under the servant's guidance, we entered the house. However, as soon as the grand villa's door swung open, a chilling aura enveloped us. Instinctively, I extended my arm to shield myself from the cold wind. Lu Xiao gently placed his palm on my back, dispelling the discomfort. That I cast a grateful glance in his direction, only to find his gaze fixated intently on a particular spot within the room. Following his line of sight, I was utterly astonished. In the center of the spacious living room stood a woman adorned in extravagant attire, her frail form exuding an unsettling aura of unhealthiness. Even with heavy makeup, the fatigue etched upon her face was unmistakable. Yet, even more shocking was the sight of a small boy, his body covered in dark bruises, perched upon her neck. The boy was leaning forward, his mouth positioned atop her head, incessantly siphoning her vitality. Chapter 38. The Revenge of the Doll. As if sensing our gaze, the boy looked up at us and suddenly broke into a wide grin, though the smile carried a distinctly eerie quality. I fought to suppress my discomfort and redirected my attention to Lu Xiao, who was narrowing his eyes dangerously at the apparition. The boy's smile vanished abruptly, as if he sensed the imminent threat, and he attempted to flee from the woman. That be why my command. Go. A talisman swiftly flew from Lu Xiao's hand, darting towards the boy with the swiftness of a sprinter. Soon, he found himself immobilized, his resentful eyes glaring at us, as if blaming us for interrupting his sinister endeavor. To us, the yellow talisman was firmly affixed to the boy's head, while to outsiders, it appeared as a glowing object hovering in midair. The lady of the house was clearly stunned by the unfolding scene, her earlier irritation forgotten as she recalled that the man had been observing her intently since we entered. Initially annoyed, she reconsidered upon realizing the man's decent appearance, suppressing the urge to dismiss him. Nonetheless, she couldn't shake the memory of the talisman, which had evidently been aimed at her, before inexplicably veering off course to hover just above the ground. Suddenly, her face drained of color, as if struck by a revelation. Panic laced her voice as she scolded the servant. "You clumsy fool! Why haven't you brought the guests over?" Upon hearing her words, I frowned slightly, but remained silent. The servant, clearly taken aback by the situation, scurried to our side, bowing respectfully and murmuring, "Please follow me." We were led to the side of the lady of the house. As soon as we settled, she turned to Lu Xiao, anxiety etched on her face. "Master, is there truly something sinister at play here?" I subtly positioned Lu Xiao behind me and inquired, "May I ask your name?" "My surname is Xie. Miss Xie, have you recently experienced excessive sleepiness, even during the day? Feeling as though a heavy weight presses upon your neck, making it difficult to lift your head?" As soon as I finished speaking, she gasped, "Master, how did you know?" To be honest, I do indeed suffer from those symptoms. "How long has this condition persisted?" "Almost 2 months, I believe." Upon hearing her response, I raised an eyebrow. Noticing my movement, she became anxious. "Master, what is it?" "Miss Xie, the next questions I pose may pertain to your safety, so I hope you will answer truthfully and not withhold any information." Having learned from Han Shuzhen's experience, I deemed it necessary to clarify matters with her. That a flicker of hesitation crossed her face. "What if it concerns personal matters?" Without a moment's pause, I stood up, took Lu Xiao's hand, and prepared to leave. Perhaps sensing my intent, she grew flustered, exclaiming, "Master, I promise I will tell you everything," with her assurance. I took my seat once more, looking at her intently. "Miss Xie, how many children do you have?" Her complexion paled, and she stammered, I have no children, Miss Xie. If there is something you cannot disclose, then let us not waste each other's time." "I shall take my leave." She swiftly blocked my path, exclaiming, "I truly have no children, I swear." "Very well. Then let me ask another question. Have you ever given up a child for any reason?" She shook her head. "No, I have never been pregnant, Da. That is peculiar, that if you have never abandoned a child, then who was the one perched upon your head when I entered?" As I spoke, I observed her expression closely. As expected, her demeanor shifted dramatically. That I seized the opportunity to press further. "Miss Xie, you are lying. I believe we have no reason to continue this conversation. That I will retrieve the talisman. And as for what that little ghost intends to do with you, I can offer no assistance." "Master, please don't go. I will speak." She gently closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then slowly opened them to cast a cold glance at Han Shuzhen. Understanding the situation, Han Shuzhen immediately said, "It's too stuffy in here. I need to step outside for some fresh air." Until Han Shuzhen's figure completely vanished, Miss Xie slowly began to recount her tale. That Miss Xie's name is Xie Tianqi. 5 years prior, she and her husband ventured into business, seizing opportunities during a time when the sea was said to be paved with gold. They managed to earn a modest profit. However, it was not long before they found themselves burdened by overwhelming debt due to failed investments. By chance, they heard others speak of a method in country tea involving the rearing of a small creature, with claims that providing it with lavish sustenance would ensure prosperity. that time. Burdened by debt and contemplating despair, they felt a flicker of hope. They liquidated all their valuable possessions and made a journey to country Teat. After persistent requests, they finally acquired the fabled small creature. The couple diligently followed the prescribed rituals, catering to the creature's needs. Before long, it delivered the fortune they sought. With the creature's assistance, they aided a powerful benefactor, who, in gratitude for their timely rescue, generously provided them with capital. Empowered by this newfound wealth, they successfully revitalized their business. As their lives began to stabilize, they yearned for a child to inherit their legacy. Unbeknownst to them, the small creature became aware of this desire, leading to a harsh punishment and a stern warning. No other child could be conceived, or all they had gained would be stripped away. To prove its power, a major business opportunity they held soon fell through. It was then that the couple realized their folly, but it was too late. Chapter 39. Unusual behavior. They secretly devised numerous plans to rid themselves of the troublesome creature, but none bore fruit. Eventually, through a referral, they met a master who, employing unknown methods, successfully removed the creature from their lives. Yet, before they could revel in their newfound freedom, Monsieur's health began to deteriorate alarmingly. Her appetite surged while her body withered away. Almost unrecognizable, suspecting a connection to the creature, she consulted the master, who reassured her that her condition was unrelated and that the creature had been dealt with. How could she not worry? She had not yet begun to conceive, and her body was failing her. Her anxiety mounted, and her hair began to fall out in clumps. Fortunately, her husband remained supportive, actively seeking remedies for her affliction. As I listened to her tale, I glanced at the small creature on the floor, which was baring its teeth at me, eyes filled with fury, as if it longed to devour me whole. This creature, though bound by Lu Xiao, knew better than to direct its anger towards him, so it took it out on me instead. Irritated, I approached it and lightly tapped its head, saying, "Behave yourself. Although I may lack combat prowess, that man over there is my husband, that if I say the word, he could obliterate you in an instant. That do you believe that?" Perhaps my threat had some effect. Upon hearing my words, the creature seemed to settle down considerably, recognizing that it posed no threat to me at that moment. I returned to the table. The hostess appeared flustered. "Miss, were you just communicating with it?" "Yes," I nodded, for there was nothing to conceal. "That do you know why your health has deteriorated so severely?" "Why?" "Because it has been siphoning your vitality daily. No matter how much you consume, it cannot compensate for the depletion. In time, your body will completely collapse, and not only will you be unable to conceive, but your very life may be at stake." Suddenly, the hostess knelt before me, pleading, "Miss, I implore you, save me. Since you possess the ability to bind it, you surely can rescue me as well, right? I am willing to pay any price for your help." Seeing her weep like a wilting flower, I remained unmoved, devoid of sympathy. "That I'm sorry, but I cannot assist you in this matter." "Why, miss, isn't this what you do? Help others? Is it a matter of insufficient payment?" Her words filled me with exasperation. Even now, she failed to grasp the root of the issue. That it was not a matter of money, but rather one of character. You should never have discarded it after using it. Its resentment and desire for revenge are entirely understandable. Furthermore, while I do assist others, it does not mean I lack humanity. I can discern right from wrong. This predicament arose from your own misdeeds. Unless you seek its forgiveness, I cannot help you." As soon as I finished speaking, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man dressed in a suit, exuding an air of authority, starkly contrasting with the woman before me. His entrance was bold, making it evident who he was. That he approached Xie Tianqi and gently helped her to her feet. "Chi-Chi, what are you doing?" "Minji, hurry. Let us plead with the masters. They are our only hope. The creature has returned to seek vengeance, and it wants my life." Upon witnessing her tears, the man named Minji embraced her tightly, soothingly patting her back. "Do not fear. The master has assured us that the creature was eliminated long ago. Why are you letting your imagination run wild? And why have you invited such peculiar individuals into our home?" As he spoke, his gaze turned hostile towards us, his expression unmistakably unwelcoming, given the homeowner's demeanor. I chose not to prolong my stay. Did I bid farewell to Ms. Xie, stating, "Ms. Xie, perhaps our paths will cross again," and took Lu Zhao's hand to leave. Before departing, I exchanged a knowing glance with him, and he discreetly gathered the small creature along with the talisman. Outside, Han Shuzhen awaited us, her expression tinged with excitement. "How did it go?" Master, were you successful? I smiled at her. I am sorry to disappoint you. Her face fell, revealing her disappointment, but she quickly recovered, saying, It's all right. Master, regardless, I am deeply grateful for your efforts. The compensation I promised will remain unchanged. That I waved my hand, declining her offer. Having failed to assist, I felt undeserving of any sudden fortune. Master, you must accept this. Consider it an apology for the previous incident. Despite her insistence, I was preoccupied with other thoughts that I feigned a desire to shop, prompting Han Shuzhen to halt the vehicle mid-journey, allowing Lu Xiao and me to disembark. Once Han Shuzhen's car was out of sight, I led Lu Xiao to a nearby stone bench. However, as soon as I sat down, Lu Xiao pulled me into his embrace that I frowned, disapproving of his actions. Particularly in such a public space. Your monthly cycle has begun. Don't catch a chill. My face flushed with embarrassment as I stammered. Even so, you needn't have me sit on your lap. This is in public. It's inappropriate. It's of no concern. I've cast a barrier, and no one can see us. With that, his hands began to wander. I quickly restrained his hands, attempting to divert the conversation. Did you find a man named Minji particularly strange? What intriguing observations do you have? Well, I continued, if he truly loves his wife, upon learning she might be saved, wouldn't his first instinct be to join her in seeking help? Yet when he saw us, he showed no joy, immediately dismissing our abilities. Such behavior hardly aligns with that of a loving husband. Your analysis is astute. What do you intend to do next? He attempted to free himself from my grip. You captured that small creature, did you not? I believe we could start by interrogating it for the information we seek. All right, I shall heed your suggestion. Let us return at once. Seizing the opportunity, I decisively removed his hand from my body and stood up from him while he was momentarily distracted. The color on Lu Xiao's face visibly darkened, and witnessing his discomfiture beneath my grasp inexplicably lifted my spirits. Chapter 40. The true culprit behind your misfortune when that little ghost was released again. His entire expression conveyed just how unhappy he was at that moment. He pouted in a sulky manner, crossing his arms and casting an indignant glance my way. Well, this peculiar demeanor, while somewhat terrifying, also revealed a hint of foolish cuteness, didn't it? I placed the meager remaining fruits in front of him. Now let's fill your stomach first. I have some questions for you later. What are these? I used to feast on meat. You know, oh dear, so you're not mute after all? You're the one who is mute. He suddenly fell silent mid-sentence. Alarmed, I hurriedly asked, Little mute, what is wrong? He glared at me with his wide eyes. And after a moment, he turned his head aside in resignation. I had cast a silent spell on him, intending to lift it only when he learned to show some respect. How could I forget to mention? Once the silent spell is cast, you cannot eat until it is lifted. Lu Xiao suddenly appeared behind me, and upon witnessing the standoff between the snake and the ghost, I couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Although I knew Lu Xiao was acting on my behalf, the scene was undeniably amusing. That I understood that Lu Xiao wished to assert dominance over the little ghost, so I refrained from asking him to lift the silent spell. As Lu Xiao stated, the little ghost's nature was rather rebellious. Unless he was thoroughly subdued, I couldn't predict when he might turn against me again. At dinner, Lu Xiao miraculously procured some delectable roast chicken and braised pork belly. The vibrant colors of the dishes on the table ignited my appetite, and I devoured them in just a few swift bites, reminiscent of a tempestuous storm. Perhaps my fervent eating had tempted that little creature, as I noticed him swallow hard, barely perceptible. After finishing the main course, I resumed munching on the snacks Lu Xiao had brought back. As I raised the snacks before him, I could see a flicker of interest in his expression. Do you want some? I inquired. He nodded vigorously. Then do you know what you must do? He hesitated suddenly. I gently slid the food past him once more. Ultimately, he succumbed to the allure of the delicacies and capitulated. I gestured to Lu Xiao to lift his silent spell. Upon seeing him weakly lower his head, I placed a whole roast chicken and the snacks before him. His eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the food. Eat up. Once you're full, we'll have a chat. With that, I returned to my seat at the table, observing him. He had evidently come to terms with his fate. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and began to savor the food in silence. Seeing the look of satisfaction on his face, I hoisted him onto the table. Once you're full, it's time to work. Today, even if I'm unfortunate, if you have any questions, hurry and ask. Since I've consumed your food, consider the answers to your questions as my recompense. Seeing him so compliant, I decided not to tease him further and pose my first question. Is the mastermind behind the Xietianqi incident the man named Mingji? I don't know. Did you harm Xietianqi at Mingji's behest? I don't know. I raised my hand and delivered a light slap to his head. He pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved that I really don't know. I squinted, contemplating the veracity of his words. After a moment, I reasoned that he had no reason to lie, so I rephrased my question. Whose instructions did you follow to harm Xietianqi? I've forgotten. All I remember is that my task was to take Xietianqi's life. Beyond that, I know nothing. His demeanor did not suggest deceit, and exchanging glances with Lu Xiao, we discerned a coldness in each other's eyes. Someone was lying. To confirm my suspicions, I asked again. Last time, Xietianqi said they found someone to abduct you. Do you remember who took you? The little ghost shook his head in confusion that I can't recall. I don't remember anyone abducting me. His words made me furrow my brow deeply. I sensed that there was a colossal conspiracy lurking behind this event. It seemed I could extract no further information from this little ghost. To uncover the truth, I would have to seek out Xietianqi once more. However, it appeared that the male master was not particularly welcoming to us. Thus, I had no choice but to arrange for her to come out to meet us. I contacted Han Shuzhen and had her discreetly relay a message to Xietianqi. Upon learning that we were investigating the identity of the person who harmed her, she hurried to our agreed-upon location without delay. MS. Xie, you didn't inform your husband about your visit here, did you? No. Shuzhen has already told me about this, that I lied to him, saying I was going to the hospital. He didn't suspect a thing. That's good to hear. I felt a wave of relief wash over me at her words, that I feared she might be the type to share everything with her husband, to avoid raising any unnecessary suspicions. I refrained from engaging in excessive small talk. I directly took a piece of talisman paper and lit it before her, gently passing it in front of her eyes. The next moment, her screams echoed in my ears that I restrained her from fleeing, compelling her to look at the little ghost sitting before her. Ms. Xie, do you recognize him? Fear still lingered in Xietianqi's eyes as she shook her head repeatedly, that I don't know him. Yet I knew she wasn't lying, for in moments of extreme terror, one instinctively reveals the truth. That so, he is not the little ghost you had before? No, I've never seen him, Xietianqi insisted, shaking her head vigorously. How peculiar. He claims his task is to take your life, that if it were not due to your abandonment of him, leading to his resentment and desire for revenge, then the one who seeks to harm you must be someone else. I articulated each word carefully, observing Xietianqi's pupils widen in disbelief. Aside from that incident, have you made enemies with anyone else? After a moment of shock, Xietianqi attempted to regain her composure. I need to think. You know, in our line of work, we often inadvertently create many enemies. That I nodded, indicating that I would give her time to ponder. Chapter 41. The so-called master after a long while. She dejectedly shook her head. Master, I'm sorry. I truly cannot recall. That I was not surprised by her response to Ms. Xie regarding your life's safety. Do you wish to hear the truth or a lie? Xietianqi knelt before me once more. Master, to be honest, this is all I have left. That my greatest wish now is to bear a child. That my vast family estate needs an heir. That I don't want to die, nor do I want to be a mere pawn for someone else. So, you're beginning to piece things together, are you? At my words, she nodded, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Master, when you asked me to come out without my husband knowing, I had an inkling of your intentions. However, I have always found it hard to believe, especially since we have weathered so many storms together. I truly cannot fathom him turning against me. Impressive for a businesswoman. I marveled at her insight while grappling with how to console her. Even though we had captured the little ghost, it was crucial to understand that unless we thoroughly investigated this matter, no one could assure you that a second or third little ghost wouldn't come to take your life. Moreover, given your current health condition, it would be quite difficult for you to conceive a child. Suddenly, Xietianqi began to bow her head fervently. Master, I implore you to help me. As long as you assist me in finding the true culprit, I can offer you any amount of money. I shook my head and helped her to her feet. This is not a matter of money. The use of little ghosts to harm others is despicable in our line of work. To prevent further victims, I would continue my investigation, even if you chose not to speak. However, with your assistance, the process may be expedited. Master, I am willing to help. Just tell me what to do. I'll do anything to save my life. Then, I need you to contact the master who assisted you before. You must find a way to meet with him that we will observe discreetly to ascertain what kind of person this so-called master truly is. All right, I will reach out as soon as I return home. Once I confirm the meeting time, I will contact you to avoid raising any suspicions. The little ghost would need to stay with her for the next few days. However, rest assured, he wouldn't dare harm her again, merely putting on a show. Xiatianqi gazed at the little ghost before her, clearly still somewhat intimidated. She cautiously swallowed her saliva. The little ghost remained with arms crossed, its expression tinged with arrogance as it regarded her. Upon realizing that the little ghost harbored no intentions of harming her, she gradually began to relax. Following my instructions, Xiatianqi had summoned the master who had previously dealt with the little ghost for her family. To avoid arousing suspicion, the meeting was arranged at Xiatianqi's residence. Lu Xiao accompanied me, concealing our presence within the house. Before long, the appointed master truly made his entrance. Madam Xie, may I inquire what matter brings you to seek my assistance? Xiatianqi's face still bore a hint of tension, causing me to feel anxious, fearing she might reveal too much. However, it wasn't long before she recalibrated her mental state. Master, are you absolutely certain that the little ghost you dealt with previously has been vanquished? Lately, I've been experiencing discomfort in my neck, as if someone is sitting upon it, pressing down on me. This was a line I had instructed her to say, and she recited it verbatim. The middle-aged man, who had referred to himself as a master, glanced at Xiatianqi, seemingly verifying something. After a brief pause, he replied, "Rest assured, madam, that little ghost has indeed been captured by me. Your husband mentioned your symptoms to me a few days ago. If you are feeling unwell, I happen to have prepared a few packets of medicinal soup that your servant can brew for you. It should alleviate your symptoms." Xiatianqi nodded, accepting the medicinal packets from his hands, and expressed her gratitude. "Master, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, I truly would not know what to do. Madam is too courteous. This is my duty." He replied that if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. All right, someone. As soon as Xiatianqi's words fell, the door swung open, and a servant entered. "Madam, what are your orders? See the master out." "Yes, master, please follow me." Only after the master's figure had completely vanished from the house did Lu Xiao and I emerge once more. Xiatianqi, her face alight with urgency, asked, "How did it go? Did you discern anything?" I glanced up at Lu Xiao, seeking his silent counsel. Lu Xiao did not respond to her query. Instead, he stated directly, "Let me see the medicine he just gave you." "Here." Xiatianqi hurriedly handed him the packets. Lu Xiao unhurriedly opened the outer oil paper and scrutinized the contents of the medicine. Just as we awaited Lu Xiao's verdict, he suddenly threw the medicine to the ground. "This medicine is problematic." "What sort of problem?" I inquired at AT first glance. There seems to be no issue, but given her current physical condition, consuming this medicinal concoction would be tantamount to a slow suicide. "Is it really that severe?" I was taken aback. Could a mere medicinal mixture pose such a lethal threat? "This is a potent restorative. However, one cannot recover from a state of deficiency through supplementation. You must comprehend the implications of my words. Her body is fundamentally depleted. It appeared that this matter was indeed connected to him. It was a case of a dull knife slicing flesh without drawing blood." Upon hearing our exchange, Xiatianqi's complexion turned pale once more. "Both of you." He mentioned my husband when discussing the medicine. "I cannot ascertain whether he is involved in this matter. AT present, I implore you for one favor. You wish for US to investigate whether your husband is the mastermind behind this?" I posited that in my heart, I was convinced that Xiatianqi's husband was undoubtedly entangled in this affair. It was even plausible that he had orchestrated the entire scheme. Xiatianqi's expression grew pained. "To be honest, if my husband is indeed implicated, I must find a way to counter him, that if he intends to harm me, I shall not easily fall into his trap. I find one aspect puzzling. If your husband appears to care for you so deeply, why would he seek to harm you? Do you have any guesses as to his motives?" Chapter 42. Let me kill him with my own hands. Perhaps it is because of the shares I hold. "You possess shares?" I was astonished, not expecting the seemingly unassuming Xiatianqi to wield control over half of her husband's fortune. I endured hardships alongside him. This is what he owes me. That certainly clarified everything. I felt a sense of relief in my heart, finally unearthing the root of the matter. Therefore, I beseech you both to assist me. Once this is resolved, I shall ensure you are well rewarded." In truth, I was indifferent to the reward she might offer. My sole concern was that we could not allow that harmful individual to continue operating unchecked. Do you have a method to locate him? I asked Lu Xiao. Indeed. After bidding farewell to Xie Tianqi, I followed Lu Xiao as he led me to seek out the lair of the man we had just encountered. What is his true identity? Do you know? I finally voiced my curiosity once outside. He is affiliated with the Huang family. Lu Xiao replied, his tone somewhat subdued. No way. I was taken aback, my eyes widening in shock. What? Are you startled? My reaction seemed to amuse him. Not exactly. I merely find it astonishing how closely the Huang family clings to their targets. Do not fret. You still have me. That I will protect you. Lu Xiao, I have been pondering a question. What is it? What is it about me that warrants such relentless protection from you, even to the extent of opposing the Huang family? Hush, he has appeared. Lu Xiao abruptly shifted his gaze toward a shifty-looking middle-aged man not far off. I understood that he was evading my inquiry, yet felt helpless to press further, that I simply followed his gaze. The middle-aged man halted in front of a house, glancing around furtively. Once assured that no one was following him, he opened the door and stepped into the courtyard. Shall we not follow him inside? I asked, puzzled. Not yet. Let us wait a moment. That if my guess is correct, there will be a surprise. That I anticipated the surprise Lu Xiao had mentioned. But after a prolonged wait, none materialized. Just when I was about to lose patience, a figure suddenly appeared in my line of sight. What is this? I exclaimed, turning my gaze toward Lu Xiao. That he nodded calmly, looking at me with a composed demeanor. That a surprise that I found myself at a loss for words. What kind of surprise was this? I shifted my attention back to the sudden appearance of the figure. He scanned the surroundings before gently knocking on the door. Soon, the main door swung open from within. He cautiously surveyed the area, and upon confirming that it was clear, he hastily entered the courtyard. Let us go see, Lu Xiao suddenly suggested. All right, given their secretive demeanor, they do not appear to be up to any good. That it is perfect to eavesdrop on their conspiracy. Lu Xiao led me into the courtyard, and to facilitate our stealth, he cloaked my presence with a barrier. Before long, the sounds of conversation drifted from within the house. Did you give her the items? Yes, as per your instructions, I have delivered them. She did not suspect anything, did she? From my observations thus far, I have not detected any abnormalities. That is good. But given the current situation, how much longer must I wait? No more than a month. At that time, will anyone notice anything? No. She shows no signs of poisoning. The police will not uncover anything. Very well. Rest assured, as long as you handle this matter well, I will ensure you receive everything I promised. Then I thank you in advance, Mr. Zhang. That no sooner had the words left his mouth than the door swung open from within, and the two conversing men exited, one after the other, observing their conspiratorial demeanor. I felt an overwhelming urge to tear off their deceitful masks. This Zhang truly is a ruthless character. Let us go. While he is out, we can sneak in and uncover his schemes. The two men had hurriedly exited, leaving the door ajar, allowing us to enter without hindrance. The dim overhead lights cast a gloomy atmosphere throughout the room. Scanning the surroundings, I noted that there was nothing particularly remarkable about the space. Only eight immortals table, with two chairs, stood at the forefront. Just as disappointment began to set in, Lu Xiao abruptly approached the table, gently rotating a porcelain vase resting upon it in an instant. The wall behind the table began to shift. Good heavens! It turns out this old fellow has a secret chamber. Let us take a look, Lu Xiao urged, taking my hand as I cautiously followed him into the hidden chamber. Inside the secret chamber, a staircase led directly underground. Once we confirmed that the wall had returned to its original position, we descended the stairs together. After a brief descent, an acrid and unpleasant odor assailed us from the basement, causing me to wrinkle my nose in discomfort. As Lu Xiao reached out as if to place his hand on my head, I quickly intercepted him, saying, "No need. I must acclimate myself. Behold my resolute gaze." He ceased his insistence. Under the guidance of Lu Xiao, I ventured deeper into the abyss. As we approached the inner sanctum, the foul stench intensified, and I struggled against the urge to vomit multiple times. While traversing, Lu Xiao abruptly halted, a chilling aura enveloping him. I covered my nose and advanced to his side, eager to uncover the cause of this sudden change. Yet as I drew near, I was met with a sight that sent shivers down my spine. At last, I discerned the reason for the coldness surrounding Lu Xiao. Before us lay a dim chamber adorned with several wooden racks, each cradling a transparent glass vial, within which floated a lifeless infant. The largest appeared to be about a year old, while the smallest still bore its umbilical cord. Their diminutive bodies were grotesquely contorted within the confines of the bottles, limbs arranged in bizarre postures. Their visages bore expressions of anguish and terror. Affixed to the mouths of the vials was a yellow talisman, which I instantly recognized as the soul-binding talisman Lu Xiao had once taught me. As its name implies, it ensnares the souls of the deceased, condemning them to eternal unrest. That a surge of fury erupted from the depths of my being. What fault lay with these innocent children? They had been wickedly appropriated by those with malicious intent, reduced to instruments of harm, their souls shackled from rebirth. Overwhelmed by indignation, my body trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, I felt a pair of arms encircle me from behind. The distinct, crisp scent of that person filling my nostrils, an aroma I had encountered countless times in the depths of night. "Lu Xiao, may I beseech you for a favor?" I inquired, my voice trembling. "What is it?" he softly asked, extending his hand to cover my eyes. "Help me seize him. Then allow me to deliver the fatal blow myself." "Very well, I promise you." Chapter 43. What is mine is yours as Lu Xiao, and I emerged from the chamber. The room remained devoid of any presence to ensure a comprehensive resolution. I had no intention of revealing my hand, just yet did I re-establish contact with Xie Tianqi, and upon divulging the truths I had uncovered. Her demeanor appeared significantly more composed than before. Now, we awaited evidence that would incontrovertibly demonstrate Zhang Jiming's intent to commit murder for profit. However, Zhang Jiming had concealed his tracks remarkably well. Nevertheless, I remained unperturbed. Having discerned his motives, I simply requested Lu Xiao to assist in restoring Xie Tianqi's health. Under Lu Xiao's care, Xie Tianqi's complexion visibly improved. Indeed, not long after, she called, asserting that her husband wished to meet us. Since we had already encountered him previously, I instructed Lu Xiao to perform a facial disguise to avoid raising suspicion. Upon our meeting, Zhang Jiming greeted us with fervor, yet now his countenance filled me with revulsion. Who would have thought that beneath such a benign smile lay a blade capable of unseen murder? As he extended his hands, I chose to feign ignorance of their existence. His smile faltered momentarily before quickly re-establishing itself. "You are the two who saved my wife, correct? Regardless of whether she recovers, I am endlessly grateful." Seizing the moment, he continued, "If you desire any form of compensation, do not hesitate to voice it at a first glance." His words seemed innocuous. Yet upon closer examination, one could discern the veiled insinuation that we were deceivers, that I maintained a calm facade, replying, "Mr. Zhang, you flatter us. It is our duty as healers to assist, and we dare not speak of rewards. It appears you possess a heart of compassion, yet I wonder when my wife's ailment shall be resolved. Rest assured, with our assistance, she shall be completely restored within a fortnight," I stated, scrutinizing his expression. As anticipated, a flicker of murderous intent briefly flashed in his eyes. Internally, I scoffed, contemplating how long he could conceal his true nature. Xie Tianqi, in perfect synchronization, coup de Zhang Jiming, Jimin, I truly feel that under the guidance of these two masters, my health has significantly improved, that I believe we should express our gratitude to them. Though his smile remained, a hint of reluctance crept into his demeanor. "Chi, you speak wisely. I have indeed been remiss in my considerations." He released Xie Tianqi and retrieved a check from his pocket, sliding it across the table towards us. "This 50,000 shall serve as compensation for the treatment of my wife. Once she is fully recovered, I shall offer you both an even greater token of appreciation." Witnessing his facade of a devoted husband made me feel quite nauseous. Had I not been privy to his true nature, I might have been deceived by his seemingly heartfelt demeanor. Observing my stillness, Xie Tianqi hurriedly seized the check and pressed it into my hands. "Master, this is a token of gratitude from my husband and me. You must accept it." Seeing her imploring gaze, I reluctantly accepted the check. With the funds secured, I bid farewell to the couple. That it was only upon exiting the villa that I withdrew the check and placed it in Lu Xiao's hands. "Here you go." Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow. "What is this for? Without your aid, I could not have acquired this 50,000. Thus, you shall receive 60%, and I shall take 40. Lu Xiao chuckled softly. And sensing his discontent with my division, I quickly amended, If you feel it is insufficient, I can offer you 70 to my 30 instead. He remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon me. Then how about 80 for you and 20 for me? It truly cannot be reduced further. I have faced hardships even if I lack merit. Reflecting on the prospect of splitting with Lu Xiao, I felt a pang of regret. This was my first substantial earning after all. Do not trouble yourself to divide it with me. His words echoed in my ears, and I looked at him in confusion that I am yours. What is mine is yours. Hence, there is no need for division. He returned the check to my hand, gently ruffling my hair. Though he had spoken thus, given that we were not yet formally wed, I felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of keeping it all to myself. Yet, I recognized that with his character, once he made a statement, he would not seek further claims regardless of how I offered it today. As I tucked the check away, I replied, "Then I shall keep it safe for you. Simply inform me when you require it." Perhaps seeing my enthusiasm, Lu Xiao could not bring himself to refuse, responding tenderly, "Very well." With the check securely stowed, I resumed a cheerful tune, grasping his hand as we made our way back. Chapter 44. The veil is lifted. Having accepted Xie Tianqi's money, I adhered to the principle of using the funds to alleviate her troubles, thus dedicating myself to her treatment with utmost diligence. Day by day, her health improved, and certain individuals could no longer contain their ulterior motives. One day, after tending to Xie Tianqi's health, as Lu Xiao and I walked home, I sensed something amiss. "We are being followed," Lu Xiao declared in a low voice. Instinctively, I turned to look, but Lu Xiao pulled my head into his embrace. "Do not look back. Just follow me." He led me down a secluded path, where few dared to tread. The tall grass flanking the way had grown unchecked, nearly reaching our height. Indeed, this is a prime location for nefarious deeds, I began, but before I could finish, Lu Xiao spun me around with a swift motion. A dazzling flash of sword light sliced through the air before me. Had Lu Xiao not pulled me away in time, I might have met a grim fate. Breathless, I lifted my gaze to see Lu Xiao gripping a sword between his fingers. I quickly turned to the sword's wielder, revealing him to be the very Taoist who conspired with Zhang Jiming. He seemed taken aback that Lu Xiao had withstood his assault, and his expression shifted to one of hostility. "Who are you?" "Lu Xiao," he declared, bending his fingers to snap the sword in half. The man staggered back, startled by the abrupt turn of events. Clearly alarmed by the revelation, he glanced at the broken blade in his hand, panic creeping into his demeanor. "What do you want?" "What do I want? To extinguish your life is as simple as crushing an ant," Lu Xiao retorted. "However, a situation has arisen. Should you assist me in resolving it, I may consider sparing your life." Lu Xiao's words set my heart racing, and I urgently interjected, "Lu Xiao, you mustn't tea. I am willing. I am willing," he exclaimed, fearing Lu Xiao might change his mind the moment I voiced my objection. A pill was swiftly tossed into his mouth, leaving him momentarily stunned. "What have you given me?" "The potion that prevents your treachery is one that only I possess the antidote for, that if you wish to avoid a fate of festering decay and death, you would do well to obey my commands." Lu Xiao's threat was evidently potent, as he immediately crawled to Lu Xiao's side, groveling, "I will heed your words. Whatever you instruct, I shall comply." On that day, Xie Tianqi was nonchalantly savoring the tea gifted by Han Shuzhen in the living room, when suddenly, the door was flung open from the outside. Zhang Jiming stormed in, his face a mask of fury. He approached Xie Tianqi and, without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap across her face. "Wretched woman!" He exerted nearly all his strength into the blow, and Xie Tianqi, clutching the swollen side of her face, turned to him in disbelief. "You struck me?" Her voice trembled, as if she could hardly fathom the treatment she had just received. "Indeed, it was you I struck. Xie Tianqi, are you not aware of the misdeeds you have concealed from me?" His words seemed to incite a fire within Xie Tianqi. She could no longer ignore the pain on her face, and sprang up from the sofa with a sudden resolve. She attempted to retaliate, but the disparity in strength allowed Zhang Jiming to easily intercept her. Seemingly unwilling to yield, and realizing she could no longer fight back, she suddenly opened her mouth wide and bit down on Zhang Jiming's arm. "Ah, you vile creature!" he yelled in pain, flinging Xie Tianqi away. She landed back on the sofa, her eyes glinting with mockery, before erupting into a fit of manic laughter. "Xie Tianqi, what is it that amuses you? Look at the deeds you have wrought. Do you still have the audacity to laugh?" Zhang Jiming demanded, with a sardonic smile curling her lips Xie Tianqi replied, "Pray tell, Zhang Jiming, what actions of mine have provoked your ire so?" His face contorted with rage, he accused, "Did you not seek out Xinro? Li Xinro? Yes, I did visit her. What of it? How can you even ask? Because of you, Xinro lost the child she carried." Xie Tianqi's previous mania faded, replaced by an elegant demeanor as she regarded him composedly. "Oh, is that so? Thank you for enlightening me. It truly comes as a delightful surprise. You wretched woman, how could I have been so blind as to fall for you? Oh, you only just now realize I possess a heart as cold as a serpent's?" Xie Tianqi replied with unfazed calm, smoothing her disheveled hair and taking a sip of tea. Zhang Jiming, infuriated, seized the teacup from her hands and shattered it on the floor. "Do you still dare to drink?" he bellowed. "Why should I not? The loss of Li Xinro's child is, in fact, a cause for celebration." Unperturbed by the destruction of her teacup, she continued to provoke him with her words, striking at his core. "What have you done to her?" he demanded. "Oh, what have I done? Did Li Xinro not confide in you?" She suddenly covered her mouth, laughing. "I almost forgot. Perhaps she was too afraid to tell you, lest you think her covetous." Zhang Jiming gritted his teeth. "What exactly did you say to her?" "Nothing of great consequence. I merely informed her that I have liquidated all my shares." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiming appeared visibly shaken, grasping Xie Tianqi's arm tightly. "What? Are you speaking the truth? You truly sold your shares?" Though his grip was painfully tight, Xie Tianqi bore it with fortitude, determined to further provoke him. "Not only that, but I sold my shares to the president of the Hezhong Group." Her face radiated with a triumphant smile as she spoke. "Wretched woman!" Zhang Jiming struck her again, his anger barely contained. Xie Tianqi cradled her face, and with each word she uttered, she drove him to the brink of fury. "That I informed Li Xinro that with my shares and those of the Hezhong Group's president, the company's leadership has now entirely shifted to Hezhong, and you, Zhang Jiming, will henceforth be nothing more than a mere employee. The child you fathered with that woman will inherit nothing but a life devoid of wealth." Her words rendered Zhang Jiming speechless, and he raised his hand in an attempt to strike her once more. However, that slap never fell, for perched atop his head was a small figure, disdainfully tugging at his arm. Zhang Jiming felt as though something were pulling him back, preventing his hand from landing on Xie Tianqi. She regarded him with a cold smirk, stating, "The first demand I made upon selling my shares to the Hezhong president was to gradually seize control of the shares you hold. You vile creature, you shall never succeed. I would rather die than relinquish them. Is that so? I have heard that Li Xinro, with the money you provided, attempted to start a business, only to end up in a mountain of debt. She dared not inform you, but to cover her losses, she was compelled to borrow from loan sharks. You are aware of their ruthless methods, are you not? I would think, as each other's first loves. You could not bear to clutch your shares while she suffers." Doubt flickered across Zhang Jiming's face as he shook his head in denial. "Impossible. You are lying. Xinro would never do such a thing." Xie Tianqi scoffed, continuing, "Consider why Li Xinro is so desperate to leverage her child against you. She knows this truth cannot remain hidden, so she resorts to me that I have no child, and thus you conspire to eliminate me, believing that would allow you to claim what is rightfully mine, correct?" But she laughed coldly. "You are mistaken. Even in death, I will not relinquish what belongs to me." Zhang Jiming, incensed by her words, found his eyes blazing with rage, yet remained rooted in place. "Master Huang, have her killed," he gasped, calling out into the void. Master Huang soon entered, though he was unceremoniously kicked in by Lu Xiao. That I followed Lu Xiao, observing the dramatic scene unfold before me with a detached gaze. I had previously thought such events were confined to the realm of fiction, yet here they were, playing out in stark reality, that I was entirely unaware of Xie Tianqi's earlier remarks, as she had never shared them with me. Perhaps she wished to hear something different from Zhang Jiming until the very end. Zhang Jiming looked astonished at Master Huang, who had been thrust into the room. "Master Huang, what is the meaning of this?" Master Huang, confronted with his inquiry, instinctively averted his gaze. "Do you not comprehend? You would do well to admit your faults." Zhang Jiming's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing like blades as they bore into Master Huang. "What do you mean? Did you not assure me that everything was in order? Or were you deceiving me?" Master Huang, resigned, shook his head and ignored him, instead crawling to Lu Xiao's side, groveling. "I have relayed false information to him, as you instructed." May I be released now? Well done. Now, be gone and stay out of sight. Yes, yes, I shall take my leave. He rolled away to the corner of the room. Zhang Jiming was left in a daze. His eyes filled with malice as he glared at us both. You two again? What is it? Do you find my financial generosity lacking? I can provide you with whatever you desire. That I calmly peeled away my realistic mask. Maintaining a stoic expression as I regarded him, he was initially taken aback. Then his gaze flitted between me and Xie Tianqi. Ta-da! So it was you two who orchestrated this. You conspired to bring about my demise. I discarded the mask at my feet. That heaven's misdeeds may be forgiven, but self-inflicted suffering is inexcusable. Zhang Jiming, you labor under the delusion that your actions remain concealed, unaware that there are greater forces at play. All retribution shall ultimately return to you. As my words hung in the air, Xie Tianqi stepped forward, summoning all her strength to deliver a resounding slap to Zhang Jiming. Zhang Jiming, has your conscience truly been devoured by dogs? During your entrepreneurial struggles, I stood by you, sharing in your meager meals that to evade creditors. I accompanied you in your wanderings, enduring days where I could scarcely find a warm meal. When you contemplated ending your life, it was I who sought to provide you with hope. How many insults and disdain did I endure to help you settle your debts? At the onset of your career, I even refrained from bearing children to safeguard your interests. Yet after all I have sacrificed for you, you clandestinely pursued your first love, using our shared resources to support her, even allowing her to bear your illegitimate child. Zhang Jiming, you are nothing but a lesser being. As she spoke, a hint of sorrow washed over her, and she gently closed her eyes, allowing a solitary tear of sadness to cascade down her cheek. That I in stark contrast, Zhang Jiming stood frozen, utterly astonished by her revelations. Chi-Chi, you knew everything? Xie Tianqi suddenly opened her eyes wide, delivering a sharp slap across his face. The do not refer to me as Chi-Chi. You are unworthy. Zhang Jiming, taken aback, pleaded urgently, Chi-Chi, please don't act this way. I was wrong. I truly regret my actions. I should never have treated you in such a manner. I was utterly blind. That it's all Li Shinro's fault. She bewitched me with her honeyed words, leading me to mistreat you. Please, do not harbor anger against me. Xie Tianqi inhaled deeply, her expression gradually cooling as she regarded Zhang Jiming with a frigid gaze. That it is too late. Belated affection is as worthless as a stray dog. Zhang Jiming, your deeds will inevitably bring you to justice. Chi-Chi, please don't be this way. I acknowledge my mistakes. That I will call Li Shinro right now and break things off with her. That I will return to you. Will you forgive me? As he reached out to grasp Xie Tianqi's hand, imploring her for forgiveness, his hands were firmly held back by the little ghost, rendering him immobile. Xie Tianqi cast a disdainful glance at him. Zhang Jiming, you utterly disgust me. I wish to never lay eyes on you again. She turned her back on him with grace and approached me. Let us depart. I was somewhat taken aback by her reaction. Are you truly letting him off this easily? Xie Tianqi took a deep breath and replied, the situation is rather intricate. Let us discuss it outside. That I also have some matters I need to ask of you. I nodded in agreement and followed her. Chapter 46. Where it begins, it must end suddenly. Stopping in the courtyard, Xie Tianqi paused, prompting me to halt as well. She turned to face me, her expression tinged with weariness. Thank you. Were it not for you, I might not know whether I am alive or dead at this moment. Are you truly not considering reporting this to the authorities? I inquired. Xie Tianqi shook her head. No, the intricacies involved are too convoluted. I fear it would be impossible to convey the truth to the police. Furthermore, I was also involved in that affair in T country. I worry that Zhang Jiming, in his desperation, may lash out. I had not anticipated her candid admission of her thoughts. Given the current circumstances, Zhang Jiming likely won't last much longer. During our days of wandering, I cared for him. I want to witness what he intends to do when he has lost everything. That as long as I see him suffering without me, I shall find peace. You seem remarkably untroubled by this. In that case, I shall refrain from further comment. However, while Zhang Jiming may be yours, I must take that Taoist surnamed Huang with me. That is only fair. Xie Tianqi nodded. Did I still have a request for you? What is it? I asked, puzzled. Her countenance suddenly shifted to one of discomfort, and after much hesitation, she spoke, I wish to donate a portion of the money I possess. Her words took me by surprise, and I scrutinized her closely. Perhaps sensing my gaze, she appeared somewhat embarrassed. You know, I was personally involved in that incident in Tea Country. Regardless of the outcome, my actions were indeed misguided that I have reflected on my earlier assertions about Zhang Jiming facing retribution. The poison he administered to me, intending to kill me, is not that different from a form of retribution for myself. Is it? I pursed my lips, unsure how to respond to her sentiments. The heavens are just, and retribution is inevitable. All that I have done to him has returned to me. Therefore, I wish to repent. The only way I know to atone is to redistribute this money. Hearing Xie Tianqi's declaration, I felt a flicker of relief. Regardless of the morality of nurturing little G, she ought to bear the consequences of her prior ignorance. Having come to this understanding, my expression softened. Where do you wish to donate the funds? I inquired. To an orphanage. May I ask why? Let it be a matter of beginning where it ends. After resolving matters with Xie Tianqi, Lu Xiao led me, the little ghost, and the item on the ground away from the Zhang residence. Lu Xiao brought us to the Taoist lair. As soon as we landed, the Taoist was violently thrown to the ground. He agilely sprang up, groveling before Lu Xiao. Master Lu, surely you will let me go now. I have completed everything as you instructed. Indeed, Huang Wen, since that is the case, you may depart as per our agreement. Thank you, Master Lu. You truly keep your word. Huang Wen's face lit up with joy as he prepared to leave. However, just as he turned, he spun back around with a sycophantic grin. Master, you haven't given me the antidote yet. In response, Lu Xiao tossed the pill onto the ground. Huang Wen, undeterred, picked it up and swallowed it without hesitation. Well then, I shall take my leave now. Until next time. His face radiated the exhilaration of escaping death. Yet, just as he was about to vanish from our sight, Lu Xiao kicked him back, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. He stared at Lu Xiao, bewildered. Master, what do you mean? Wasn't it agreed that I could go? Are you, the esteemed young Master Lu, having second thoughts? Lu Xiao smoothed out his slightly rumpled attire from the scuffle and nonchalantly replied. I did indeed let you go once. This is my second time apprehending you, as we still have an account to settle. Huang Wen, fuming, struggled to catch his breath, but realized he was powerless against Lu Xiao. All he could do was lash out verbally that if you don't want to let me go, just say so. Why all this nonsense? Lu Xiao remained unfazed by his provocations. Huang Wen, you should not have captured so many children for your inhumane experiments. This is the second issue I need to address with you. Huang Wen's face paled in alarm. How do you know about this? That's impossible. I concealed it so well. No one could have discovered it. Lu Xiao, however, did not respond to his protest. He turned away, his demeanor regal, and declared, I am leaving the matter of these children in your hands. Do as you see fit. That I inhaled deeply and approached, intending to seize him by the collar. However, despite exerting all my strength, I was unable to lift him. That I looked helplessly at Lu Xiao. I want to take him to the basement and have him personally apologize to those children. Lu Xiao's lips parted slightly, his cold words cutting through the air. You can go over there yourself. Upon hearing this, Huang Wen trembled, his expression shifting to one of sheer terror as he saw Lu Xiao. He hurriedly bolted toward his lair. Lu Xiao and I followed closely behind, observing as he opened the door, activated the switch for the secret chamber, and stepped inside. Just as Lu Xiao and I were about to follow him, I felt a tug on my clothing. That I looked down to find the little ghost staring up at me, fear evident in his eyes as he fixated on the entrance to the basement. Sister, I'm scared. This was the first time I had seen him exhibit such a reaction since our acquaintance. That I knelt down to comfort him. Then wait outside for me, all right? I will be back shortly. He nodded vigorously. Sister, I will wait for you outside. That I gently patted his hand, reassuring him not to worry. That he promptly released my garment, remaining obediently in place. Concerned that Huang Wen might escape, I did not linger too long. Once I saw the little ghost's emotions stabilize, I entered the secret chamber. Thus, I missed the unique interaction unfolding behind me. The little ghost clutched his clothing tightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of danger emanating from the man before him. Why did he feel as if he saw malice in the man's eyes? What had he done to provoke this formidable presence? However, it was only upon hearing the beautiful sister's voice that he realized he had not grasped the situation. Fortunately, the sister's timely intervention drew the formidable figure away. Otherwise, he might have been crushed by a mere finger. Chapter 47. Evil begets evil. Once again, entering the basement and surveying the surroundings, I began to comprehend why the little ghost felt such fear that I glared at Huang with piercing eyes. You truly deserve to die. Huang averted his gaze, flinching. These children were all abandoned by their parents. Why should I be punished? I granted them a second chance at life by transforming them into little ghosts. Shouldn't they be grateful to me? I was momentarily taken aback by Huang's words, but quickly realized he was merely trying to absolve himself of guilt. I could not fall into his trap. All right, since you claim these children were abandoned by their parents, might you enlighten me about the nature of the soul-locking symbols affixed to these jars? Did they, perchance, sprout legs and ascend on their own? Huang, feeling somewhat guilty, lowered his gaze, unable to meet my eyes. While it is indeed wrong for their parents to abandon their children, you are the one imprisoning these innocent souls, using them for your nefarious ends to fulfill your personal desires. You are hardly a virtuous individual yourself. Are your ancestors aware of this matter? Lu Xiao suddenly interjected, posing the question. Huang glanced at him, then quickly shook his head, declaring, My ancestors are unaware. This is solely my idea and has nothing to do with the Huang family. Lu Xiao did not refute his statement, instead smiling at him knowingly. Huang felt a chill run down his spine under Lu Xiao's gaze. In their circle, who did not know that the second master of the Lu family feared neither heaven nor earth? If this gentleman truly decided to crush him, it was likely that even his ancestors would hesitate to seek justice on his behalf. The Dio not pry into my family affairs, given our acquaintance. It would be merciful to grant me a swift resolution. Just as I suspected Lu Xiao was about to take action, he unexpectedly turned to me and said, The person is in your hands. Do as you wish. That I had long been simmering with pent-up anger, and with no outlet for it, I strode behind Huang and delivered a fierce kick. Kneel. My kick, infused with all my strength, caused Huang to stumble and fall to his knees. Bow your head. Perhaps due to Lu Xiao's imposing presence, I noticed Huang, though clearly dissatisfied, felt compelled to bow repeatedly to each jar on the table. As he reached the final jar, a sudden change washed over his expression. He swiftly transformed and darted toward the basement exit, moving with such speed that I barely caught a glimpse of his yellow figure flashing past me. Oh no! I lamented inwardly, my first instinct being that Huang intended to flee, that I quickly lifted my legs to pursue him. However, another figure arrived at the yellow silhouette ahead of me. Upon recognizing this figure, I halted, remaining in place to count down 0.5 for 3, 2. Before I could utter one, a yellow object was flung in an arc at my feet. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably the true form of Huang Xing. A yellow weaseled at that moment. The creature was convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Lu Xiao strolled back with an air of elegance, seemingly fastidious as he wiped his hands while walking. Go ahead. He urged, and I nodded, fully aware that this was what Lu Xiao had promised me. Drawing a short sword from my sleeve, a gift from Lu Xiao for self-defense, I gripped it firmly, aware that whether it could ward off evil or not, Huang's life was now in my hands. With a swift motion, I plunged the sword into the yellow figure, blood erupting from its form. The moment I withdrew the blade, the body on the ground ceased to convulse, its eyes rolling back as it succumbed to death. That I had hesitated for a brief moment before striking, but upon recalling the innocent children behind me, I felt that Huang's demise was entirely justified. This was not my first encounter with the Huang family. As I witnessed the blood splattering onto my hands, I understood that the enmity between myself and the Huang family had been irrevocably solidified. As I reflected on my current abilities and lamented my inadequacy in confronting the Huang family, Lu Xiao approached, gently taking my hand, producing a cloth from his pocket to wipe the blood from my fingers. How careless of you! I should have come to handle this. Do not let such filth stain your hands. Noticing his slight displeasure, I could only smile sheepishly that I vowed to kill him with my own hands. I couldn't possibly back down at this moment. He regarded me with a mix of exasperation and affection, shaking his head. Sooner or later, I shall spoil you. Seizing the opportunity, I nestled my head against him. Since you were so indulgent, could you assist me with one more favor? He replied with a lifted tone. These poor children deserve compassion. Let us remove these soul-locking symbols and send them into the cycle of reincarnation. To my surprise, the esteemed Lord's wife remained as benevolent as ever. However, this task should be entrusted to you. Your current powers are still too feeble that if you personally guide them into reincarnation, it will surely accrue you considerable merit. With my present abilities, I fear I cannot accomplish this. Fear not, for I am here. With Lu Zhao's assistance, I successfully freed the children trapped by the soul-locking symbols that a burst of golden light enveloped us. Countless children of varying appearances materialized before my eyes, their expressions filled with innocence and naivety. Tears unexpectedly streamed down my cheeks. What fault lies with these children? They were mere products of transient mistakes, carelessly discarded by others. Little did they know that what was easily cast aside by some was a coveted treasure to others. Had they been blessed with loving parents, they might have led blissful lives. Yet, alas, there are no ifs in this world. Those who trample upon life will eventually meet their just retribution. That I gently closed my eyes, hands pressed together, offering my prayers. May you find kind families in your next lives. As my words faded, the golden light transformed into a cascade of twinkling stars that scattered around us. Upon reopening my eyes, apart from Lu Xiao, I found myself utterly alone, with the children having departed. A sense of peace washed over me. Let us go. I softly grasped Lu Zhao's hand, feeling him return the hold in an instant. What are you planning to do about that little ghost outside? I do not know, I replied, shaking my head lightly that he has gained sentience. If tamed and kept by your side, he may prove to be a valuable ally. Then shall we inquire about his wishes? I cannot decide for him, that as you wish. Chapter 48. A familiar figure, Xie Tianqi, honored her promise, donating the majority of her funds to the local orphanage, leaving only a modest sum for her own sustenance. Consequently, she made headlines in the local newspaper. That day, besides this explosive news, 2 other stories also captivated the public's attention. Shocking. A local tycoon. Why did he suddenly go bankrupt overnight? And surprising. Why did Mingxi Group suddenly change its name to Hezhong Technology Company Limited? What hidden truths lie beneath? When my roommate placed the newspaper before me, I merely cast a cursory glance. What family feud is this? The world of the wealthy is indeed beyond my comprehension. Suddenly, I heard Lily lamenting with a hint of regret. What? Are you pondering something? I teased her. Enough? I wish I could, but while being in a wealthy family is appealing with my intelligence, I might not survive the first day. Seeing her expression, I took the opportunity to tease her further. I have a brilliant idea that could secure both wealth and safety. What is it? She was evidently intrigued. Old men are great. Old men have social security. My words left Lily momentarily stunned, and it was only when the laughter of our other roommates filled the room that she seemed to snap back to reality. She raised her fist, playfully punching me. However, her punches felt more like gentle tickles to me. You heartless one, are you mocking me? Just wait until I give you a proper beating. Feigning surrender, I raised my hands in a gesture of capitulation. Pleading, forgive me, great dorm leader. I promise not to do it again. Lily withdrew her fists, pretending to be fierce as she threatened. Humph. Without a feast as compensation, I shall never forget this matter. That I understand. I understand. To apologize to the beautiful and generous dorm leader. I shall treat you all to a grand meal. Upon hearing grand meal, Lily's mouth nearly watered in anticipation. She jumped off me, her face alight with excitement. Are you serious? Anin? Absolutely, I affirmed, nodding with sincerity. Finer than pearls. Quick, 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 ladies, let us rush to the restroom now and save room for a hearty feast later, as Lily's words echoed. The dormitory buzzed with activity. Watching them bustle about, I felt a pang of guilt that I should have treated them to a meal long ago, especially after the ordeal with Lu Ling. Yet they bore no grievances and even contributed their own money to rent a place outside. This pure friendship, how could it possibly be repaid with just one meal? After a lengthy wait, our group finally embarked on the journey of feasting that I led them into a restaurant that had been reserved in advance. The waiter guided us to our pre-booked private room and thoughtfully brought the menu along with tea. That I handed the menu to Li and the others, inviting them to peruse it for dishes they might fancy. However, after a considerable time, they remained silent, failing to voice their choices. Puzzled, I glanced at them, only to hear Li address the waiter. Hello, may we discuss this for a moment? The waiter, wearing a professional smile, promptly closed the door and stepped outside upon hearing their request. Once the door was completely shut and the waiter's figure vanished, Lily suddenly tapped my head and exclaimed, You rascal, you promised to treat us to a grand meal. Yet you've brought us to such an upscale restaurant. Zhang Ye, our dorm mate, chimed in indeed, and in, this meal is bound to consume a month's worth of your dining budget. We could have just eaten at the school cafeteria. Let us save such high-end places for another time. Initially perplexed by their insistence on sending the waiter away, I soon realized they were merely considering my well-being, that a genuine smile broke across my face as I reassured them. You need not worry. I can afford it, truly. There is no need to fret about depleting my funds. Lily regarded me with a skeptical gaze, as if weighing the veracity of my words. After a prolonged moment, she sighed and gestured to the others. Since Anne wishes to treat us here, we should honor her intentions and not decline. Exactly. That's the spirit. I called the waiter back in and ordered several signature dishes from the restaurant, encouraging each of them to select a dish they liked. Observing their furrowed brows and indecision, I pulled out a stack of cash from my pocket and placed it on the table. Everyone, eat to your heart's content. Do not worry about me going broke. My funds are legitimate, so you need not fear their origins. Feel free to indulge. My actions evidently astonished them, as their mouths fell open in disbelief, leaving them momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Lily slapped my shoulder. You little rascal, why didn't you mention your newfound wealth sooner? You nearly scared me to death. I was prepared for a month of eating plain rice. Yes, I had already conjured up hundreds of ways to eat steamed buns in my mind. Enough. I was even ready to shamelessly go to the cafeteria daily for free egg soup. As I listened to their banter, I finally understood the meaning behind Lily's earlier glance. Witnessing their genuine concern for me stirred a heartfelt emotion within. Therefore, to make amends for the mental anguish I've inadvertently caused you, feel free to eat to your heart's content today. To punish you, we shall surely eat you into poverty. Waiter, bring me the menu. They enthusiastically began ordering a variety of dishes until the waiter, wearing a satisfied smile, departed. Before long, an array of dishes was brought to our table. As I watched them relish their meal, a sense of guilt within me began to dissipate. After our hearty feast, we prepared to leave, as we had classes to attend in the afternoon. However, just as we stepped out of the restaurant, a familiar figure caught my eye on the street. Was that Lu Ling? Lily exclaimed in disbelief, rubbing her eyes. Zhanya looked equally incredulous. Sisters, did I just missee that? Seeing them grow increasingly flustered, I knew I must not add fuel to the fire. What Lu Ling? You must be mistaken. I didn't see anyone. Where? I feigned a search. Lu Ling's figure had long since disappeared into the crowd. Hearing my question, they began to doubt themselves. Could it be that we were mistaken? It must be an error. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be standing here. I deliberately sowed confusion in their minds. Perhaps it was indeed a misperception. Zhanya mused, scratching her head in uncertainty, that I smiled and pulled them along. You must have misseen it. Let us hurry, or we'll be late. As I watched them finally relax and begin to walk back, a sense of dread settled in my heart, for I knew that while they might have misidentified her, I, who had accumulated a certain amount of merit, could not have been mistaken. Lu Ling had indeed returned. Chapter 49. Brother is so fierce. Upon returning to the dormitory, I plastered talisman papers in areas they could not see, particularly on the doors and windows, for I was uncertain if Lu Ling would return to the dormitory, that if she did, would she harm Li and the others. Thus, it was prudent to prepare in advance. Yet her sudden appearance left me perplexed. However, to uncover the truth behind it, I needed to inquire with Lu Xiao again. You say you saw Lu Ling? Lu Xiao asked while toying with my hair. Yes, I'm certain. I wasn't seeing things. It was definitely her. Tio affirmed the truth of my statement. I raised my index and middle fingers as if swearing an oath. Lu Xiao chuckled softly, pulling my hand into his embrace. I am not accusing you of deception. I'm merely contemplating a possibility. What possibility? Are you suggesting that the person you killed that day was not Lu Ling? I gasped, momentarily forgetting to retract my hand. Lu Xiao shook his head, his voice grave. The individual I killed that day was indeed Lu Ling. However, that may have been one of her 7 souls. That my shock caused me to leap from him. What? 7 souls? Are you implying that at least 6 more Lu Lings are lurking in the shadows awaiting me? Lu Xiao reached out, pulling me back into his embrace. What is the rush, after all? You still have me, don't you? I removed his restless hands once more and stood up. No, I must become stronger, and I must do so quickly. Right now. Take me to train. The thought of my current strength being akin to that of a weakling filled me with anxiety. If I were to encounter Lu Ling, The only outcome would likely be a dire fate. Seeing me flustered like an ant on a hot pan, Lu Xiao suddenly laughed. What is so amusing? I glared at him, my expression heavy with discontent, that I happened to have a quick training method. Would you like to hear it? While the notion of a shortcut to training wasn't ideal for me, I could hardly afford to be picky at this moment. After all, should I truly face Lu Ling, having even a slight chance of survival would be preferable. With that thought in mind, I eagerly inquired. What method? Lu Xiao's lips curled into a charming smile, and he casually uttered words that could shock the dead. Dual cultivation, that I had expected him to share some miraculous and swift training technique. Only to be met with a suggestion that was as absurd as it was ludicrous that I rolled my eyes at him in exasperation. Dream on. That is never going to happen. This is a mutually beneficial endeavor. Are you truly not considering it? I raised my hand to halt his words. This was non-negotiable. Lu Xiao's expression shifted slightly, tinged with regret. Very well. Whenever you come to your senses, do let me know. I shall be waiting. Just as I was about to tell him not to harbor any foolish dreams, my clothing was tugged once more. Looking down, I found the little ghost, Huangwen, grasping my attire. After settling Huangwen's matters, I had asked him whether he wished to enter reincarnation or remain in the mortal realm, that he had shaken his head, expressing his desire to stay for the time being. At that moment, he looked up at me with a pitiful expression. Sister, I don't want to stay here anymore, that if you leave, can I come with you? As if fearing my refusal, he quickly added, I can protect you while I'm by your side. Don't worry, if that Lu Ling comes, I'll definitely be able to take her down. I was about to crouch down and ask him why he wished to leave. But suddenly my collar was yanked upward. Lu Xiao lifted me behind him, blocking the little ghost's gaze, and threatened in a stern tone. I warn you, she is under my protection. With me here, she is safe. You should find a comfortable place to stay, or I will throw you back into the jar. The little ghost seemed intimidated by Lu Xiao's tone, his big eyes looking at me with grievance. Wah, sister, your brother is so fierce. I'm so scared. I only wanted to say a couple of words to you, and now he wants me to leave. Seeing him so jealous and pouting was amusing. As Lu Xiao appeared ready to lose his temper, I hurriedly grasped his hand, fearing he might annihilate the little ghost in a fit of rage. Oh, he is just a child. Let us not hold it against him. Seeing Lu Xiao remain silent, I quickly reassured the little ghost, hurry back and train. Next time I come, I'll bring you some delicious treats. Upon hearing about the treats, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Then it's a promise, sister. We have a deal. Very well, it is settled. Hurry back to your training. Observing the satisfied departure of the little imp, I quickly turned my attention to the jealous figure beside me. After a blend of gentle persuasion and practical actions, Lu Xiao's cold demeanor finally softened. Let us go. I shall escort you back. His expression still bore traces of discontent. And no need. I can return by myself. Absolutely not. What if Lu Ling finds you when I am not by your side? Fine then. With Lu Xiao accompanying me, I made my way back to the dormitory without incident. Seeing that the dormitory appeared as usual, I felt a sense of relief. After escorting me back, Lu Xiao took his leave. I began tidying up the items on my desk. Lily suddenly leaned in. Our department is hosting a social event tonight. Will you be attending? You all go ahead. I shall sit this one out. I was preoccupied with thoughts of Lu Ling, and without Lu Xiao's protection, I was reluctant to venture out alone and invite trouble. Come on, go. Zhang Yi chimed in. This is our department's first social event, and I've heard many talented individuals will be attending. If you could have a romantic encounter at the gathering, it would be simply wonderful. As she spoke, the others began to gaze dreamily, that I shook my head internally. An encounter. If Lu Xiao were to find out I ventured out to meet someone, I would surely face his wrath. The thought of Lu Xiao's dark and dangerous expression made me shudder. No. You all go. I shall stay in the dormitory and guard the home. Oh dear. And then it's such a shame you're not going. I heard the handsome Jiang Yutong from our department will be there too. With your beauty, how could you not win him over? I silently rejoiced that Lu Xiao, the jealous one, was not present. Otherwise, he would surely become irate upon hearing those words. That I waved my hand dismissively, indicating my lack of interest. You all go. I truly cannot join. Recognizing my disinterest, Lily ceased her attempts to persuade me. In the evening, as I watched them excitedly prepare to leave, a sudden thought struck me, and I called out to them, if anything happens, remember to call me. However, just to be safe, I discreetly affixed a protective talisman to each of them as they were preoccupied. Chapter 50. Lu Ling reappears yet, as the night deepened. They had yet to return, that I anxiously awaited in the dormitory. Just as I pondered whether to venture out in search of them, the protective talisman on my desk spontaneously ignited. My heart raced. I could no longer attend to anything else and swiftly gathered my belongings, heading towards the direction of the social event that I recalled them mentioning the address while in the dormitory. It should be in the exhibition hall east of the library that I hastened towards the conference hall. Due to the late hour, the path was nearly devoid of pedestrians. The autumn breeze sent chills down my spine. I swallowed nervously, quickening my pace, hoping fervently that Li and the others remained unharmed. However, as I neared the library entrance, I suddenly heard faint whispers calling my name, that Yuan in the voice ethereally beckoned me. I realized someone was attempting to disrupt my thoughts. I quickly steadied myself. Gripping the talisman tightly, I resolved that if she dared to show herself, I would unleash the talisman upon her, with so many talismans thrown at her. She would either perish or suffer greatly. Yuan. The voice continued to call, as the sky darkened ominously, clouds obscuring the last light. That had been quite some time since the talisman ignited. And I feared for Li and the others. I could not afford to focus on the ominous presence before me. I advanced toward the light emanating from the exhibition hall. Yet, after walking several hundred steps, I sensed something was amiss. The distance from the library to the exhibition hall was hardly more than 100 meters. Why had I not arrived yet? Suddenly, a term flashed in my mind. Ghost wall. Clearly, someone intended to trap me. Though I was unaware of their true motives, I feared for Li and the others' safety that I took out a talisman and ignited it. The flickering light provided a semblance of comfort in the oppressive darkness. Once it burned out, I prepared to light another. However, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. The figure, leaning on a cane, approached me unsteadily. Although she moved slowly, she reached me in no time. She slowly lifted her head, and upon seeing her face, my eyes welled with tears. Little Yuan, why are you crying? Don't cry. Come here, Grandma will wipe your tears for you. As she spoke, she reached out her hand toward my face. Just as her hand was a palm's breadth away, I instinctively stepped back, increasing the distance between us. And why are you stepping back? I'm your grandma. Come here, let Grandma wipe your tears, she said. Extending her hand once more toward my face, I seized her arm. Even through her clothing, I felt a chilling sensation pierce my very soul. Narrowing my eyes, I emanated an aura that signaled I was not to be trifled with. You are not my grandma. Who are you really? Upon feeling my grip, she visibly panicked. Silly girl, what nonsense are you spouting? I am indeed your grandma. Who else could I be? I released her arm and scoffed. How dare you impersonate my grandma? A talisman appeared in my hand, and while she was distracted, I swiftly affixed it to her forehead. The talisman successfully adhered to her, rendering her immobile. Speak. Who sent you? Why are you here? What is your connection with Lu Ling? Perhaps it was my illusion, but I observed the talisman slowly slipping from her head. Alarmed, I quickly retrieved another talisman and attempted to affix it anew. Kekekek, a harsh, grating laugh erupted from her lips, and she suddenly melted into a puddle of black mud. In mere moments, the black mud began to reshape, forming a vague shadow before me. Lu Ling? I cautiously probed. Kekekek. Yuan, it's been a few days. Is this all the power you possess? It was indeed Lu Ling. I sneered inwardly. If you don't try, how will you know what my abilities are? No sooner had the words left my lips than I hurled a talisman in her direction with lightning speed. Lu Ling had evidently anticipated my move. She swiftly distanced herself from the incoming talisman. Not wishing to give her a moment's reprieve, I drew a short sword from my cloak and lunged at her. Caught off guard, Lu Ling was struck in the forearm, a foul-smelling black liquid oozing from the wound. I instinctively covered my nose, but that very action seemed to provoke her. She howled and transformed into a swirling mass, charging toward me. I adeptly dodged her attack, turning to grip the short sword tightly. This sword had been a gift from Lu Xiao. I remembered him saying it had the power to ward off evil, yet I had no idea it could pierce Lu Ling's body directly. My fondness for the sword deepened. Armed with the short sword, I confronted Lu Ling's assault, while my other hand sought opportunities to affix talismans onto her. Lu Ling, unable to inflict harm upon me, was enveloped in swirling black energy, With a furious roar, she declared, "Yuan and perish!" Countless tendrils of black mist surged toward me, attempting to ensnare me within their grasp. There was no way I would allow that to happen. I flung a stack of talismans into the air, and upon contact with the black mist, they ignited instantly. Seeing the black mist rendered ineffective, Lu Ling once more engaged me in combat. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of several figures nearby, and panic surged within me. In a moment of distraction, Lu Ling struck me with a powerful palm that a sickly sweet taste flooded my throat. Pooh! I spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ling, noticing the figures as well, suddenly smirked, transforming into a cloud of black mist, preparing to charge toward them. Before she could move, I hurled a stack of talismans at her and dashed toward the others. Upon seeing my arrival, they were momentarily stunned. "Inin, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you weren't coming? Too bad, you arrived too late. The social event has ended that I had no time to explain and could only urge. Li, you all head back to the dormitory. Don't worry about me, that I will return shortly and explain everything." Speaking, I pushed them forward and then tossed a stack of talismans to them. Chapter 51. Not a celestial lord, but a husband. Holding the stack of talismans, if any unusual circumstances arise, throw them away. Once we return to the dormitory, do not come out again. Remember, fortunately, Li is someone who dislikes asking questions. And upon seeing my serious expression, she understood that the situation was likely complicated. After taking the talismans, she said, "We shall take our leave now. You must be careful." Watching their hurried figures, the stone that had been weighing on my heart finally fell away. Feeling a chilling breeze behind me, I tensed and sidestepped. Now that I had confirmed that Li and the others were safe, if I still did not grasp what had transpired, it would be rather foolish. It appeared that tonight, regardless of whether I remained in the dormitory or not, Lu Ling had her methods to lure me out. Her intentions were painfully clear. She wanted my life. After several failed attempts to attack, Lu Ling evidently grew impatient. She transformed once more into a swirling black mist and rushed towards me. Just as I intended to throw the talismans at her, I realized there were none left in my pocket. In my haste, I had given them all to Liel. In that fleeting moment, Lu Ling seized the opportunity, and the black mist engulfed me, causing my consciousness to fade. When I regained awareness, I found myself walking on the path to Lu Zhao's residence. Observing my own awkward gait, I felt a wave of nausea that I gently knocked on Lu Zhao's door. After a considerable wait, the door opened, and Lu Zhao appeared, his brow furrowed. "Don't you have a key?" "Why are you knocking?" I feigned shyness. "I simply forgot to bring it." "Husband, please don't be angry." As I spoke, I reached out to grasp Lu Zhao's hand, only to have him subtly evade my touch. "Come in," Lu Zhao instructed before turning back into the house. That a wave of joy washed over me, accompanied by a barely perceptible thrill. Once inside, I moved closer to Lu Zhao, attempting to entwine my arm with his. "Husband, may I stay here tonight?" Lu Zhao recoiled, maintaining a distance of 8 feet, his expression rife with disdain. "My wife may stay here, but you, a creature neither human nor ghost, are unwelcome." With that, Lu Zhao's aura shifted dramatically, revealing a palpable air of menace. His gaze dripped with contempt, as if looking upon an insignificant insect, his tone icy. "Get out of my wife's body, you wretched thing." I seemed to be paralyzed by the overwhelming force emanating from Lu Zhao. Crouching down and clutching my head in despair. "If it weren't for my wife's body, I would have obliterated you with a single strike long ago. How dare you offend my eyes?" Lu Zhao unleashed the full extent of his murderous aura. I could no longer withstand it, my body twisting under the pressure. Suddenly, I spoke. "Why? Why can she, but I cannot? What makes me inferior to her?" Lu Zhao let out a derisive laugh, seemingly too apathetic to respond. Finally, he uttered, "To compare you with my wife is to insult her." Those words struck a nerve within me. If that is the case, let your wife perish alongside me, I declared, preparing to harm myself. However, Lu Zhao merely glanced at me. "It appears you do not love her that much," I retorted defiantly, unafraid of death. Yet in the next moment, I found myself speechless as I watched that little ghost climb atop my head and extend a hand toward me. In mere moments, a shadow was forcibly extracted from my body, still shrieking in madness as it was pulled away. The instant the shadow separated from me, I could no longer restrain myself and collapsed to the ground. Just before hitting the floor, I fell into a warm embrace, struggling to lift my eyelids. Lu Zhao's handsome face loomed above me. His menacing aura vanished, replaced with his usual gentleness. "Sleep now. It's all right." Hearing his words, I finally felt at ease and sank into a deep slumber in his arms. The little ghost held the shrieking shadow, glancing at Lu Xiao not far away. "What should we do with this?" "You can choose to devour it. Consuming it will enhance your abilities," Lu Xiao said as he lifted me from the ground and carried me inside. The little ghost distanced itself from the shadow with a look of disdain. "This thing hardly looks edible, does it? Perhaps I should wait for the beautiful sister to wake up before deciding." With that, he placed the shadow into a small jar he carried. When I awoke again, it was daylight, and as I opened my eyes, I found Lu Xiao sitting at the bedside, staring at me, remembering my state from the previous night. I felt a wave of shyness wash over me, wanting to bury my face. Lu Xiao snatched the blanket from me. "Get up and drink some porridge." To my surprise, he had been holding a bowl of porridge all along. I sat up in bed, reaching out to take the bowl, but Lu Xiao suddenly evaded me. Noticing my confused expression, he gently scooped a spoonful of porridge and brought it to my lips. "You were possessed by a filthy entity last night, and your body is still weak. I will feed you." Faced with Lu Zhao's tender care, I could not help but feel moved that I gazed at him with watery eyes, wanting to express my gratitude. Suddenly, Lu Xiao covered my eyes with his hand. "Don't look at me like that. You know I have no resistance to you, that if you wish to repay me, at least wait until you regain your strength." Realizing the implication behind Lu Zhao's words, my face flushed crimson. "You know that's not what I meant. Regardless of your intentions, focus on recovering first." With Lu Zhao's spoon already at my lips, I reluctantly opened my mouth and obediently drank the porridge. It wasn't until I finished that I remembered Lu Ling what happened to her. Lu Xiao set the bowl aside with a sneer. "She's dead." And no surprise there. It was an expected outcome. "When did you realize last night that it wasn't me?" Lu Xiao cast a disdainful glance at me, his voice dripping with contempt that I recognized it at first glance. "Had I not been concerned for your safety, I would have obliterated her on the spot instead of allowing her to linger in your body and offend me." I knew Lu Xiao preferred a gentle approach, so I praised him. "You are truly impressive, as expected of a celestial lord." My words evidently pleased Lu Xiao, as the corners of his mouth curled upward. And he patiently corrected me to "No, not celestial lord, but husband." Chapter 52. Never expect a weekend off. Although Lu Ling had died once more, I could not feel joy, for I was uncertain how many more Lu Lings lurked in the shadows, waiting for me. This time, I had been fortunate to be saved by Lu Xiao. But what about next time? He could not be by my side at all times to protect me. Therefore, I had to rely on myself. Perhaps I should consider Lu Xiao as suggestions? The moment this thought crossed my mind, I immediately suppressed it. No, I cannot be so lacking in ambition. I must have my own stance. But aside from this method, were there other ways to enhance my strength? Upon returning with the bowl, Lu Xiao noticed my anxious demeanor and approached me softly. "What troubles you?" I dared not reveal my thoughts to Lu Xiao, so I vaguely covered it up. "When will you take me to Hu Lingyun again?" Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow. "What do you want to go there for?" I lamented. "I want to take on more tasks. My strength is simply too weak. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen prey to Lu Ling last night." Lu Xiao suddenly chuckled. "If you wish to enhance your strength, why not consider my suggestion?" Hearing him broach the subject again, I immediately interrupted him. "Never ever think about that." Lu Xiao smirked. "Do not speak too definitively. Perhaps one day in the future, you will be the one to approach me with such a request." Lu Xiao's words always left me blushing. I covered my ears with my hands, got off the bed, and walked outside. Upon stepping outside, I immediately spotted the little ghost squatting on the ground, frowning and cradling its head in despair, remembering how it had forcibly pulled Lu Ling from my body last night. I became curious about its current level of power, so I approached and gently patted its head. That it turned to me, instantly adopting a different expression. "Beautiful sister, you're awake?" If I nodded and asked, "What are you doing sitting here?" It then expressed its frustration. "Sister, do you know about the creature that possessed you yesterday? Brother wants me to devour it, saying it will enhance my abilities." "Isn't that a good thing?" With a smile, I countered his question. "What is so good about it?" "That thing is utterly revolting. I can't eat a single bite. But haven't you tried it yet?" My eyes brightened suddenly. "No. I put it in a jar." "Sister, do you want some?" As he spoke, he retrieved the jar he carried and handed it to me. That I accepted it with a hint of joy. It seemed Lu Ling was still alive, and perhaps through her essence, I could glean some information that it's futile. Came Lu Zhao's voice from behind. To her, it's merely an inconsequential fragment. She can abandon it or self-destruct at any moment without harming her true self. Lu Zhao's words made me involuntarily frown. Did that mean I wouldn't be able to extract any information? Unless she willingly shares it with you. However, given the animosity between the two of you, the likelihood is minimal. Very well. I returned the jar to the little ghost. Lowering my head in disappointment, Lu Zhao, seemingly empathetic, walked to my side and gently patted my head. That don't be anxious. There will always be a way. I understood that with my current strength, even if I knew Lu Ling's intentions, I would not be able to confront her openly. So, I lifted my head and smiled at Lu Zhao. That I need to return to the dormitory. Li Li and the others must be worried about me. After Lu Zhao escorted me back to the dormitory, he departed. When I opened the dormitory door, 6 pairs of anxious, slightly tense eyes were fixed on me. Li was the first to speak. Her loud voice ringing out as she rushed to my side and threw an arm around my shoulders, exclaiming, "Damn it, Yuan, you're finally back. You had me worried sick. I've already thought of hundreds of ways to burn paper money for you. And it's a relief you're all right. You truly scared us. Indeed, we spent the entire night worrying, afraid something had happened to you, didn't. What on earth happened last night? Yes, tell us. Maybe we can help." Their words, overlapping in concern, warmed my heart. However, noticing the scrutinizing gazes from others in the corridor, I hurriedly ushered them into the dormitory and shut the door. No need to worry. I'm back safe and sound. I attempted to gloss over the question. Yuan, don't change the subject. Last night was urgent. I didn't have time to ask what happened, so you must tell me today. That I sighed deeply. It's not that I am unwilling to share. Knowing too much won't benefit you. Why current abilities are insufficient. But when I am strong enough to protect you, I will certainly reveal everything. Upon hearing this, Zhang seemed hesitant to speak. And you don't know what happened last night? Yeah, Lili suddenly interrupted, shooting her a warning glance. Zhang, understanding the cue, promptly shut her mouth. Yet my curiosity was piqued by Zhang Ye's unfinished words, prompting me to frown and inquire. Yeah, what happened last night? Zhang shook her head, choosing not to elaborate. That I felt anxious, akin to an ant on a hot pan, not wanting the conflict between Lu Ling and me to involve anyone else. If it were only my own troubles, that would be one thing, but if my roommates were to face danger, how would I explain it to their families? This thought suddenly left me feeling irritable. Don't you think that hiding things from me is for my own good? After last night's events, you must have a rough understanding of my situation. Although my current abilities are lacking, I can at least ensure my own safety. That if something were to happen to you, how would I face your families? My irritation seeped into my tone, becoming somewhat harsh. Zhang hesitated, biting her lip as if making a decision. Li, let us just tell Nin everything. That if it weren't for Nin last night, we might have perished. That I know you don't want to burden Nin, but I believe only by informing her can she devise a response. With that, she ignored Li's reaction and took my hand, her voice tinged with anxiety. Nin, you don't know. After we separated last night, we encountered something sinister on our way back to the dorm. Chapter 53. I want a double rest. Zhang's words startled me, and I hurriedly asked, "So you didn't get hurt?" Zhang shook her head gravely. "Thanks to the talismans you gave us. We safely returned to the dorm. That I felt a surge of relief that I had given them the talismans, even though some unpleasant events followed." "What did you encounter?" As we were walking, we suddenly heard someone calling our names. We thought it was you, so we turned to look, but there was no one there. Just when we thought we had misheard, you suddenly appeared before us. To me? I asked, astonished, pointing to myself. Yes, it was you. At that moment, we thought you had returned quickly, so we reached out to take your hand and head back to the dorm. But you didn't say a word. You just stared at us blankly, making us feel uneasy. And then? You brought me back to the dorm? I asked, my expression suddenly serious, for I was certain that the person who had appeared before them last night was not me. At that time, I thought your hand felt too cold, assuming it was just the weather, so I didn't pay much attention. That it was only when we reached the bottom of the dormitory that Lily noticed something was off. At this point, Zhang's expression shifted with a hint of fear. What was wrong? I pressed you under the streetlight, had no shadow. Lily suddenly interjected, sending a chill through us. However, she ignored our startled expressions and continued. From the moment you returned, I kept a close watch because you seemed so off. So, when we reached the dorm, I used the dim light to check if something was wrong, and I saw that you had no shadow. At that moment, I knew it wasn't you. Fortunately, I held tightly to the talismans you gave me. When you weren't paying attention, I threw all the talismans on you and pulled the others to run back to the dorm. I was left speechless by Lee's revelation that I suddenly thought, if I hadn't given them those talismans, would they have already faced danger? Once we returned to the dormitory, we immediately closed all the doors and windows. Indeed, it wasn't long before we heard knocking from outside, and we huddled together in fear, not daring to make a sound. Although Lily tried to remain calm while recounting the events of last night, I could still see a trace of fear on her face. You were knocking frantically, calling us to open the door, but we already knew that wasn't you, so we dared not let you in. We were prepared for the worst, but for some reason, you left shortly after that. We spent the entire night terrified, only daring to step outside when dawn broke. Hearing that they had indeed escaped unscathed eased the burden in my heart. It's a good thing you didn't open the door. Rest assured, as long as you don't open it, she cannot enter. I've placed talismans in every corner of the dorm that I felt grateful once more for my earlier caution. So that's how it was that no wonder she left shortly after. It seems and once again saved us, Zhanya said, still shaken, but I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. This wasn't saving them. It was merely pulling them into my troubles. At this moment, I felt a headache coming on, as I was uncertain whether Lu Ling was behind last night's events and whether she would return to harm them again, that I could not possibly protect them at all times. The best way to ensure their safety now was to quickly uncover Lu Ling's true form, that I suddenly felt utterly useless that I returned to Lu Xiao, persistently requesting him to take me to find Hu Lingyun. The outcome, of course, was that I obtained what I desired, and Lu Xiao got what he wanted as well. When I saw Hu Lingyun again, I felt as if I were a desperate NPC seeking a life-saving quest. Clutching his sleeve tightly, Hu Lingyun was left bewildered by my antics until Lu Xiao, with a dark expression, yanked me up by my collar as if I were a chick that I asked my sleeve not enough for you to grasp. Lu Xiao's voice was ominous and dangerous from above me. To express his irritation, he gave my backside a sharp slap. That I'll deal with you at home tonight. Embarrassed and furious, I hissed at him. Lu Xiao, there are other people here. Mind your behavior. Lu Xiao glanced dismissively at Hu Lingyun, who was watering plants, and with a swift motion, Hu Lingyun tossed aside what he was holding. Then, covering his eyes, he repeatedly muttered, I saw nothing. I heard nothing. Wasn't this a blatant case of there's no silver here? I harbor a deep disdain for Hu Lingyun's lack of backbone, driven by necessity. I find myself yielding to the oppressive might of Lu Xia. Lu Xia, I acknowledge my transgressions. Please set me free. Slap. Incorrect address. Start over. I am at a loss, wishing fervently to sever the hand that so foolishly acted moments ago. My lord, I recognize my faults. Please release me. Humph. Now that is more like it. Lu Xia, albeit reluctantly, lets me down but confines me to his side. Opposite us sits Hu Lingyun, his gaze laden with an overly suggestive scrutiny of the two of us. Reflecting on Lu Xia's earlier actions, I yearn for the earth to swallow me whole. Should you continue to stare, I would not hesitate to pluck out your eyes and use them as balls to kick. Hu Lingyun's expression instantly shifts to one of sorrow. Xiaogu, you were never this way with me before. I suddenly feel as if I have discovered a new continent, my eyes flitting between the two of them. See, I told you they must have something going on. Lu Xia suddenly pulls me into his embrace, covering my eyes that my little wife is rather disobedient. I shall take her back for a bit of training. It is only when I feel a soft sensation beneath me that I realize where I have landed. Realizing the potential events that may unfold, I shamefully begin to admit my mistakes. My lord, I was wrong. Lu Xia suddenly grips my chin, forcing me to meet his gaze. Where did my lady err? I should not have tugged at another sleeve, nor should I have doubted your orientation. I gingerly grasp his sleeve, shaking it in a bid for appeasement. Yet Lu Xia remains unmoved, his voice tinged with a husky timbre, his eyes ablaze with desire. It seems I have not performed well enough to avoid my lady's suspicions regarding my orientation. It is not like that, I exclaim. However, my slender waist is tightly ensconced in Lu Xia's embrace, my body pressed against his chest. Due to our height difference, he gazes down upon me, and before I am engulfed by that burning desire, I catch a glimpse of Lu Xia's smirking lips uttering four words. I want to cultivate together. Chapter 54. You will beg me in tears. Lu Xia's advances are fierce and unrelenting. I can only stretch my arms. Attempting to cling to him, Dada's passion deepens. I can no longer discern who initiated this encounter. Is it permissible? Lu Xia's voice, laced with seduction, whispers in my ear that I desperately draw in fresh air, endeavoring to maintain my composure. Yet my mind teeters on the brink of collapse, the last remnants of rationality nearly consumed by Lu Xia's ardor. In a daze, I find myself involuntarily nodding. Lu Xia's eyes blaze with an emotion I cannot comprehend. As I glance at Lu Xia, who is gradually returning to his former self, a sliver of my remaining reason finally resurfaces to know the words I wish to utter are swallowed back. Everything around us seems to revert to the moment we first met. Yet this time there are nuances that set it apart. Several times, I feel myself teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. Yet Lu Xia forcibly rejuvenates me each time that I am like a drifting reed on water. Unanchored, subject to his whims, be ye good. Just hold on a little longer. Trust me, this will benefit you. That I lack the strength to respond, merely allowing my eyelids to droop as I cast a glance at him. Ultimately, I cannot endure any longer, succumbing to exhaustion and losing consciousness. In a hazy state, I vaguely recall Lu Xia carrying me into the bathroom for a thorough wash before returning me to bed. Gently kissing my forehead. Overwhelmed by fatigue, I fail to notice the surging affection concealed within Lu Xia's gaze. To my astonishment, I sleep soundly until midday the following day. Upon awakening, I am greeted with a wave of soreness throughout my body. I take a deep breath, mentally vowing never to acquiesce to Lu Xia's unreasonable requests again. Awake? Lu Xia's melodious voice floats above me. He is propped up on his elbow, gazing at me with an air of leisure. The memories of last night's fervor make me hesitant to meet his eyes. Observing my attempts to hide beneath the covers, Lu Xia reaches out, pulling the blanket away from my head. What are you doing? I glare at him, somewhat disgruntled. Do you not wish to know how much your abilities have improved? Is it true what you say? I inquire, my excitement bubbling to the surface as I peek out from under the blanket. He smiles with satisfaction. Why would I deceive you? In that moment, I forget my fatigue, eager to rise. Lu Xia, however, insists on pushing me back down. Rest a while longer. I will prepare some porridge for you. If I catch you sneaking out, I will not hesitate to have another go. His tone carries a hint of dominance, a calm yet threatening undertone that I find myself swayed by his words, remaining in bed until Lu Xia returns with the porridge. Too intimidated to move, savoring my obedient demeanor, Lu Xia appears pleased that seems you are not eager for another round with me. His teasing voice breaks through, prompting me to roll my eyes in annoyance. He chuckles lightly. Once you grasp the benefits of cultivating together, perhaps you will find yourself begging me in tears. That I glare at him fiercely, my teeth grinding in frustration. That I advise you to conserve your strength. With that, Lu Xia brings a spoonful of porridge to my lips. That I, filled with indignation, bite the spoon, channeling my frustration into the act. Since my lady possesses such vitality, why not continue? As he speaks, he lowers the bowl. Panic surges within me at the thought of his intentions, and I hastily grasp his hand. No, I truly cannot. Then be good and drink your porridge. Lu Xia once again offers a spoonful to my mouth. Having learned from previous encounters, I comply and begin to drink. After finishing the porridge, Lu Xia kindly dresses me before carrying me outside. That as we pass by a child, he looks up with confusion and asks, "Brother, why are you carrying sister? Is she unwell?" I feel a flush of embarrassment as I bury my face in Lu Xia's embrace. "Child, do not concern yourself with such matters." Lu Xia dismisses him coldly before whisking me away. Upon our return to Hu Lingyun's residence, he stares wide-eyed, shock evident on his face. You too?" I again feel the urge to hide my face. Lu Xia shoots him a cold glare, prompting him to promptly fall silent. I intend to take her to that place. "Xiao Yi, have you thought this through?" Hu Lingyun queries, his voice trembling slightly. Lu Xia merely replies, "This is merely a notification." All right then, the conversation between the two leaves me pondering one thing. Where exactly is Lu Xia taking me? Suddenly, the scenery shifts, and I feel a chilling drop in the air. "Where are we?" I inquire of Lu Xia. This is a place used by several families to punish disobedient members. Upon hearing Lu Xia's words, My first instinct is to wonder if he has ever faced such punishment. Hesitantly, I pose my question. That is all in the past. Lu Xia responds nonchalantly that a pang of empathy wells up within me. Beneath Lu Xia's seemingly strong exterior lies a history of hardships endured. Perhaps noticing my expression, he gazes at me with amusement. What is it? Are you feeling pity for me? Caught in my own thoughts. I turn my face away in silence. His reaction, however, brings him delight. Do not worry. I am quite well now. He begins to gently reassure me. Forget about my past. Today, your primary task is at hand. Do you not wish to see how far your abilities have come? With a resigned sigh, I press my lips together. If this is a trial, then please set me down. Lu Xia finds a clean spot and carefully places me on the ground. As my feet touch the earth. I am struck by the terrifying nature of this space. There is an eerie silence, the sky shrouded in a gray mist, and the gnarled branches alongside various animal bones on the ground create a scene both horrifying and mysterious. Instinctively, I grip Lu Xia's sleeve tightly. Sensing my trepidation, Lu Xia gently pats my hand. Do not fear. I am here. Chapter 55. Do not tempt me, I nodded at him, then drew a short sword from my sleeve and began to tread cautiously forward. The deeper I ventured, the more I sensed an unsettling shift in my surroundings. That it was as if something lurked in the shadows, fixating on me with a predatory gaze that made me profoundly uneasy. Suddenly, I felt something brush against my leg. That I hastily looked down to find a small white snake slithering up from my leg to my shoulder. Gripping the short sword tightly, I prepared to strike. However, the snake seemed increasingly familiar, prompting me to call out hesitantly, Lu Xiao. The little white snake climbed onto my arm, and I sheathed my sword, cradling it gently. The snake flicked its tongue at me repeatedly. If I'm not mistaken, are you plotting to murder your husband? Lu Xiao's voice echoed, leaving me momentarily embarrassed as I mumbled, Who told you to climb onto me without a word? The white snake remained silent, coiling around my arm, that if I were by your side, those things would likely not dare approach. Otherwise, bringing you here would be utterly pointless. That a realization dawned upon me, and I nodded. Then you should stay on me. However, since this is a trial, I hope you won't intervene unless absolutely necessary. That I shared my thoughts with Lu Xiao, as I wished to avoid constantly being shielded by his presence. Lu Xiao seemed to ponder for a moment before replying. I will assess the situation. His assurance brought me some relief. Yet before I could fully exhale, I sensed a chilling wind approach. That my awareness of my surroundings heightened. That I evaded an attack from behind with agility. Swiftly turning to cast a talisman. The talisman struck the ghostly figure, and it immediately howled in agony. That I plunged the short sword into its body, and it dissipated into nothingness. That I gazed at the short sword in delight. It possessed the power to ward off evil and would send lower-grade spirits into oblivion upon contact. Use it wisely. Here, it will be your sole means of defense. That I nodded and carefully sheathed the sword. Perhaps my earlier decisive actions had made an impression, for Lu Xiao and I traversed a considerable distance without further incident. Something is approaching. Be cautious. Lu Xiao's warning reached me just as I sensed numerous ghostly figures encircling me from all directions. Realizing their intent, I stiffened. Single combat would not suffice, so they aimed to surround me. Did they require me to act? I tightened my grip on the short sword and gently shook my head. No need. Let me know if you require assistance. That as soon as Lu Xiao finished speaking, the spirits lunged at me, baring their teeth. That I quickly positioned the short sword defensively across my chest and kicked the nearest long-tongued ghost away. Another headless ghost charged at me from behind, and I swung my sword with precision. The blade flashed, and the smoke cleared, revealing the absence of the headless ghost, seeing the situation turning against them. The remaining spirits howled and charged at me. That I swiftly threw a piece of talisman paper into the air. It hovered momentarily as I sliced my fingertip with the short sword, letting a drop of blood fall onto the talisman. God of thunder from the five directions, heed my call, and swiftly unleash your power. As my words faded, the talisman ignited fiercely, a thunderous roar resonating through the air. Moments later, bolts of lightning descended, striking the wretched spirits with precision. Igniting them in flames. That I glanced at my hands in astonishment. I had merely intended to test it, never expecting success. This is the advantage of dual cultivation. That in the past, you could only use talismans to confront foes. Now, the spiritual energy within you can empower them. Lu Xiao's voice carried a hint of pride. The ability to manipulate talismans was indeed a pleasant surprise for me. Can all talismans be used? Not all. As your spiritual energy increases, the talismans you can wield will also elevate in rank. Understanding dawned upon me. What do you think? Would you consider my proposal? Lu Xiao's tone was laced with persuasion. If you agree, you may not need to exert yourself so fiercely in capturing spirits. However, I felt he was mistaken, that if I solely relied on dual cultivation to enhance my abilities, no matter how high my spiritual energy rose, it would merely be superficial. When faced with real opponents, I would still be at a disadvantage that in that case. I underestimated you, my lady. Lu Xiao's voice bore a note of admiration that I halted, raising my arm to meet his gaze. Lu Xiao, I wish to fight alongside you, not to hide behind you. Watching you fend off all the dangers that as soon as I spoke, a gentle breeze stirred before me that I lifted my arm in an attempt to shield myself from the wind. Suddenly, my feet left the ground, and I felt myself being lifted. Looking at the flawless man before me, my heart skipped a beat. What do you intend to do? Do you? His brazen words, spoken by the stunning figure before me, made me feel as though I were defiling divinity. Stop joking. We're in a restricted area, not your home. I'm not joking. Lu Xiao's serious demeanor sent me into a panic that I clung tightly to his neck. Pleading softly, please, my husband, I truly cannot handle this. That why calling him my husband clearly delighted Lu Xiao, that if you know you can't handle it, why tempt me? His question left me bewildered. When did I tempt you? Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical of my denial that wasn't your earlier statement a declaration of your feelings toward me. I finally realized how ambiguous my prior words had been, yet I absolutely did not harbor the implications he suggested. Angered by the snake's incessant thoughts of such matters, I suppressed my emotions and said sternly, "Put me down now, or I will lose my temper." Lu Xiao playfully slapped my backside. "Let me see you lose your temper." My lady, I rolled my eyes at him, struggling to free myself from his grasp. That moment, I truly felt disinclined to engage with him, so I sulkily marched ahead alone. However, not long after, Lu Xiao transformed back into a small snake, slithering up my leg to my arm. Observing his obedient demeanor, I unwittingly reached out to stroke his head. That I must admit, this charming form of Lu Xiao was simply too adorable. Chapter 56. The Illusory Realm. The deeper I ventured, the more I sensed the malevolence of this place. Though there were foul entities attempting to approach and consume me, I managed to dispel them, sending their souls into chaos. Consequently, I navigated a considerable stretch of the path unhindered. Just as I began to lower my guard and take a breath, Lu Xiao suddenly spoke. Something is approaching. That he whispered a warning that I barely had time to contemplate, my throat tightening with anxiety. That I felt the temperature plummet, indicating that whatever approach was far from benign. That I cautiously raised my short sword, scanning the surroundings for any signs of ambush. Yet, unexpectedly, I noticed a shift in the scenery around me. The air filled with swirling mist, obscuring everything from view. Instinctively, I glanced at my wrist, only to find Lu Xiao's presence had vanished. What is happening? I pondered, considering Lu Xiao's prowess. What sort of being could confine me beyond his sight? Caution crept into my heart as I braced myself for this unknown adversary. Suddenly, an elderly woman appeared, leaning on a cane. She hunched over, her back turned towards me. "Who are you?" I asked, attempting to maintain composure as I gripped my sword. Upon hearing my question, the old woman slowly turned her head to glance at me. The moment I recognized her visage, my blood ran cold. "Grandmother?" I exclaimed, dropping my sword in shock, as if responding to my call. She abruptly turned and began walking away. Panic surged within me. After a moment's thought, I chased after her. "Grandmother, wait for me." Yet, no matter how swiftly I moved, I could not match her pace. That I halted, taking a deep breath to regain my composure. But when I lifted my gaze again, she had suddenly appeared right before me. She reached out, grasping my wrist. The warmth of her touch sparked an instinctual downward glance to her wrist. "Do not go there. She is a fake, and she intends to harm you." Her face was filled with urgency, desperately imploring me not to approach. "What do you mean? Do not go there?" I lifted my head and gazed into the distance, where an elderly woman stood. Was it two grandmothers? My mind was a chaotic whirlpool at that moment. Feeling the warmth at my wrist, I took a deep breath. "How can you prove that you are real?" The grandmother before me wore an expression of urgency, It was I who risked half my life to save you. Why do you not trust me? Very well, if you claim to be real. Then tell me when I was born. Is that even a question? Of course, it was at midnight on the 14th day of the 7th lunar month in the year of the Earth Pig. I smiled at her, acknowledging her words. Upon hearing my response, she appeared quite pleased. Indeed, you are still the child I saved with half my life. Have you forgotten? I nodded to her. The joy on her face was palpable. Then let us go. I shall take you outside. You go first. I will follow closely behind, I replied with a smile. She joyfully grasped my hand and led the way forward. For a fleeting moment, I truly craved the warmth she imparted to me. However, without hesitation, I plunged the sword in my hand into her body. She turned to me, disbelief etched on her face as blood poured from her wound. I gently pushed her forward, my expression devoid of emotion. How did you discover it? I had no flaws. She collapsed to the ground, choking on her blood, her voice tinged with bitterness. Because my grandmother never told me that she had expended half her life to save me. She never used that as a means to coerce me into anything. She cast a resentful glance at me, before fading into nothingness that I raised my head and looked ahead once more. The elderly figure turned back to glance at me before continuing to walk away with her cane. Grandmother, don't go. Wait for me. I hurriedly set off to chase after her. Suddenly, the old woman vanished from my sight, and I frantically searched around, yet I could not find her silhouette. The scenery before me shifted once again, that a sound came from behind. I turned to find my grandmother, who appeared to be my sworn enemy. Her face twisted with malice. She lunged at my heart with a sword in hand that I quickly distanced myself, and as she missed her strike, she charged at me again, shouting, "Little wretch, die!" My expression hardened, and my revulsion for her reached its peak. Watching her charge towards me, I lifted my foot and delivered a powerful kick. She was sent flying but quickly got back up and charged at me once more that I was unwilling to prolong this encounter. I grabbed her arm, pulled her into my embrace with her back to me, and raised my short sword to stab down fiercely. Her figure suddenly vanished from the spot. The scene shifted again, and my grandmother's corpse lay not far ahead, with my father standing beside her, his face contorted with rage as he glared at me. "Why you unnin'? Look at the mess you've made." I let out a cold laugh. "What have I done? She is your grandmother. Do you not regard this elder? She wanted to kill me. How could I not kill her? She aimed to kill you, yet you stand here unharmed? Oh, and so what?" I raised an eyebrow, feigning indifference as I regarded him, that he seemed incensed by my demeanor, pointing at me and shouting, "You unnin, from now on, you shall no longer be my daughter." I scoffed. "What are you? You think you can sever ties with me?" Just as my words fell, the two figures before me vanished into thin air. I understood that this illusion sought to exploit the deep-seated ties within my heart to disturb my thoughts. As long as I maintained my mental state undisturbed, or could buy myself some time, it should suffice for Lu Xiao to find me. Sure enough, in the next moment, all the smoke dissipated, and my surroundings reverted to their previous state. I raised my eyes, and Lu Xiao appeared before me. That I ran towards him, filled with joy. "Where did you go just now?" I grasped his sleeve. That I had a few matters to attend to. "What is it?" he asked, ruffling my hair. "Nothing," that I smiled at him, refraining from disclosing the events I had just encountered, nor did I inquire about his own matters. "So, do you feel like you've made progress?" Yes, I nodded vigorously. He smiled gently at me. "Shall we continue deeper?" "Yes, I want to further challenge my limits." "Then let us proceed," that he said as he took my hand, and we moved forward. Chapter 57. The Nightmare Demon. I suddenly halted, gazing at him. Sensing my rigidity, Lu Xiao turned back to me. "What is it?" he asked softly. That I withdrew my hand, stepping back 2 paces, my voice colder than ever before. "You are not Lu Xiao. Who are you really?" "I am Lu Xiao, and what troubles you?" He reached out again to grasp me, that I quickly distanced myself. "Though you strive to imitate him, alas, you are not." Lu Xiao erupted into laughter. I never imagined this little girl would see through me. "But what of it? By the time the real Lu Xiao finds you, you will have already been consumed by me. Once I devour you, I shall escape this cursed place." His words made me involuntarily furrow my brow. "Where is Lu Xiao? What have you done to him?" He suddenly chuckled coldly. "That I advise you to focus on your own safety." Knowing that reasoning with him was futile, I discreetly gripped my short sword and talismans behind my back. "You think to use that lowly talisman against me?" He mocked, as though all my means were beneath his notice. Undeterred by his derision, I met his gaze defiantly. How will you know unless you try? With that, I seized the opportunity to hurl a talisman at him, and as he faltered, I lunged forward with my short sword. Clearly caught off guard by my sudden aggression, the moment was fleeting. I was less than 2 meters away, and I was confident I could strike him. Thus, when my sword pierced his body, he could no longer contain his low, furious roar. His growl seemed to carry some force, sending both me and my sword flying back that I landed on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of my mouth that I lifted my hand to wipe it away, then retrieved the short sword nearby. When I regained my footing, I found that he had transformed. The guise stripped away to reveal his true form. He was enveloped in a shroud of black mist, an aura of malevolence swirling around him. So this is your true appearance, I taunted that he seemed incensed, letting out a growl before charging at me like a wisp of shadow, that I threw all the talismans I had, then cut my finger and let blood drip onto one of them. In mere moments, lightning began to strike down in rapid succession. Although the lightning struck him relentlessly, he appeared unaffected that if these are all your tricks, you may well be devoured by me, he mocked, his voice dripping with disdain. Yet, I merely raised a corner of my mouth in a smirk, that no, you've misunderstood. I have one final trick up my sleeve, and I fear you may not be able to withstand it. I am eager to see what you possess. He scoffed at "Is that so? Then you may want to reconsider." I regarded the black mist before me, as if observing a corpse that I have never known the taste of regret. He laughed arrogantly, but soon his laughter faltered. Lu Xiao, how could you be here? No, this is impossible. I refuse to believe it. Lu Xiao emerged slowly from behind me, exuding an air of icy nobility. Long time no see, nightmare demon. You dare to set your sights on this prince? The entity referred to as the nightmare demon trembled, as if it were a rat confronted by a cat. What have you done to my companions? Lu Xiao did not respond to its inquiry, but spoke with a grave tone. It seems I have been absent for too long. You have forgotten my abilities. Upon hearing Lu Xiao's words, the nightmare demon immediately attempted to flee. However, Lu Xiao was far too swift. It was so fast that I could barely comprehend it. By the time Lu Xiao reappeared beside me, he had already captured the black mist in his grasp. The dark fog thrashed wildly in his palm. Lu Xiao, let me go. What? Are you now tasting the flavor of regret? Lu Xiao seemed to merely hold the black mist lightly, yet it writhed as if its very fate was at stake. I have tasted it. I have tasted it. I beg you, let me go. Let you go? How could that be? You are brimming with treasures. Killing you would be just the remedy for my lady's health. Having spoken, Lu Xiao no longer afforded him any opportunity, extending his hand to delve into the swirling mass of black mist. The mist barely had time to emit a wail before, in the next instant, a golden glowing orb was extracted. Lu Xiao presented the object before me, gazing at the spherical item, then at the dark, ominous substance in Lu Xiao's hand. I found it difficult to suppress my unease. Lu Xiao seemed to perceive my disdain and remarked that, although it appeared rather unseemly, it would significantly enhance my strength. Upon hearing that it could bolster my abilities, I took the glowing orb into my possession. With a closed eye and a resolute heart, I tossed it directly into my mouth, executing the action swiftly and decisively. "Anin," Lu Xiao suddenly called out to me. "What is it?" I responded, momentarily perplexed that I didn't imply that it was meant to be ingested. "What?" I gasped, my eyes wide with astonishment. "This spirit orb contains all the power of the nightmarish ghost. And given your current physical condition, you might not be able to withstand it. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" I exclaimed, feeling a surge of frustration. "You did not give me the chance." Well, upon reflection, my instinctive reaction upon seeing the orb was to consume it, and I had not considered any alternative interpretations. Thus, I could not entirely blame Lu Xiao so. If I consume it this way, it won't be an issue, right? I won't suddenly explode and perish, will I? A wave of anxiety washed over me, for such scenarios were frequently depicted in novels that it won't. You may experience some discomfort, but if you can endure it, you'll be fine. As he spoke, Lu Xiao's gaze darkened, revealing an unsettling flicker. When will the effects manifest? Will it impact my training? The onset may take some time. Let me first take you away from here. With those words, Lu Xiao abruptly lifted me off my feet. "Wait, I feel fine at the moment," I protested. Truth be told, I was somewhat reluctant to leave. It had taken considerable effort to enter this place, and I didn't wish to exit so swiftly. You can return here whenever you wish, but I fear you may soon be unable to endure it any longer. Lu Xiao disregarded my entreaties, directly transporting me from that space. Chapter 58. Yuanin, this is of your own making. As soon as we touched down, Hu Lingyun's voice rang out in surprise. How could you return after just one day? Lu Xiao continued to hold me, showing no inclination to set me down. She inadvertently ingested that object taken from the nightmarish ghost. What? Hu Lingyun's eyes widened in astonishment, mirroring my own reaction upon hearing the news. I need to take her back for now. Lu Xiao's voice was tinged with gravity. Though I must say, Xiaoyi, you are behaving quite recklessly. Hu Lingyun's audacity seemed to dance on the precipice of Lu Xiao's temper, and I almost anticipated his imminent expulsion, that I did not foresee that she would consume it directly. I couldn't intervene in time. Surprisingly, Lu Xiao remained unperturbed, even responding to him with unexpected patience. Hu Lingyun suddenly tossed a small box toward us. Just in case, you should keep this handy. With that, he turned away, ignoring our presence. Lu Xiao took the box in hand and solemnly expressed his gratitude to Hu Lingyun. Thank you. Hu Lingyun waved him off dismissively. Lu Xiao then vanished from the spot, still cradling me in his arms. Upon our arrival in the house, the little ghost immediately approached us. Brother, why are you always holding sister? Lu Xiao ignored the inquiry, placing me onto a nearby chair. With a wave of his hand, the little ghost instantly disappeared from view. What are you doing? I questioned, puzzled by his actions, though I knew he meant no harm to the little ghost. Lu Xiao lazily lifted his eyelids that he was far too noisy. I decided to silence him for a while. Was he really that bothersome? I thought he was fine. Lu Xiao did not respond to my remark. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Do you feel any different now? For reasons I could not comprehend. His cool voice resonated in my ears, sounding exquisitely alluring. Well, I feel a bit warm. What about it? Nothing. Lu Xiao shook his head, his expression inscrutable that I struggled to rise from Lu Xiao's grasp, intending to fetch a glass of cold water to alleviate the heat coursing through me. Yet after just a few steps, I abruptly halted, turning back to face Lu Xiao in disbelief. He rested his arm on the edge of the chair, his fist propping up his chin, casually observing me. My heart tightened, and I felt an unusual sense of tension as I tentatively probed. Is this what you meant by discomfort? Lu Xiao remained silent, nodding slightly, an acknowledgement of my inquiry that I felt as if I had been sentenced to death. Tears threatening to spill from my eyes. Lu Xiao, you scoundrel. You must have done this on purpose. In response to my accusation, Lu Xiao displayed no emotion that I in a fit of defiance. I marched over, seized his arm, and bit down hard on his pale, flawless skin. That a muffled groan escaped Lu Xiao's lips, yet he made no move to stop me. Observing the bite marks on his arm, I reluctantly released my grip. Casting him a resentful glance, perhaps feeling a twinge of embarrassment from my gaze, Lu Xiao offered a soothing comment. I truly did not intend for this to happen, that I never anticipated the nightmarish ghost would appear, nor that you would ingest it without consulting me. That I covered my ears, unwilling to hear his explanations. Lu Xiao reached out, pulling me up from the ground, attempting to channel his spiritual energy into me. In the end, despite the amount of energy Lu Xiao transferred, the restlessness within me could not be quelled. That I grasped his collar, drawing him closer. Lu Xiao regarded me, his eyes glimmering with a murky depth. He lowered my hands, pinching my chin between his fingers. That Why Yuanin, regain your composure. His fingers pressed slightly, sending a jolt of pain through my jaw that I struggled to pry his fingers away. Isn't this what you desired? Why are you feigning righteousness now? As soon as I opened my mouth, I was rendered speechless, astonished by the sound that escaped me. Was that truly my voice? Yet the discomfort surged back, clouding my ability to think rationally. I reached out, grasping Lu Xiao's chin. That I do not wish to take advantage of your vulnerability. Though Lu Xiao verbally denied it, his hands roamed my waist, caressing me. Ignoring his icy gaze, I pressed a gentle kiss against his cheek. Lu Xiao, can you assist me? His large hand brushed against my flushed cheek, his voice low and dangerous. That Why Yuanin, you initiated this. Once you regain your senses, do not blame me. For now, I have but one question for you. His warm breath brushed against my face as he asked in a husky tone, Who am I? Lu Xiao that I was puzzled by the nature of his inquiry. Lu Xiao's gaze bore into me, as if attempting to sear my very being, his voice laced with restrained intensity, that if you answer incorrectly, we shall continue. That I do not know. That I in frustration, I lightly bit his alluring lip. Lu Xiao's melodious voice continued to coax me. Until you provide the correct answer. As my consciousness began to dim, I involuntarily cried out, "Husband." Lu Xiao abruptly opened a small box Ling Yun had given him, revealing a smooth, white pill nestled within. He retrieved it and held it to my lips. "Consume this. It will be beneficial for you." That I accepted the pill, placing it in my mouth and swallowing it whole. That I in the next moment, I felt myself being lifted off the ground. As Lu Xiao carried me into the room, he leaned close to my ear, whispering words that made my cheeks flush crimson. Chapter 59. You are Su Daji, and I am King Zhou. It was this reckless abandon that rendered me bedridden for 2 days. Every part of my body aching, a testament to the wildness of that night. Due to this incident, I had not granted Lu Xiao a single glance for 2 days. To Tio claim he was entirely blameless would be utterly implausible. I had no trust in such assertions. Seeing me ignore him, he remained unfazed, wearing a look of amusement. That "My lady, are you denying your own actions after the fact?" I widened my eyes and turned to him. And in a fit of exasperation, I grabbed a nearby pillow and hurled it at him. Lu Xiao caught the pillow effortlessly and then moved to my side, placing it behind my back for support. "Do not forget, it was you who sought me out initially." He leaned in close, whispering those words in my ear, causing me to flush with embarrassment, recalling that day when I had indeed made the first move. I felt an overwhelming sense of shame wash over me. Seeing the teasing smile playing on his lips, I chose to lie back down, covering my head with a blanket. Muffled sounds emerged from beneath the covers. "I wonder, do you not have your own affairs to attend to while lingering around me all day?" Lu Xiao pulled back the blanket, revealing my face. "That I do have pressing matters that require my attention. I intended to wait until you regained some strength before informing you." Upon hearing that Lu Xiao intended to depart, I was abruptly jolted into clarity. "When are you leaving?" I inquired. Lu Xiao gazed at me with an enigmatic smile, as if to question whether I wished for him to leave hastily. His words left me momentarily speechless. In truth, I was uncertain about my feelings towards Lu Xiao. When he mentioned his departure, a profound sense of emptiness enveloped my heart. That I pressed my lips together, refraining from responding. Suddenly, Lu Xiao grasped my chin, compelling me to meet his gaze. "That if you express that you do not wish for me to leave, I shall remain to accompany you." That I swiftly pushed his hand away and cast him a sidelong glance. "What, do you aspire to become a lethargic monarch who neglects the morning court?" Lu Xiao seemed amused by my retort, his large hand gliding across my face in a playful manner. "If my lady is akin to Su Daji, then I would not mind embodying King Zhou of Shang. Just this once, despite my relentless urging for him to depart." Lu Xiao insisted on waiting until I regained my strength. Before he finally left, he inquired if I remembered the pill given to me by Ling Yun. I recalled that day when Lu Xiao had indeed placed a pill in my mouth and nodded in acknowledgement. "That pill will effectively help you absorb the residual energy within you, so do not become complacent in your cultivation. Upon my return, I shall personally inspect your progress, should you fail to meet my expectations. You are well aware of the consequences." That I rolled my eyes at him in annoyance and urged him to leave promptly. Lu Xiao chuckled as he reached out to ruffle my hair. "Be a good girl and await my return." As soon as Lu Xiao departed, I returned to school. Thankfully, my roommates had been covering for me during his absence. Otherwise, I might have faced the risk of failing my finals. Upon entering the dormitory, I was forcefully pulled onto a chair by Li. "Ladies, come here quickly. This girl has vanished without a word for nearly a week. Don't you want to know what she has been up to?" As soon as Li's words fell, the others rushed over, surrounding me in a circle. Confronted by this sudden pressure, I instinctively shrank my neck. That Li abruptly lifted my chin. "Why Yuan, and confess honestly, have you been seeing a boyfriend?" Hearing Li's question rendered me momentarily speechless. What exactly was my relationship with Lu Xiao? I was unsure. Were we considered an engaged couple? Yet, we had yet to meet each other's parents. Were we merely dating? However, we had already crossed all boundaries. That I truly did not know what to categorize our relationship, as that I shook my head lightly. "Oh my." Li's voice erupted in my ear, ringing painfully. To "Why Yuan, are you serious? No wonder our instructor mentioned you had a fiancé. who helped you take a week off that I thought the instructor was just joking. Lu Xiao had come to school and helped me take a leave? I was somewhat taken aback. What else could it be? Did you think everyone would remain calm while you vanished without a trace for so long? Fine, I'll concede that he has a bit of a conscience. Lily suddenly leaned closer, a mischievous grin on her face. Now, tell me, what did the two of you do during your week-long disappearance? You aren't telling me you went home to get married. Are you? Don't tease me. I push her away from my EARDL. Eileen solemnly patted my shoulder, her eyes glinting with implication. Although our country advocates for free love, remember one thing. What is it? Above all, do not become pregnant before marriage. Lily. I kicked her in a fit of irritation. Seeing Lily stumble away from me, the others burst into laughter and dispersed. However, her words left my heart in a tumultuous state. Upon reflection, it had been over 2 months since I met Lu Xiao. During our intimate moments, he had never taken any precautions. Yet in these 2 months, my menstrual cycle had remained as punctual as ever. A thought suddenly crossed my mind. Could it be that Lu Xiao was incapable? Chapter 60. An unexpected turn. Uncertain of whether Lu Ling would return, our dormitory would close its doors and windows early each evening. With Lu Xiao absent, I was disinclined to seek trouble. Although I was aware that my abilities had significantly improved, I was still unsure of the extent of that enhancement, a TOR on the side of caution. I had no intention of acting recklessly. However, my decision to avoid conflict did not preclude trouble from finding me. For reasons unknown, Fan Yifan in our dormitory suddenly developed a high fever in the middle of the night. As the others anxiously questioned what we should do, I steeled myself and stomped my foot. Human lives are at stake. We cannot delay Yifan's treatment out of fear for our own safety. You all stay here and attempt to bring her temperature down through physical means, while I head to the infirmary to procure some antipyretics. Are we not going together? Li's voice trembled with panic. I could sense her fear, that I calmly shook my head. Given my current abilities, if we venture out together, I may not be able to protect you all. Rather than risking our safety together, it would be wiser to keep you here. I have placed talismans around the dormitory. As long as you do not open the door, nothing else should be able to enter. This should greatly enhance your safety. And you? What if something happens to you? Zhangya asked cautiously. That I will do my utmost to avoid trouble. I shall return swiftly. Eileen suddenly grasped my arm. Be careful on your way. Remember our secret knock for the door, that if you're not back by morning, I will call the police. That I understood that if something were to happen to me, calling for help would likely be futile. Nevertheless, to ease Li's worries, I nodded reassuringly. Due to the late hour, I explained the situation to the dormitory supervisor before heading out towards the infirmary. Throughout my journey, I remained vigilant, my short sword at the ready, prepared for any eventuality. That I sensed that Fan Yifan's illness was not a sudden occurrence, but rather a premeditated act. Indeed, shortly after I exited the infirmary, I collided with someone. The medication in my hand fell to the ground, and I crouched to retrieve it. As I straightened, I noticed a woman standing before me. Barely a meter away, that I had to admit, her appearance was striking. Her tall, alluring figure exuded an air of captivating charm. Are you all right, classmate? She inquired, her smile radiant. That I'm fine. I replied politely. That I in the dead of night. The presence of such a beautiful woman at the infirmary felt decidedly unusual. Her sudden appearance compelled me to remain cautious, observing her stance, which suggested she had no intention of letting me pass. I decided to maneuver around her. That I expected her to obstruct my path, but to my surprise, she merely called out lightly from behind me, Classmate, you might be in for a disaster tonight. Do remember to exercise caution. I turned back to look at her, yet she had vanished without a trace. That a wave of confusion washed over me, and I began to feel that the situation was growing increasingly strange. I hastened my pace, eager to return to the dormitory. However, after barely covering 100 meters, a chilling wind swept past me from behind. So, trouble had indeed arrived. I thought at Yuan in Parish. The icy gust brushed past my ear. And as I slightly tilted my head, 5 claw-like fingers appeared beside me. My expression hardened as I silently thanked my quick reflexes. Had I not evaded swiftly, I might have sustained a grievous injury. The short sword materialized in my hand, and leveraging my agility, I spun to position myself behind her, pressing the blade against her throat, while my other hand affixed a talisman to her back. Lu Ling, is this all you can resort to? In the stillness of the autumn night, my voice carried an icy undertone. The figure I had ensnared suddenly emitted a chilling laugh at Wai Yuan, and I have discovered that Lu Xiao is not by your side. Today, you are doomed. That a smug laugh escaped her lips, and I could not restrain myself from pressing the sword closer to her neck. Only when I heard her anguished cry did I feign an accidental slip. Oh dear, my apologies. Your laugh is simply too unpleasant and startled me. Hearing the grinding of Lu Ling's teeth, I tightened my grip. That I have urgent matters to attend to today. Otherwise, I would certainly settle the scores between us. I gently intensified my hold. Wai Yuan, do you believe I would engage in any endeavor without confidence? Today marks your demise. Perish. As Lu Ling's words fell, she instantly transformed into a wisp of black smoke. Dissipating before my eyes, surprised to see her rematerialize a short distance away, I could not help but wonder if my abilities were indeed increasing alongside hers. Before I could ponder further, I sensed danger closing in from behind. At that moment, I found myself besieged from all sides. Even if my mind were slow to react, I understood that this was indeed a premeditated ambush. They had plotted to take my life while Lu Xiao was absent. A cold smirk curled at the corners of my mouth. Although Lu Xiao was not by my side, my life was not something that anyone could easily claim. That I raised my short sword and deftly sliced across my fingertip. Immediately revealing a crimson wound, I produced a talisman, applying my blood to it, and it instantly shone with a radiant glow. Hastily, I flung the talisman towards Lu Ling before me. As it neared her, the talisman transformed into a circle of golden light, ensnaring her within its confines. Having dealt with Lu Ling, I quickly turned to confront the person approaching from behind. The clash of weapons resonated in the air, producing a crisp sound, and a man I had never seen before wielded a long sword. Now gazing at me in astonishment, that he seemed taken aback that I could withstand his strike. You are the master behind Lu Ling? His already narrow eyes narrowed further, rendering his demeanor quite lecherous. Those destined to die need not know so much. He forcefully pressed down with his sword, and I summoned all my strength to evade his grasp. Meanwhile, Lu Ling, tormented by the talisman I had cast aside, was too preoccupied to pay me any heed, granting me a moment's respite. Are you from the Huang family? I redirected my gaze back to the man who posed the greatest threat to me at that moment. Upon having his identity unveiled, he appeared somewhat irate. You vile wretch, you and Lu Xiao have slaughtered so many of my Huang family. Today, I shall exact justice for them. His words were utterly nonsensical. I suddenly realized that every member of the Huang family who sought to kill me always claimed that I had slain their kin, yet they conveniently overlooked the fact that my motives were purely self-defense against their murderous intentions. Recognizing the futility of reasoning with someone from the Huang family, I decided to dispense with further dialogue. And no need for so many words. Just make your move. If you possess the skill, take my life. If not, then leave your own behind. Arrogant, clearly provoked by my words, he snorted coldly and charged at me with his sword, and I quickly raised my short sword to meet his advance, though I was outmatched in strength. The enhancement from the talisman prevented him from gaining any advantage. However, unbeknownst to me, Lu Ling had somehow freed herself from the talisman's binds. Chapter 61. The appearance of Jiang Yutong, she appeared to be in a pitiful state, her last ounce of strength propelling her toward me. Engaged in battle with this man, I found myself at a disadvantage, and Lu Ling's sudden emergence caught me off guard. Her long nails raked across the back of my hand, leaving a painful mark. That I swiftly reacted, throwing her aside. The man pressed forward relentlessly, and I struggled to contend with two opponents. Lu Ling screamed once more as she charged at me. However, I had no time to spare for her. I feared I would soon take a solid blow. Yet, the anticipated pain failed to arrive. Preoccupied with the man before me, I remained oblivious to the events unfolding behind me. Suddenly, a flash of sword light surged from my rear. I was startled, instinctively attempting to counter the blow. Before I could turn around, the blade grazed my ear and struck the man in front of me. Clearly unprepared for the sudden assault, he was pierced through the shoulder. A grimace of rage contorting his features as he glared at me. We'll see about this. Observing his retreating figure, I recognized that I was no match for him and abandoned any thought of pursuit. Aren't you going to chase him? A deep, melodic male voice broke into my thoughts, and I finally had the opportunity to scrutinize the man who had just rescued me. That I was taken aback to discover that, aside from myself, there were indeed other formidable individuals hidden within this school. He sheathed his sword and approached me with an air of intrigue. Though I felt grateful for his intervention, I had no intention of lowering my guard. "Thank you." I offered a polite nod of appreciation that he chuckled softly, shaking his head, and no need for thanks, that I simply did not expect to encounter a fellow practitioner in this school. "From your attire, you must also be a student?" I raised an eyebrow in surprise at his use of must, indicating that he, too, was a student. That I remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. His response revealed a hint of astonishment. Gradually, he approached me, and in the moonlight, I finally discerned his features. Standing at an impressive height of over 6 feet, his soft, flowing hair perfectly complemented his naturally expressive, soulful eyes, creating an illusion that one could easily succumb to their depths with just a single glance. I arched an eyebrow in amusement, surprised that such a striking figure was capable of defeating the man from the Huang family. He maintained a respectful distance, gazing at me with genuine curiosity. "Though I know it may be intrusive to ask, might I inquire why you are wandering about at such a late hour? Are you perhaps here to exorcise spirits?" His question prompted me to furrow my brow. I felt no obligation to respond. Nevertheless, given that he had just saved me, it would be impolite to ignore him entirely. Thus, I shook my head and replied, "My roommate fell ill, and I went to the infirmary for medicine." I didn't expect to encounter something sinister on my way back. He nodded in understanding, his expression conveying a sense of realization. Yet, I was not inclined to engage in further small talk. Clutching the medicine tightly, I bowed slightly and said, "I am truly grateful for your life-saving assistance that if fate allows, I shall repay your kindness. However, my roommate is still waiting for the medicine in my hands, so I shall take my leave if there is nothing else." He suddenly broke into a smile. "Since you wish to repay me, allow me to introduce myself. That my surname is Jiang, and my given name is Yutong." Jiang Yutong? For some reason, the name struck a chord with me, as though I had heard it before. Why Yuan? Adhering to the principles of politeness, I reciprocated with my own name. He repeated my name softly, as if recalling something. Yet I felt compelled to interrupt him. "Jiang Yutong, if there is nothing else, I shall be on my way." Having said that, I paid no heed to his expression and headed straight towards the dormitory. Thus, I failed to hear Jiang Yutong's final soft chuckle. "Yuan, interesting that I believe we shall meet again soon." Upon returning to the dormitory, I knocked on the door using the prearranged signal. Upon seeing my safe return, Li and the others appeared visibly relieved. Without a moment to lose, I handed the medicine to Li. "This is fever-reducing medicine. Give it to her." Li hurriedly took the medicine and rushed to Fan Yifun's side, with several other dorm mates present. I needn't worry about administering the medicine. However, the earlier scuffle had left me sullied with dark forces. That I quickly changed out of my clothes and donned a clean outfit. That we all remained by Fan Yifun's side until her temperature gradually decreased, allowing us to finally relax. "Just in case, let's take turns watching over Fan tonight." That I asked the dorm leader. "I'll go first. You all get some rest, and I'll wake you when needed." The others had no objections to Li's arrangement and dispersed to their respective beds. With my worries eased, the sound of steady breathing filled the room. Yet, I found it impossible to sleep. Burdened by the events surrounding Lu Ling approaching Li, I gently patted her shoulder. She looked at me with a puzzled expression, as if asking why I was still awake. "You should go to bed. I'll keep watch for a while." That I blinked at her, speaking softly. "Are you sure you can manage? You ought to rest. Otherwise, I'm worried about your health." I shook my head, realizing I couldn't sleep anyway, that I might as well engage in something productive. Go on and sleep. Don't worry about me." Seeing my determination, Li relented slightly. "All right, but remember to call me if anything happens." Once I heard her steady breathing, I turned my attention back to the wound on my hand. The injury was seeping greenish blood, and I knew this was not a good sign. That I rose and went to the bathroom. Retrieving a talisman, after igniting it, I pressed it against the wound on my hand. The area crackled with a hissing sound as the green blood began to flow out. That it wasn't until the blood turned red that I finally bandaged the wound. I quietly turned off the bathroom light and returned to Fan Yifun's side, illuminated only by the faint moonlight filtering through the curtains. Chapter 62. "Classmate, you dropped something." The following morning, I was awakened by my roommate's voice. I opened my bleary eyes to see her before me. "Why didn't you wake us last night?" I rubbed my eyes, feeling somewhat lethargic. "That I saw you all sleeping so soundly that I couldn't bring myself to disturb you." Lily suddenly felt guilty. That it's my fault for sleeping so deeply. I should have set an alarm. Zhanya gently placed her hand on Fan Yifun's forehead. The fever has subsided. She should be fine. I nodded that I in that case. I'll rest for a while. You all can handle roll call. Hasten forth, take a well-deserved rest. Lily tugged me up from the table and gently nudged me towards my bed. You need only to rest. Everything else shall be taken care of. It was only when Fan Yifun's fever subsided last night that I dared to doze off beside her bed. Now, I was indeed quite fatigued. So I exchanged few words with her and promptly buried my head beneath the covers to sleep. To my surprise, I slept straight through until noon, only roused by Li and the others returning with food. The exertions from last night had drained my energy. I had been too preoccupied with concern for Fan Yifun to notice my own fatigue. Now that I was relaxed, I felt a pang of hunger. I swiftly descended from my bed, washed my face, and sat down to eat. My movements were so fluid that Lily gazed at me in astonishment. You look as if you've never had a decent meal in your life. The other residents of the dormitory erupted in laughter. I had no time to engage with Lily. Banter could wait until after my meal. However, just as I finished eating and prepared to wash the dishes, a figure swiftly darted in front of me and snatched the bowl from my hands. Upon closer inspection, I realized that it was Fan Yifun, whose condition had just begun to improve. She looked at me somewhat sheepishly. I'm aware of everything that transpired last night. Thank you for risking your life to fetch the medicine for me. Tio expressed my gratitude. I shall wash this bowl today. I was about to protest that she, a patient, should not be washing dishes when she seemed to read my thoughts and, without waiting for my response, scurried away with the bowl. I was taken aback, but seeing the sincere gratitude on Fan Yifun's face eased my mind. It indicated that she had been an innocent party in last night's ordeal. The first class of the afternoon was taught by the venerable instructor of classical studies, whose very presence exuded a sense of authority characteristic of seasoned educators. Due to his strict nature, no one dared to skip his class. Those who were caught skipping faced the risk of failing at the end of the term. Thus, when I spotted Jiang Yutong in the class, I was momentarily taken aback. As I examined him, he seemed to glance my direction, seemingly unaware. If I'm not mistaken, didn't Jiang Yutong just look over here? Lily whispered excitedly beside me. I raised an eyebrow. Do you know him? Of course. Besides you, who in the department doesn't know him? Zhanya suddenly tugged at my sleeve. He is the heartthrob of our department. Didn't we mention him during the gathering? I recalled Zhanya's words and remembered that they had indeed mentioned Jiang Yutong's name that day, but I had been preoccupied with other thoughts and hadn't paid attention. I nodded lightly, indicating that I understood. The classical studies instructor arrived in the classroom 10 minutes before the class commenced. The previously noisy room, stirred by Jiang Yutong's presence, fell silent in an instant. The two classes passed quickly. As soon as the instructor stepped out, the classroom erupted into chaos once more. Some audacious girls, disregarding the gazes of others, rushed to Jiang Yutong's side, presenting him with a pink love letter. The room fell silent, all eyes fixed on Jiang Yutong, as if awaiting his response. I paused my actions, eager to see how this drama would unfold. Jiang Yutong stood up politely, his hands tucked into his pockets. And due to his height, he looked down at the girl before him. A gentle smile adorned his face, adding an alluring charm to his naturally expressive eyes. A brave girl like you deserves someone even better. His deep, melodious voice resonated, making it clear that this was a rejection. The girl appeared taken aback by his response, expressing her gratitude with a slight bow. Thank you, she said, reclaiming her love letter and walking away with poise. Such a rejection, delivered without causing embarrassment, undoubtedly enhanced Jiang Yutong's charm. As expected, the crowd erupted once more. Jiang Yutong is so gentle. If only he would speak to me in that soft tone, it would be worth dying for. He is incredibly handsome. Who wouldn't adore a man so polite and dashing? Anyone who could be his girlfriend would be blissfully happy. I found myself enviously contemplating the girl who had just approached him. I raised my brows ever so slightly at their chatter. I wondered if they knew what Jiang Yutong's side profession was, whether they would still yearn to be his girlfriend. After witnessing this little episode, I chose to ignore the discussions and screams around me, focusing instead on packing my things. Just as I finished gathering my belongings and prepared to head back to the dormitory, I looked up to find myself locked in Jiang Yutong's gaze as he approached. My heart skipped a beat, and I instinctively tightened my grip on my backpack, Ignoring the pain from Li's grip on my arm, my first instinct was to flee. Honestly, I was not keen on associating with a campus figure like Jiang Yutong, especially since he was the object of admiration from many girls that I feared encountering another Lu Ling. As one could never predict what jealous girls might do, I pulled my arm free from Li's grasp. Knowing without looking that there would be a mark where she held me, I feigned nonchalance as I made my way towards the door, silently repeating to myself, "Do not see me. Do not see me." Suddenly, I felt a hand grasp my arm, forcing me to halt. "Excuse me, you dropped something." I glanced down to find that, unbeknownst to me, the zipper of my backpack had come undone, and a book had fallen out. I crouched down to retrieve it, discreetly placing it back inside my bag before standing and resuming my walk towards the exit. Chapter 63. A True Glutton. My arm was seized once more. "Excuse me, you haven't said thank you yet." I turned to glare at him, gritting my teeth. "Thank you. Now can you let go of me?" He smiled gently and released me. To be honest, had it not been for his life-saving actions last night, I might have already slapped him for grabbing my arm twice. Observing his smile and adhering to the principle of not striking someone who bears a smile, I sweetly asked, "Excuse me, could you allow me to pass?" Jiang Yutong maintained his warm smile, and upon hearing my request, subtly stepped aside to grant me passage. Ignoring the scrutinizing gazes of those around me, I swiftly adopted an ostrich-like demeanor and fled the classroom. As anticipated, once all my dormitory mates had gathered, I found myself besieged once more. Li forced me into a chair, her hands pressing down on the table. "What is going on between you and Jiang Yutong?" "What do you mean, what is going on? I don't even know him. You two even held arms, and you're telling me you don't know him? Yunan, do you take me for a fool?" I cautiously pointed a finger at her. "Don't you dare slander me. I never held his arm." If Lu Xiao were to hear such words, I would surely be in for it. Li suddenly leaned in with a mischievous expression. "Although I've never been in a relationship, I can tell there is something between you and Jiang Yutong. When I first entered the classroom, I sensed he was looking our way. Turns out he was looking at you." I sighed in exasperation. "This is only the second time I've met him. Do you believe me? Do you believe her?" Li turned to the others. "No," came the chorus of disbelief. "You sly girl. Playing both sides at once? While such behavior is quite unethical, I must say it to you as a sister." Li suddenly gave me a thumbs up, seeing the look of intrigue on Li's face. I felt it necessary to give her a proper lesson. Sometimes, I find that once you've met someone even once and remember their face, you will inevitably encounter them again countless times. For instance, this day, as I walked back to the dormitory with several roommates, I spotted Jiang Yutong standing at the corner of the street ahead. The reason I could notice him from such a distance was entirely due to his inherent ability to draw attention. No matter where he stood, my instinct was to turn and take another route back. Why Yuanin? The voice of Jiang Yutong resonated from behind me, compelling me to halt my steps once more. After exchanging a suggestive glance with my roommate, she departed with a knowing smile that I truly could not comprehend why Jiang Yutong was so clingy, akin to a stubborn adhesive plaster. Uncertain of his intentions in approaching me, I found it difficult to greet him with a warm smile. Hearing footsteps drawing nearer, I sighed softly and turned around. "Jiang, is there something you wish to discuss?" My visible impatience did not seem to perturb him. He continued to gaze at me with a tender smile. "Did you not say you would repay me upon our next meeting? What sort of repayment do you seek? Money, perhaps?" I pondered internally, calculating whether I could afford his demands given my current financial situation. "If you don't mind, could you treat me to a meal?" His gaze was so profoundly affectionate that I dared not look too long, fearing I might drown in it, that I slightly lowered my eyelids, evading his gaze. Just a meal? His request seemed almost too modest, to the point that I found it nearly impossible to decline, especially considering he had once saved my life. "Very well, if you insist. But it must be outside." Not inquire why I chose an outdoor setting. Sharing a meal with Jiang Yutong in the cafeteria would undoubtedly lead to my being drowned in spit from his admirers the following day. Upon hearing my acquiescence, he immediately transformed his expression. "Anywhere is fine. I'm not picky." Observing his readiness to embark at a moment's notice, I hoisted my bag onto my shoulder. "Let us proceed." With that, I brushed past him, walking ahead to avoid attracting the attention of passers-by. I led him to a somewhat secluded restaurant outside the campus. As soon as we sat down, I fixed my gaze upon his eyes. "Now that we are alone, It is time to discuss your purpose. That he raised an eyebrow slightly. So, the reason for your disdain towards me is that you suspect my approach is ulterior. Isn't it? What could an ordinary person like me possibly have that would attract the attention of someone as renowned as you from the foreign language department? I shrugged, a smirk dancing on my lips. He emitted a soft chuckle from his nose. I see you're indeed quite intriguing, that I fail to grasp your meaning, I replied, bewildered by his cryptic manner of speaking. Setting that aside, did you not come here today to treat me as a form of gratitude? I merely wish to enjoy the treatment I deserve. Although his words were somewhat flawed, I chose not to quibble over them, that I pushed the menu towards him, that I in gratitude for your life-saving act. Feel free to order whatever you desire. There is no limit to the expense. After this meal, we will be even. That he gently shook his head. Whether we are even or not can wait until after this meal. The dishes arrived swiftly, and as I beheld the table brimming with food, I felt a wave of astonishment. Although I had said he could order freely, excessive extravagance seemed inappropriate. Rest assured, I will not indulge in wastefulness, Jiang Yutong assured me, picking up chopsticks and beginning to eat. Noticing that I had yet to touch my food, he inquired, "Why aren't you eating?" I shook my head. "I'm not hungry, and besides, today is primarily for your benefit." As though he could read my thoughts, he chuckled lightly and paid me no further heed. However, to my astonishment, he consumed the entire table of dishes. After our meal, he elegantly took a napkin and wiped his mouth. Observing my incredulous expression, he smiled. "Well, I did not deceive you, did I?" I remained somewhat incredulous. "How can you possibly eat so much?" He leisurely rested his hands behind his head. "This is actually related to the cultivation method I practice. Due to my training, my appetite is considerably larger than that of most." Wound tea that raised suspicions. Indeed, which is why I seldom eat to such fullness that I suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for him. "Aren't you concerned that I might reveal this?" "Not at all, for I hold your secret as well." "Fine, I concede. Since you're satisfied, let us take our leave." I hurried to the front desk to settle the bill, then stood outside the restaurant awaiting him. Hearing the door open behind me, I tossed my bag onto my shoulder. Now that the bill is settled, we shall part ways here. With that, I turned to leave when suddenly my wrist was seized, prompting me to frown. I increasingly felt that this individual was rather impudent. "Did you truly believe I merely sought a meal from you?" His voice echoed from behind, and I turned to face him. "Has no one ever informed you that casually grabbing a girl's hand is quite impolite?" He released my wrist, lowering his gaze. "Apologies, but you were walking too swiftly that I felt a surge of irritation." Withdrawing my hand and responding impatiently, "What exactly do you wish to convey?" Sensing my agitation, he hesitated momentarily before speaking slowly. "Do you know you have been cursed?" I was momentarily stunned by his words. "How do you know I've been cursed?" I scrutinized his eyes, searching for any sign of deceit. "You need not look at me. I did not cast the curse the moment I encountered you that night. I sensed something amiss within your body. It wasn't until I saw you again the next day that I confirmed you were indeed cursed." He continued, "I had long sought an opportunity to speak with you, but you seemed intent on avoiding me, preventing me from finding the chance." His words weighed heavily on my heart. That if I had indeed been cursed, it made no sense that Lu Xiao had not noticed. Given that Lu Xiao was unaware, it was likely I had been inadvertently cursed during the altercation with Lu Ling that night. "Since you recognize the curse, you must also know what type it is, correct?" I inquired, to my surprise. Jiang Yutong's ears flushed crimson. "It is a love-bind curse." "What is a love-bind curse?" I had never heard of such a thing before. Jiang Yutong's blush spread to his cheeks. "This curse activates during the full moon each month, causing excruciating pain and an overwhelming urge to engage in intimate relations." His words left me feeling both embarrassed and alarmed. Yet, I quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. "It can't be that simple, can it?" Jiang Yutong nodded, his cheeks still flushed. "Indeed, if you succumb to such urges, your heart will race uncontrollably until it ultimately fails." My blood turned to ice at this revelation. In 3 days, it will be the full moon. That he had undoubtedly calculated that Lu Xiao would be unable to return in time, that if the curse were to activate and I could not resist the urge to engage with another, I would certainly perish. That by the time Lu Xiao returned to find my lifeless body, he would likely abandon any thoughts of vengeance, believing I had betrayed him. What a diabolical scheme! I trembled with rage, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. The enmity between the Huang family and myself remained an enigma. I failed to understand why they harbored such malice towards me. They incessantly claimed that I had killed their kin. Yet each time they targeted me, they did so with lethal intent. Were it not for Lu Zhao's timely intervention, I would likely have long since departed from this world, that I end my efforts to honor my grandmother's expectations and Lu Zhao's feelings. I had tirelessly worked to grow stronger and to survive. Yet they, without hesitation, employed various means to threaten my life, seeking to ensure I met a fate without a grave that I was unwilling to accept this. I simply could not resign myself to such a fate. Are you crying? Jiang Yutong's gentle voice brought me back to reality, that I realized my rudeness and swiftly wiped away the tears at the corners of my eyes. Bowing once more before him, Jiang Yutong, thank you for sharing this information with me. Consider it yet another favor owed to you. Jiang Yutong regarded me with a look that seemed to teeter on the edge of unspoken words. The full moon is in 3 days. What do you plan to do? What to do? I scoffed. Even if it means death, I will never comply with their wishes. Are you all right? Jiang Yutong's voice conveyed a hint of concern. I am fine. Thank you for your concern. Once I successfully navigate this crisis, I shall treat you to another meal. I raised a faint smile at Jiang Yutong, then disregarded his expression and turned away, leaving with a certain grace that I returned to the dormitory, engaging in light-hearted banter with others as if nothing had occurred. The events had transpired, and regardless of my pessimism, I could not alter the established reality. I could only loathe my own weakness. Had I possessed sufficient strength at that moment, perhaps I would not have inadvertently fallen into this predicament that on the 14th day, I approached the instructor in advance to request a day off. Upon reaching the office, I encountered an unexpected individual. The instructor was discussing work with a beautiful woman. Upon noticing my arrival, she enthusiastically introduced me to her. This is our new intern teacher. She will be taking over as your counselor for a while. As I directed my gaze towards the woman, she smiled back at me. Hello, classmate, we meet again. Her gentle smile stirred an inexplicable feeling within me. That evening, she and Lu Ling appeared in succession, and I was uncertain whether she was connected to the matter of the curse. However, she did indeed remind me that, even without her warning, I was aware that something would go awry that night. This woman was undoubtedly extraordinary. Hello, teacher. I managed to force a smile and greet her amicably. Observing my polite demeanor, the instructor adjusted her glasses and inquired, Yuanin, is there something you need? Hello, teacher. I am here to request a leave of absence. Upon hearing my words, the instructor furrowed her brow. Yuanin, I believe you have taken too many leaves recently. I asked there's something more pressing than your studies that requires your attention. I was taken aback that the instructor would deny my request and even question my reasons, leaving me momentarily at a loss for words. Jean, teachers need to respect the thoughts and privacy of young people. We should allow them some personal space. That I was astonished by her defense on my behalf. Jean, the instructor, rubbed her temples in resignation. Very well. Yuanin, you are now an adult, that I hope you will think things through before acting. With that, she promptly approved my leave. That I cast a grateful glance at the beautiful woman, who cheekily winked at me. After bidding farewell to them, I returned to my dormitory to gather my essentials before heading out. That I considered that a relatively safe place would be Lu Zhao's residence. However, it seemed he had not left a key for me upon his departure. Thus, I had no choice but to find a hotel for temporary accommodation. To be cautious, I plastered the room with talismans. Before nightfall, I secured the doors and windows, ensuring the talismans were in place, confident that no mishap would occur. Soon, a wave of heat surged through my body, an unsettling sensation that drove me to the brink of madness. I bit down on a damp towel, fearing I might inadvertently bite my own tongue in my state of distress. The curse manifested rapidly, my body feeling as though it were being ravaged by countless ants. I clutched the bedsheets tightly, and with the intensity of my grip, beads of sweat began to form on my forehead, my veins standing out prominently. Though I bit down on the towel, the peculiar sensations compelled me to release my grip. Despair threatened to overwhelm me when, in a moment of haze, I thought I saw Lu Zhao's figure approaching me tenderly, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on my forehead, treating me as if I were a priceless treasure. I felt as though I were drowning in his tenderness. That no, I could not allow this to continue. I bit my tongue fiercely, the sudden pain jolting my fading consciousness back, that I knew I could not succumb as before. Grasping the short sword I had set aside, Intended for the moment I could no longer endure, I decided to employ it sooner than planned. With the blade, I made a shallow incision on my fingertip, the pain momentarily subduing the turmoil within me. Yet it was not long before my rationality began to wane once more. Gritting my teeth, I drew the blade against my wrist, blood quickly oozing forth. The pain eliciting tears to stream down my cheeks that I attempted to regulate my breathing, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly, managing to suppress the turmoil within my heart to some extent, forcing myself to remain conscious. At least not to the extent I had been before. The tormenting curse continued to ravage me, yet the sensation was momentarily overshadowed by the pain from my wounds. Suddenly, I heard urgent knocking at the door. Jiang Yutang's voice called from outside. "Yuan, are you in there?" I bit my lip, pondering why he would appear in this place. However, in my current state, I was ill-prepared for visitors. Ignoring his calls, I succumbed once more to the discomfort surging within me. I gently closed my eyes, feeling my eyelashes tremble that a voice within me screamed to open the door, to let him in. Silence. I shouted wildly, attempting to suppress the yearning within. Yet my raised voice only intensified the urgency of his knocking. "Yuanin, are you in there? Are you all right?" This was the first time I harbored such a profound aversion to someone's voice. "Get lost. Just go away." I screamed frantically towards the door. Yet, upon hearing my voice, Jiang Yutang seemed even more convinced of my presence inside. "Why, Yuan, and hold on. I will come to save you." Witnessing his unwavering determination, I could not help but curse Jiang Yutang under my breath. "Are you an idiot? Can you not understand my words?" The simultaneous surge of irritation and discomfort threatened to obliterate my reason that a bitter laugh escaped my lips. Even if I were to die today, I would not grant him the satisfaction that I seized the short sword nearby and plunged it into my arm. "Let me tell you, if I die, you won't have it easy either." Outside, sounds of a struggle seemed to erupt. But I had no time to concern myself with the fates of others. My forehead and arm throbbed with pain, and I genuinely feared I would bleed to death at any moment. I glanced down at my wrist where blood continued to flow. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over me. I realized it was due to excessive blood loss that I fought to maintain my composure, yet my consciousness grew increasingly hazy. As the light dimmed in my mind, I seemed to hear the door creaking open. Upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by a blinding whiteness, leading me to believe I had entered paradise. Suddenly, I heard crying nearby. It was then I realized I had indeed arrived in the afterlife, that I felt utterly exhausted and yearned to sleep a little longer. So I closed my eyes once more. The crying intensified, and I felt a twinge of annoyance. Why cry? What is there to mourn now that one is dead? A loud wail pierced the air, that I suddenly recognized the voice as familiar. Could it be that Li Li had also perished, killed by Lu Ling? I took a deep breath, intending to open my eyes to comfort her. As I opened my eyes, I found myself surrounded by several familiar faces. I frowned, wondering if they had all fallen victim to Lu Ling's machinations. Fan Yifan burst into tears as well. "Injured is one thing, but has your brain also gone awry?" Zhang Yi leaned down to look at me. You are mistaken. You are not dead. None of us are dead. We are all alive and well." As she spoke, tears flowed from her eyes. Fortunately, Jiang Yutang arrived in time. Had he delayed any longer, you would have truly succumbed to blood loss. Zhang Ye's revelation was overwhelming, and I slowly closed my eyes to digest this information. In other words, the sound of the door I heard before my death was actually Jiang Yutang opening it. If I was not dead, then I must be in a hospital. Though reluctant, I found myself indebted to him once more. "Where is Jiang Yutang?" I inquired. "He stayed by your side until you were out of danger, then contacted us to care for you." "How long have I been asleep?" 2 days. I sighed internally. I had finally passed this ordeal. Yet, I wondered when Lu Xiao would return, if he did not arrive before the 15th of next month. What would I do? At this moment, I realized just how profound my dependence on Lu Xiao truly was. Even when I was on the verge of collapse, my thoughts invariably drifted back to him. If at this juncture, I remained oblivious to my feelings for him, then my 18 years of existence would have been in vain. Chapter 66. The mysterious beauty of a teacher. When my roommate inquired about the injuries I had sustained, I evasively concealed the truth of the past. During this time, Jiang Yutang had visited me once. I asked him how he had managed to find me that day, and his expression appeared somewhat uneasy. I was worried something might happen to you, so I placed a talisman on you in advance to sense your safety. So you followed the talisman to locate me? I queried. Indeed, that I suddenly found myself at a loss for words. Under normal circumstances, had someone affixed a talisman to me, I might have severed ties with them long ago. Yet, Jiang Yutong's actions had indeed rescued me from peril. Before long, another thought struck me. Was the commotion outside that night related to you? He glanced at me, nodding slightly. That night, I encountered the man you had fought with near your residence. Considering the cursed insect within you, I feared his intentions were directed at you. Hence, I intervened. I pursed my lips and took a deep breath before expressing my gratitude. Thank you. No need for such formality. We are comrades in this journey. When one of us is in trouble, it is only natural to lend a helping hand. I smiled at him, though my mirth failed to reach my eyes. After Jiang Yutong departed, I called for Li and the others that if Jiang Yutong comes by in the next few days, just tell him I'm asleep. That Li appeared surprised. Why? And then, I think Jiang Yutong is quite nice. To be honest, I've never seen him care for anyone like this before. That I silently chuckled. While Jiang Yutong was indeed a good person, he was not the right fit for me. Moreover, I had already come to terms with my feelings for Lu Xiao, and thus was not inclined to entangle myself with other men. Perhaps I was being overly sentimental, but the budding feelings that should never have arisen ought to remain forever in the shadows. After several days of recuperation, I returned to school. That my roommate accompanied me to report my absence to the counselor. And then, you might not know that we have a new beautiful counselor. Honestly, she's the most stunning woman I have ever seen. As we arrived at the office, a crowd had gathered at the entrance, predominantly comprising boys who were craning their necks to catch a glimpse inside. Ever since the arrival of this enchanting counselor, the office had become a spectacle. That I nodded in understanding. After all, the desire for beauty is innate to all. After a challenging struggle through the throng, I finally managed to enter the office. Shielded by Li, upon seeing me, the counselor appeared somewhat taken aback. Classmate Yuanin, I heard you've been injured recently. How is your health? Have you recovered? I forced a nod, replying, thank you for your concern. Teacher, that I'm fine now. Her face retained a captivating smile. Since you've recovered, I will officially report your return. That you've missed quite a bit of coursework. Make sure to catch up after class. At that moment, I finally understood the source of her allure. That a stunning woman, adorned with a comforting smile, gently reminding you, you must study diligently. Do not disappoint your teacher's expectations. Such enticements are impossible to refuse. After bowing in gratitude, I returned to the dormitory. Due to my weakened condition, I rarely left the dorm except for classes. Yet, no matter how intentionally I sought to avoid Jiang Yutong, he always found a way to appear along my path back to the dorm. That I sighed inwardly. How could I repay Jiang Yutong's kindness? This sensation of wanting to keep him at arm's length while being unable to do so for various reasons was profoundly uncomfortable. Can we chat? Very well. That I handed my belongings to my roommates, requesting them to take them back for me. That we strolled down a less trafficked path, deliberately maintaining distance from one another. He observed my actions. Lowering his gaze slightly, that I turned my head away, unable to bear his expression. What do you need? Have you not noticed that the new female teacher is particularly strange? What do you mean? Jiang Yutong straightened his demeanor, the shadow of gloom fading from his face. That I have an innate sensitivity to the unusual. From the moment I laid eyes on her, I sensed something amiss. That I followed her several times to uncover her intentions for infiltrating the school. However, during my initial pursuit, she seemed to have already detected me. She intentionally led me to a secluded spot, an eerily peculiar place from which I struggled to escape. Each subsequent attempt to follow her yielded the same results. She would repeatedly shake me off, yet she never harmed me. It became evident to me that her abilities far surpassed ours. Recognizing I was no match for her, I ceased my pursuit. After much contemplation, I realized that you were the only person in the school with whom I could discuss this matter. You want me to help investigate her? Yes. After all, this poses a potential threat. Only by understanding her motives can we devise a response. I lowered my head, seriously contemplating Jiang Yutong's words, suddenly finding them quite reasonable. From the first moment I saw that woman, I had sensed her peculiarity, although she had not inflicted any tangible harm upon me. The matter of the cursed insect's connection to her remained uncertain. Her abrupt presence at the school was undeniably unsettling. Nevertheless, I could not hastily acquiesce to his request. Why do you think the two of us can defeat her? You, with your superior abilities, were still detected by her. What difference would my presence make? A flicker of disappointment crossed his face, yet I had anticipated his reaction. It's all right. I'll just be more cautious during my investigation. I was willing to comply, but only if I were in command of all actions. Secretly, I too was curious about her true intentions. Jiang Yutang's expression brightened. No problem. I will follow your lead, he then added. Could you share your contact information? It would be easier to reach you. After a moment's hesitation, I provided him with my phone number. Just a number, after all, it should pose no significant risk. Through Jiang Yutang's investigations, he discovered that the female teacher ventured out to the outskirts every evening after study sessions, that we arranged a time and place to meet, waiting for nightfall to set out. Chapter 67. I am quite satisfied when I arrived alone at the designated location. Jiang Yutang was already waiting there. I refrained from engaging in excessive pleasantries. Purposefully maintaining distance from him, as the familiar figure appeared, we exchanged glances and began to follow her footsteps. She seemed to sense something. Abruptly turning her head, Jiang Yutang and I hurriedly concealed ourselves. That if I was not mistaken, she must have detected us. I silently mouthed to Jiang Yutang. Should we continue to pursue her? I'll follow your lead, he replied, his breath brushing against my face. Making me acutely aware of how close we were, I quickly stepped back, feeling somewhat awkward. Present, she does not appear to harbor ill intentions. Let us continue observing her. All right, he seemed unperturbed by my reaction. Allowing me to relax my guard, appeared he had not meant any harm. We cautiously trailed her. But before long, Jiang Yutang halted me. We can't follow her any further. I stopped, questioning him with my eyes. Up ahead is where she ensnared me. Continuing forward would lead us into a trap. I nodded in understanding. Then let us retreat for now. Seeing that Jiang Yutang did not contest my decision, I turned and made my way back. The impending danger was unpredictable, and given the current circumstances, even together, we would likely not stand a chance against her. However, just as we reached the school gate, an uncanny scene unfolded before us. Who was that woman conversing with the security guard at the entrance? Didn't she just leave? Could it be that the person we were tracking was not her? I exchanged bewildered glances with Jiang Yutang, each of us reflecting confusion and astonishment. Why are there two identical-looking individuals? We both halted in our tracks, staring, almost entranced, at the scene before us. Suddenly, the woman turned her head and cast her gaze upon us. Her face still adorned with that captivating and seductive smile. She approached us slowly, and I felt a momentary stiffness seize my body. Why you classmate? Jiang classmate. What brings you out so late? Still indulging in a night of revelry. Hello, teacher Meow. I managed a somewhat awkward smile in her direction, then feigned nonchalance as I glanced down at her feet. There was a shadow, not a ghost. Jiang Yutang evidently reached the same conclusion as I did. He glanced at me and nodded subtly. Teacher Meow suddenly burst into laughter, her voice ringing melodiously like a silver bell. You two students should head back promptly and be cautious of the late hour and the weighty dew. One might encounter things best left undisturbed. With that, she cast me a knowing look which sent chills down my spine. For reasons unknown, whenever I faced her, I always felt as if my thoughts were laid bare before her. Though she consistently wore a smile, it was this very expression that made one feel she could see right through to the soul. A phrase I often heard on television suddenly crossed my mind. Squinty eyes belong to monsters. I couldn't say if she was a monster, but I was certain she was no ordinary person. I abruptly ceased my intent to further investigate her. Without Lu Xiao by my side, I was hardly in a position to protect myself, let alone confront this woman directly. As it stood, she seemed to harbor no malice towards me, and had, in fact, subtly warned me on several occasions that if I continued my inquiries, who could say how she might react? Even if I were truly inclined to investigate, it would be wise to wait for Lu Xiao's return. With that thought, I bid her a polite farewell, saying goodbye, teacher, before departing with Jiang Yutangji, and further investigations were prudent. I conveyed this sentiment to him just before we parted ways. I understand your meaning. Rest assured, I won't act impulsively. She was indeed far too enigmatic, and without absolute certainty, I would not dare to take action. His willingness to heed my advice brought me a sense of relief. Just as we were about to part, he suddenly called out to me, Yuanin? I turned to face him. There's something else. Jiang classmate? He hesitated for a moment, then lifted his gaze to meet mine with those soulful eyes that seemed to convey deep feeling. Can you tell me why you always seem to deliberately avoid me? Upon hearing his question, I realized just how overt my behavior had been. That I apologize. I already have a fiancé, but he is quite jealous and prefers that I do not become too familiar with strangers. Ah, I see. Jiang Yutong's lips curled into a bittersweet smile, realizing that in her eyes, he was merely a stranger. How foolishly sentimental he must have felt. Observing his forlorn figure beneath the streetlight, I inhaled deeply and turned away, deciding not to engage further. However, just as I took a few steps, I was suddenly enveloped in a warm embrace. Who dares to take liberties? I instinctively prepared to retaliate, but just as I was about to deliver a kick, a familiar, refreshing scent wafted towards me that I withdrew my short sword and instead clutched tightly to his clothing. That you've returned. Indeed. What prompted your sudden return? My waist was unexpectedly gripped, and before I knew it, my feet left the ground. That I instinctively wrapped my arms around his neck, looking up at him, that if I hadn't returned suddenly, how could I witness such a captivating scene? His lips curled into a teasing smile as he regarded me, causing a flutter of unease within me. You saw all of that. He did not directly respond, merely raising an eyebrow. I didn't expect that after my brief absence, my wife would find herself a rival. I turned my face away. That's not true. I've made it clear to him. Please don't misunderstand. Misunderstand what? I was quite pleased with my wife's response just now. He leaned closer, whispering sweetly in my ear. Thus, I intend to offer my wife the opportunity to spend the night with me. My face flushed crimson as I glared at him. Lu Xiao, why do you call me husband? Are you already impatient? He smirked. Fear not, I will take you away now. Lu Xiao gently placed me on the bed, kissing my forehead tenderly. That I closed my eyes tightly, nervously clutching my clothing. Suddenly, he paused. That I opened my eyes in confusion, noticing his expression darken ominously, his eyes brimming with suppressed anger, frustration, guilt, and fury swirled within them. That I felt a surge of panic, racking my brain to recall if I had inadvertently offended him. Perhaps I should just return to my dormitory tonight. I ventured cautiously, testing his mood. Seeing him remain silent, I gently prepared to rise from the bed. Lu Xiao abruptly pulled me back. Chapter 68. Even if it cost me my life, his sudden tug inadvertently brushed against my wound, causing me to gasp sharply. Lu Xiao's gaze darkened as he fixed his stare upon my arm. That I awkwardly attempted to adjust my clothing, trying to conceal the evidence. He seized my hand, pulling up my sleeve with the other hand. The scars from my self-harm had yet to fade completely. Oh no! I had hoped to keep this from Lu Xiao. What is the meaning of this scar on your arm? Tell me, who inflicted this upon you? His gaze was piercing, making me hesitate to meet his eyes. That I did it myself. Lu Xiao fell silent. That I had initially wished to keep this from you, but it seems unnecessary now. You must already be aware of the emotional curse. Yes, this scar is a result of the emotional curse, isn't it? His tone left no room for doubt, and I marveled at Lu Xiao's perceptiveness, nodding gently in affirmation. Lu Xiao's restrained anger resonated in my ears, his eyes ablaze with a fierce crimson. Ultimately, it seems I have been too lenient. After so many years of refraining from violence, they appear to have forgotten my methods. That it seems the time has come for them to remember. With that, he suddenly leaned down, resting his head against my arm, fervently kissing my scar with devotion and care, again and again. Tell me, how did you realize you were cursed? I sighed softly. It was Jiang Yutong who informed me. So he also told you about the curse's dangers and how to counteract it. He only mentioned the dangers. The methods were my own devising. Lu Xiao continued to kiss the pink scars with increasing seriousness. Does it hurt? His voice was laced with tenderness. Lu Xiao, I called to him. That he gently lifted his head to look at me. Did I cause you pain? I shook my head lightly. That it's not your fault. You needn't feel this way, Though I may not know how you endured the emotional curse, I am certain it was unbearable for you. That I do not wish to inquire about the details, for I do not want to force you to relive that pain. However, I ask that all other matters be entrusted to me. That I asked that agreeable. I could not ignore the guilt reflected in Lu Xiao's eyes. I understood that if I refused him, he would be haunted by regret for the rest of his life. Thus, I looked at him with pleading eyes. That my emotional curse has yet to be lifted. Rest assured, I am here. Aside from tenderly kissing my body, Lu Xiao made no further advances. That it was only when fatigue overtook me that he cradled me in his arms, holding me tightly. That I in his embrace, I drifted into a deep slumber, for reasons unknown, inhaling the unique, refreshing scent of Lu Xiao brought me immense comfort, as if I could entrust all my worries to him without hesitation. The following morning, upon opening my eyes, I found Lu Xiao's extraordinarily handsome face mere inches from mine. He looked slightly disheveled from sleep, which stirred a delightful flutter within me. Unable to resist, I reached out and gently touched his Adam's apple. He swiftly grasped my hand. "That why Yuan?" And gaining confidence, "Are we?" Daring to tease me. "Do you believe I could keep you bedridden for 3 days?" Seeing the growing desire in his eyes, panic surged within me, and I hastily withdrew my hand. "That I didn't mean to," I stammered in a flustered attempt at explanation. Lu Xiao regarded me with a teasing glint in his eyes. "Fear not, my wife. Once you recover, I shall ensure you have ample opportunity to indulge." I mentally chastised him for being a rogue. He seemed to sense my thoughts, chuckling softly to himself. That I turned my head, refusing to engage with him. Lu Xiao gently turned my face towards him. "I wonder if my wife has rested well." "Yes. What is it?" "Regarding the curse within you, I need to pay a visit to Hu Lingyun. He can assist me in locating someone. You shall accompany me." "All right." Upon hearing that it pertained to the curse afflicting me, I felt an urgency to act without delay, quickly scrambling out of bed. Upon meeting Hu Lingyun, he surveyed me with a peculiar expression. Surprise evident in his tone, the emotional curse. He glanced at Lu Xiao beside me, as if uncertain. Lu Xiao cast a brief, indifferent glance his way before nodding slightly. "You should understand the purpose of my visit." "Correct." Hu Lingyun rested his fist against his chin, deep in thought. Your little wife is quite fortunate," he remarked. "Coincidentally, I heard that person has recently resurfaced. She has been spotted in various locations. Do you have a specific address?" Hu Lingyun shook his head regretfully. "No, but I can attempt to spread the word. If she catches wind of it, she might reach out to us. That I appreciate your help." Hu Lingyun waved his hand dismissively. "What are we saying about trouble between us?" Their conversation left me utterly confused until we stepped outside, when Lu Xiao took the time to explain. The individual I sought was a renowned master of dispelling curses. Trained under the great shaman of the witch clan, it was said that the great shaman was secretly murdered a few years ago. For these years, she has been relentlessly pursuing the culprit behind her master's death. I believe that as long as I promised to assist her, she would likely help relieve me of the curse afflicting me. However, upon hearing Lu Xiao mention that someone could cure my affliction, I did not feel particularly elated. "Could that bring you trouble?" "If so, I can endure the curse without a remedy. Worst, I can grit my teeth and bear it every 15th of the month. As long as I can withstand it, it won't take my life." Lu Xiao suddenly cupped my face, his eyes filled with tenderness. "As long as I am here, I will never allow you to suffer such pain again." I clutched his sleeve tightly. "But I don't want to see you begging for help on my behalf." Lu Xiao burst into laughter, lowering his head to gently kiss the corner of my mouth. "Perhaps it isn't as dire as you imagine." But Lu Xiao covered my mouth, silencing my words. He leaned closer, his voice laced with irresistible temptation. "Have I not told you that for your sake, I would do anything, even if it costs me my life?" Chapter 69. Unexpected surprise. I suddenly felt like a burden to Lu Xiao. What was it about my meager life that warranted his sacrifice? Yet, no matter how I inquired, Lu Xiao remained tight-lipped about his reasons. That I could only secretly plan in my heart that if my life truly needed to be exchanged for his, I would have to end my own existence beforehand. Our wait proved worthwhile, as Hu Lingyun relayed the news that the person was willing to meet us. Before departing, I repeatedly cautioned Lu Xiao against using his life as a bargaining chip for my salvation. Lu Xiao remained silent for a long time before softly agreeing. Hu Lingyun arranged our meeting at his place, deemed relatively safe, at least without the risk of a black market deal. When we arrived, Hu Lingyun was already outside waiting for us, signaling us with his eyes. From his gaze, I discerned the situation. Apparently, the person had arrived early and was already inside. That I nervously grasped Lu Xiao's hand. "Don't worry. If she refuses, I will kill her and find someone else capable of lifting this curse." Just as he finished speaking, a gust of wind swept through the courtyard. Lu Xiao raised his sleeve to shield me. The Lu family's second master certainly has a grandiose tone. However, aside from me, I doubt anyone else can dispel this curse. That if you kill me, your little wife will have to endure that inhumane torment every month. The wind abruptly ceased, and I recognized the voice as somewhat familiar. To my surprise, The legendary master of dispelling curses was a woman that a sense of admiration stirred within me. Lu Xiao lowered his sleeve, granting me the opportunity to observe this rather extraordinary woman closely. The moment I laid eyes on her, I was utterly stunned. Teacher Miao, I could hardly believe that the beautiful and enigmatic figure before me was my instructor. What a ridiculous turn of events. She wore her customary smile. Hello, classmate Yuan? Hello, teacher. I nervously bowed to her, a reflexive response from a student encountering a teacher. She did not reply, but instead regarded me with a cheerful expression. Teacher? I heard Hu Ling Yun's voice falter in shock. Lu Xiao arched his brows, casting me a sidelong glance. His voice lowed. Do you know her? I awkwardly nodded. Yes, she is our school's new teacher and also our class's new advisor. Oh dear, it seems we've mixed up family ties here. Hu Ling Yun hurriedly tried to ease the tension. Teacher Miao ignored him and slowly approached me, that I sensed a shift in Lu Xiao's demeanor. So I gently nudged his palm with my finger, signaling him to remain calm. Teacher Miao reached my side, gently taking my hand, that I cautiously glanced at Lu Xiao's expression and indeed saw his face darkening. Yet, Teacher Miao appeared unfazed. She looked at me and smiled. Classmate Yuanin, I've been waiting for you for a long time. That I was taken aback, incredulity written all over my face as I pointed to myself. Me? Yes, come with me, she said, pulling my hand and leading me into the room. That I noticed Lu Xiao's expression growing darker. Fearing he might lash out and harm Teacher Miao, that I quickly reassured him. Husband, rest assured. Teacher Miao would not harm me, that I in truth. It was only at that moment I realized that if she intended to harm me, she could have done so long before, rather than waiting until Lu Xiao was beside me. If she harmed me, she likely wouldn't escape unscathed either. Moreover, the kindness reflected in her eyes seemed genuine. Upon hearing me address him as husband, Lu Xiao's expression softened slightly, that if anything happens to her, I assure you, you won't leave this room alive. Teacher Miao disregarded his threat, continuing to lead me inside. As she walked, she remarked, Classmate, your husband seems to have a rather foul temper. I think our school's Xiaojiang would suit you well. I turned to glance at Lu Xiao, and indeed, his expression had darkened completely to prevent Teacher Miao from speaking further nonsense. I bypassed her and swiftly ushered her into the room, closing the door behind us. Upon witnessing my actions, Teacher Miao suddenly broke into a charming smile. Classmate Yuanin, you seem quite afraid of your fiancé. I quickly placed a finger to my lips, shushing her. Teacher Miao laughed so hard she could hardly stand upright. After a while, she finally regained her composure, looking at me seriously. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I am indeed here for you today. Facing Teacher Miao alone, I felt somewhat reserved that I poured her a cup of tea and offered it with both hands. Teacher, please speak freely. I have long known you are not an ordinary person. She accepted the teacup, taking a gentle sip. You followed me last time with that Jiang Yutong boy, didn't you? Upon hearing her mention this, I felt a surge of embarrassment and was unsure how to respond. She seemed to sense my discomfort, that it's all right. With your abilities, you must have realized something was amiss with me long ago. It is only natural for you to harbor suspicions. However, I must inform you that the curse on you is unrelated to me. I sighed softly, realizing, I understand, Teacher Miao, that I apologize for my previous indiscretion. I bowed to her once more. She extended her hand to help me up, then gently directed me to a nearby chair. Although it is not my concern, I still did not immediately lift your curse. Do you know why? Why? Because lifting the curse on you requires a specific medicinal catalyst, that I do not have that here, and even if I knew where to find it, my abilities would not allow me to procure it. I struggled to contain my astonishment. What catalyst? Tianshan Qinglian flower. What is that? I gasped. That it's alright if you don't know. Your husband is aware, and with his capabilities, acquiring it should be much easier than for me. Will it be dangerous? I asked, concerned. Danger is inevitable. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so precious. Teacher Miao, is there no substitute? None. Teacher Miao shook her head firmly. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Lu Xiao entered, exuding an air of cold nobility. Leave the matter of the Tianshan Qinglian flower to me. I sprang to my feet. Worry etched on my face as I looked at him. And oh worries, obtaining that item is a trivial matter for me. Lu Xiao reassured me, then turned his attention to Teacher Miao. Did I ask there anything else aside from this catalyst? Teacher Miao smiled enigmatically, her gaze lingering on him. Did I see? Lu Xiao gently nodded at her. And as I observed their conversation, I found myself utterly perplexed. What exactly did Lu Xiao comprehend? Chapter 70. The past of my grandmother Lu Xiao departed, entrusting me to the care of Ling Yun and Teacher Miao for protection. With Teacher Miao present, I needn't concern myself with the matter of requesting leave that on that day, she mysteriously summoned me into her room. Although I was aware of her true identity, I still felt a bit uneasy upon seeing her. She slightly raised her chin, gesturing for me to take a seat. Once I sat down, she began to inquire, "Do you know a person named Wen Ruiji?" Upon hearing that name, I abruptly stood up from my chair, my expression one of wariness as I gazed at her. Her lips curved into a faint smile as she gently pulled me back down. There's no need to be so tense. Given your reaction, you must know her, right? What is your relationship with her? Seeing that I remained on guard, she added, "Rest assured, I mean you no harm, that I merely wish to confirm something." That I lowered my head, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. "She is my grandmother." Teacher Miao's tone suddenly turned jubilant. "Do you know where she is now? Or can you take me to meet her?" I shook my head gently, a bittersweet smile gracing my lips. "That I'm afraid I cannot fulfill your request, Teacher Miao." "Why? Are you worried I might harm her?" "You needn't fret. I swear. You misunderstand, Teacher Miao. That is not my concern. The reason I cannot take you to meet her is that my grandmother has already passed away." At that moment, I could no longer conceal the profound sorrow within me. I bowed my head, burying my face in my hands. It had been ages since anyone had uttered my grandmother's name. To have her mentioned again in person overwhelmed me with emotion that I sensed Teacher Miao approaching my side, gently enveloping me in her embrace. Her hands tenderly stroked my hair. "That I'm sorry for inadvertently bringing up your painful memories." In truth, I bore no resentment towards Teacher Miao. Fearing she might misinterpret my feelings, that I carefully regulated my breathing, striving to regain my composure. Once I had calmed my emotions, I lifted my head from my hands. "Teacher Miao, did you know my grandmother?" She shook her head lightly. "That I do not know her, but my master does." "Your master?" She nodded gently. "Yes." Through Teacher Miao's explanations, I began to grasp some of the ancient stories surrounding my grandmother. Teacher Miao was a disciple of the great shaman of the Wu clan, a fact Lu Xiao had previously shared with me. One of her reasons for emerging from seclusion was to seek vengeance against the one who killed her master. Years ago, when my grandmother was still in her bloom, she encountered Teacher Miao's master, who was not yet the great shaman at that time, and my grandmother was not yet married. When they first met, my grandmother was tending to her family's fields. Faintly, she seemed to hear a man's anguished moans. Following the sound, she discovered the great shaman, bloodied and lying amidst the tall grass by the roadside. Startled, my grandmother nearly fled in terror, but her escape was thwarted as her sleeve was caught by the and in a state of panic. She turned to him, and he weakly uttered two words, "Save me." After which, he succumbed to unconsciousness. That my grandmother understood that in this era, a young woman's reputation was paramount, that if anyone were to see her carrying a man home, she would likely remain unmarried for life, perhaps even subjected to the scornful gossip of the town's women. After much contemplation, she tore a strip from her clothing to bandage his wounds, offered him water from her flask, and concealed him with grass before returning home. It wasn't until nightfall that she dared to sneak out again, returning to the spot to carry the man home. Since her room was in a side building, her parents merely inquired softly upon hearing the commotion. My grandmother claimed she was thirsty and had risen for water, skillfully obfuscating the truth. Earlier that afternoon, she had already gathered herbs and prepared hot water. Once the man was laid on her bed, she began tending to his exposed wounds. When it came time to address the other injuries, my grandmother hesitated. Ultimately, her desire to save outweighed her modesty. With utmost care, she treated his wounds, pondering, what kind of ordeal must he have endured to sustain such grievous injuries? Remarkably, he has managed to hold on until now. By the time she finished tending to his wounds, it was deep into the night. That my grandmother carefully disposed of the bloodied water and garments, then sat by the man's side and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, she was roused by the crowing of roosters to avoid detection by her parents. She had already prepared her belongings and breakfast. Fortunately, her parents and younger brother were headed to the fields that day, allowing her to remain undetected in her room. As she was about to leave, her brother approached her door. Thankfully, her senses were sharp, and she was quick on her feet, managing to stop him before he could enter. "Sister, Where's the gray shirt you washed for me the other day? Perhaps I accidentally mixed it up, that I'll look for it shortly. Fortunately, her brother was rather simple-minded, attributing the missing shirt to her carelessness. Once everyone had departed, she shut the door and returned to her room, where the man lay clad in her brother's lost gray shirt. However, the man's somewhat handsome visage lent an air of elegance to the coarse fabric. Seeing that he showed no signs of awakening, she stepped out of the room again, for there were still numerous household chores awaiting her attention. Just as she closed the door, the man opened his eyes languidly. In truth, he had awakened the moment she had cried out in distress, but he was unsure of the family's disposition towards him. So he had pretended to remain asleep. In reality, he had overheard the conversation between the siblings and realized that this girl had saved him. Reflecting on this, his expression darkened, that he had been betrayed by his clan. And after a fierce battle, he had barely escaped to this place that he closed his eyes, attempting to summon the energy within him. Ultimately, he felt disappointment. His injuries were far too severe, and he was left with considerable internal depletion. He inhaled deeply, acknowledging that he would need to stay here a while longer. However, he could not continue to feign sleep indefinitely. Yet at that moment, he had no viable means to extend his stay for recovery. Chapter 71. The unpleasantness of life lies in its abundant regrets. Suddenly, footsteps echoed at the door, prompting him to quickly close his eyes. The door swung open, and the girl approached his side, seemingly scrutinizing him, that he felt his breathing grow tense. Fortunately, after a short while, she ceased her examination and took a seat at the center of the room at the eight immortals' table. That he exhaled softly, realizing for the first time how challenging it was to pretend to be asleep without being discovered. Why must he feign slumber if he intended no harm? He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Turning to look at the girl by the table, to his surprise, she was smiling at him. In that moment, he felt a pang of awkwardness, his throat dry as if it were about to ignite. He opened his mouth, but emitted no sound. The girl, with a charming smile, seemed to see through his discomfort. She rose, poured a glass of water, and approached him, helping him sit up to drink. It was his first experience being so closely attended to by a girl, and he found himself surprisingly unperturbed by it. After drinking, he felt somewhat relieved. The girl gently laid him back down before returning to the table. How did you know I was awake? He was puzzled by this question, suspecting that the girl had been testing him. With a gentle smile, she replied, when I first entered the room, I noticed you looked different from when I left, so I came closer to observe you. Later, under my scrutiny, I noticed a momentary disruption in your breathing, that I guessed you must have had some unspoken concerns. So I chose not to point it out. It was only when I sat at the table that I heard your breathing gradually relax. And I realized you were wary of me, which is why you continued to feign sleep. The girl perceptibly unveiled his innermost thoughts. A sudden flush crept across his countenance, and he felt the warmth spreading across his entire face. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but silently commend her for her delicate sensibility and keen insight. You are exceptional, far surpassing most women I have encountered. An idea sprang forth in his mind, and without much contemplation, he blurted out, Are you interested in learning skills alongside me? Thus, under the tender care of his grandmother, he gradually regained his strength day by day. In gratitude for her nurturing, he imparted much of his knowledge to her, save for the particularly dark and sordid methods, as he believed such a refined and virtuous woman should remain untainted by such things. Through their prolonged companionship, feelings began to blossom between them. However, fate intervened. Given his status, it was utterly impossible for him to provide his grandmother with a stable life. Burdened with the monumental task of revitalizing his clan, he wished to spare his beloved from a life of turmoil and instability. Thus, one fateful evening, he quietly departed after leaving behind a letter and a token, intending to return once peace had been established within his tribe, so that he and his beloved could share their lives together. Unfortunately, in that era, daughters were often bound by parental arrangements and matchmaking. The inevitable outcome was that his grandmother, unable to resist the wishes of her elders, was hastily married off. Upon hearing this, I felt a pang of melancholy. I believe that had the grand shaman urged her to leave with him at that time, she would have done so without hesitation. Yet, all events transpired as they did, and there are no what-ifs. Unpleasant endings linger in the memory, for they are filled with unfulfilled regrets. Later, once stability returned to the clan, the master sought out the woman he cherished, only to find that she had already become a wife. Living in harmony with her husband and raising a pair of delightful children, I inquired why he had not revealed to her that he had returned to find her. He replied, "As long as she is happy, that is enough." Hearing the teacher's words, I found myself pondering how Lu Xiao would choose if faced with a similar situation. That in. When you have time, take me to see Antwin. All right. The past can only be reminisced, not obstructing our current progress. That I exchanged a smile with Teacher Miao, feeling an unspoken closeness between us. Teacher Miao, did you already know my identity? She nodded. Following the clues from the master's matter, I uncovered some threads leading back to the Huang family. I then pursued the Huang family and discovered they have been covertly targeting you. My suspicions about your identity arose, prompting me to investigate discreetly. Eventually, I found a link between you and Wen Ruiji. However, I was uncertain if this Wen Ruiji was indeed the one I knew, so I sought opportunities to get closer to you, hoping to glean some clues. But how did you ascertain that I was the person you were searching for? I had no token. I shrugged. That it was simple. The presence of the Lu family's second master by your side was already proof that you were no ordinary person. That I see. However, I must caution you that the Lu family's second master may not be suitable for you. Teacher Miao said, shaking her head with concern. Why? I asked, puzzled. We must take the initiative with men, not allow them to dictate to us. Given your current capabilities, I fear you may not be able to hold on to him. I gazed at Teacher Miao in surprise. While I appreciate your concern for me, I still wish to give it a try. But rest assured, I will know when to cut my losses. That if Lu Xiao ever has a change of heart, it will be I who walks away first. That a glimmer of admiration sparkled in Teacher Miao's eyes as she gently patted my shoulder. I knew I had not misjudged you. Do not worry. If he ever dares to betray you, I will do everything in my power to seek vengeance on your behalf. That I embraced her waist, expressing my gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Miao, but I will not let you fight for me. If revenge is needed, I shall undertake it myself. Teacher Miao absent-mindedly stroked my hair. A sudden commotion outside caught my attention, causing my heart to race with an ominous premonition. That I hurriedly pulled away from Teacher Miao and dashed towards the door. Chapter 72. I just want to touch upon opening the door. I was met with the sight of Lu Xiao, who appeared somewhat disheveled, his clothing torn in multiple places and blood seeping from his sleeves. He looked as if he might collapse at any moment. Lu Xiao. I rushed to his side, draping his arm over my shoulder to provide him with support. He offered a nonchalant smile, despite his condition. Worriedly, my voice trembled with panic. Didn't you say there would be no danger? What happened? Why did you deceive me? He reached out to wipe the tears from the corner of my eyes, assuring me, don't cry, I'm fine. His words only caused my tears to flow more freely. Had I known that obtaining the medicinal ingredients would cost Lu Xiao so dearly, I would have done everything in my power to prevent him from going. What happened? Hu Lingyun, who had rushed out upon hearing the commotion, was astonished by the scene before him. With your strength, that creature guarding the Qinglian flower should not have been able to inflict such wounds on you. That beast truly could not harm me. These injuries are from the 4 seas and 8 desolations beasts. Teacher Miao, who had followed closely behind me, was equally shocked, her tone filled with disbelief. 4 seas and 8 desolations beasts? Did you venture deep into Tianshan to gather the Qinglian seeds? Yes, I happened to take a trip there and collected them as well. Saying this, Lu Xiao slowly produced a finely crafted jade box from his pocket and placed it in my hands. Both the Qinglian flower and seeds are here. Use the flower for medicinal purposes and keep the seeds. They will greatly assist and enhance your cultivation in the future. That I held the jade box tightly, knowing it was something Lu Xiao had risked so much to obtain, and I had to safeguard it. Wiping away my tears, I spoke hoarsely. I'll help you inside to rest. Wait. Teacher Miao suddenly approached us, retrieving a pill from her pocket and handing it to me. Give him this pill. It will help stop the bleeding and also aid in healing his internal injuries. That I accepted the pill with gratitude, then gently assisted Lu Xiao back into the room. After settling Lu Xiao onto the bed, I planned to step out for water to cleanse his wounds. However, as I took a step, he grasped my wrist. Where are you going? His complexion appeared somewhat pale. That I'm going to fetch water to clean your wounds. I reassured him softly. These injuries are nothing. I just want to rest for a while with that. He pulled me onto the bed, wrapping his arms around me. That you're injured too. Don't overexert yourself. Clutching the jade box tightly, I murmured in protest. Lu Xiao gently nuzzled my ear, saying, I only wish to hold you for a moment. Rest assured, I will do nothing. That I fear that if I don't hold you, You might slip away like last time." His words stirred an emotional response within me, and my eyes began to redden. I retrieved the pill that Teacher Meow had given me and turned to face Lu Xiao, placing it in his mouth. Once I saw him swallow it, I wrapped my arms tightly around him, burying my head deep in his embrace. "Rest assured, I will not leave until you wake. I will stay by your side." That a smile suddenly graced Lu Xiao's lips, and he held me close with satisfaction. Before long, his steady breathing filled the air above me that I could feel my body growing increasingly sore and numb. Nonetheless, I dared not move, fearing it might wake him. Whenever the discomfort became nearly unbearable, I clutched the jade box, reminding myself that Lu Xiao had endured such grievous injuries for my sake, while I merely felt a bit sore. What was there that I could not endure? Breathing in the delightful fragrance emanating from Lu Xiao, I tilted my head to observe his serene, sleeping visage. Truly, Lu Xiao possesses a beauty that surpasses anyone I have encountered in my 18 years of existence. Even the stars of television pale in comparison to his allure that I in slumber. The severity of his features softened, revealing a gentler expression. Beneath his sharply defined brows lay a pair of tightly shut eyes, with delicate eyelashes fluttering rhythmically in sync with his breath. His prominent nose arched gracefully in the air, while his tightly pressed lips held a hint of an elusive smile that my heart began to race uncontrollably. As if under a spell, I slowly leaned closer to him. The breath escaping his nostrils brushed against my face, and as I gazed at his lips, mere inches away, I inelegantly swallowed that I felt as though my heart might leap from my throat. Ultimately, I could not restrain myself any longer. I gently inched closer, eyes firmly shut, and bestowed a fleeting kiss upon the corner of his lips that my trembling eyelashes and racing heart betrayed my nervousness. Suddenly, a firm grip seized my waist, jolting me back to reality that I opened my eyes to meet Lu Xiao's playful gaze, filled with mischief. Caught in the act of stealthy affection, I experienced a fleeting moment of panic. Before I could react further, my head was captured in his grasp, and his lips gently pried mine open, instantly flooding my senses with the unique essence of Lu Xiao. I felt as though I might faint from the overwhelming affection of his kiss. My hands instinctively clung to his shoulders, acquiescing to his advances. Just as the kiss began to leave me breathless, he finally released me, satisfied that I pressed his wandering hand down. "That you're still injured. You need to rest." He nonchalantly countered by gripping my hand before shifting it to my waist, his fingers leisurely exploring the "Do not worry. I shall merely touch. I will not overstep." His expression was that of an upright gentleman. Yet his hands were engaged in decidedly inappropriate conduct that I shot him an indignant glare. Had it not been for his injuries, I would have bitten him long ago. Several times, I attempted to escape, only to be caught and returned to his side, that a wave of frustrated tears threatened to spill forth. Why on earth had I dared to kiss him? The entire episode persisted until sunset, at which point Lu Xiao finally encircled me in his arms, drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 73. Why are you so foolish? After a few days of recuperation, Lu Xiao's condition had improved considerably, thanks in no small part to the pill provided by Teacher Meow. By the time Lu Xiao's strength had nearly returned to 90%, Teacher Meow had completed her preparations. During this interval, I shared with Lu Xiao the history between Teacher Meow and my grandmother. To my surprise, Lu Xiao did not exhibit a significant reaction to the revelation. Hence, I mustered the courage to voice the question that had been nestled in my heart. I recall Lu Xiao remaining silent for a considerable moment before lifting his gaze, looking at me with a commanding seriousness. "Hey, Inen, my love is not so noble. You might even call me selfish. I simply wish to keep you by my side. To be frank, no matter what happens in this lifetime, I shall never let you go. Even in death, you must be buried in the same grave as I." A genuine smile blossomed on my face. Previously, I believed Lu Xiao stayed by my side solely to fulfill a promise to my grandmother. Despite sharing a bed, I felt a nagging uncertainty. After the ordeal with the insect, I realized I could no longer harbor feelings for any man but Lu Xiao, and thus I longed to ascertain his feelings for me. That at last, I had acquired the answer I sought. Overcome with emotion, I embraced Lu Xiao, who reciprocated the gesture, and we fell into a comfortable silence, savoring the love that flowed between us as time passed. That day, Teacher Meow unexpectedly sought us out. To be honest, seeing them seated face to face made me somewhat anxious. Teacher Meow wore a knowing smile, and I cautiously poured each of them a glass of water. You should step outside for a moment. I have matters to discuss with Teacher Meow. Lu Zhao's voice pierced through my thoughts. While I was puzzled about the necessity of my absence, I chose to remain silent. All right, I turned to leave, wishing to afford them some privacy. There is no need to send in a way. She has the right to know what has transpired. Everything you have done for her, she deserves to understand. Only then will your heartfelt intentions not go to waste. Teacher Meow's tone brooked no argument. That I noticed Lu Zhao's brow furrow slightly, to prevent any irritation on his part. I quickly interjected, I don't mind not hearing. After all, my mind is simple, and even if I did listen, I might not comprehend. Teacher Meow suddenly turned her gaze to me, her tone resolute. You cannot leave. You must know what Lu Xiao has sacrificed and what he has done for you. She then turned back to Lu Xiao. Initially, I believed your presence in An's life held some ulterior motive. Thus, I refrained from discussing many matters with you. It was only after you ventured deep into the Tianshan Mountains and suffered such grave injuries for An that I realized I had underestimated your love for her. When you inquired about the need for a catalyst, I am now here to tell you. You will need a drop of your heart's blood for the medicine. I was taken aback by Teacher Meow's words. My eyes widening in shock. Oh problem. Lu Xiao responded without a hint of hesitation. I rushed to the table and slammed my hands down forcefully. No, I cannot agree. And be reasonable. Lu Xiao's voice bore a hint of helplessness and affection. No, Lu Xiao. You have already sacrificed so much for me. I cannot be so selfish as to take your heart's blood for my own sake. The urgency in my voice was palpable. It's merely a drop of blood. It will not cost my life. I refuse. If a drop of your heart's blood is necessary for the medicine, then I shall not be treated. Yes, I spoke. I reached for Lu Zhao's arm. Let us go. I want to be treated. We're going home. I pulled Lu Xiao up from his seat and turned to Teacher Meow with gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Meow, but if it requires Lu Xiao's heart's blood to save me, I am truly sorry, but I cannot do that. I would rather endure daily torment than be selfish enough to let him sacrifice his heart's blood for my sake. I bowed deeply to her, then took Lu Xiao by the hand and attempted to leave. I'm sorry. Lu Xiao's voice resonated above me, and a sudden pain shot through my neck. My body weakened, and I began to collapse. Lu Xiao swiftly caught me in his arms. My consciousness faded. His words echoed clearly in my mind. This time, please trust me. But rest assured, in the future, I will heed your wishes in all matters at home. A single tear slipped from the corner of my eye, as I felt an ache begin to stir deep within my heart. During my unconsciousness, I had no knowledge of the events unfolding outside. Lu Xiao disregarded my protests and rendered me unconscious. It was evident that he had acquiesced to Teacher Meow's proposal. When I awoke once more, Lu Xiao was nowhere to be seen. As I opened my eyes, I found Teacher Meow at my bedside. You're awake. The warmth around my eyes was overwhelming, and my voice trembled. Teacher Meow, where is Lu Xiao? How is he? Rest assured, he is fine. A drop of heart's blood will only cost him a century of, and it will not inflict significant harm on his body. However, he does need to recuperate. Teacher Meow, may I ask a favor of you? What is it? Could you please, for my grandmother's sake, do your utmost to treat Lu Xiao and ensure he does not suffer severe after effects? I will. You can rest assured that I took a deep breath. Teacher Meow, I wish to see him. Your body is yet to fully recover. No, I must see him. Otherwise, I cannot rest easy. With that, I disregarded Teacher Meow's objections, threw off the covers, and sat up in bed. All right, I cannot argue with you. Ultimately, Teacher Meow extended her hand, assisting me to Lu Xiao's room. Upon entering, I gazed at Lu Xiao resting upon the bed, his complexion an unnatural pallor. Teacher Meow, please leave. I wish to be alone with him for a while. Very well. Once Teacher Meow had exited, I settled back beside him, watching him carefully, perhaps sensing my presence. Lu Xiao's eyes suddenly flew open. What are you doing here? His eyes sparkled with surprise. I offered him a bittersweet smile, gently taking his hand and placing it against my cheek. Why are you so foolish? Do you know how guilty I felt when I saw the wound on your arm? The suffering you endured is something I cannot substitute. However, I promise I will never let you go through that again. Having spoken, he suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing. Alarmed, I hastily urged him to cease, insisting that he needed to rest well. That I grasped his hand firmly, assuring him, "Take a moment to rest. I shall remain here with you." With that, Lu Xiao closed his eyes again and slipped into a deep slumber. Yet my heart was anything but tranquil. That a chill began to seep into my gaze. All of this was undeniably intertwined with Lu Ling and the Huang family. It was high time to settle this score. Chapter 74. Wishing you happiness, seizing the opportunity while Lu Xiao lay unconscious. I sought out Hu Ling Yun, that I confided in him my desire to venture to that place for self-improvement. "Have you truly made up your mind?" he inquired, evident surprise illuminating his features. "Yes, I have," I affirmed. "Does Lu Xiao know about this?" I noticed a flicker of hesitation cross Hu Ling Yun's face. "He is not aware for the moment. But rest assured, I shall personally inform him once this is over. That I believe he will understand." That I gazed at him with unwavering determination. Given my current abilities, I might not even be sufficient to serve as a mere distraction for the Huang family. Lu Xiao had sustained injuries from me on numerous occasions. I could no longer afford to remain passive. I had to take the initiative. Hu Ling Yun scrutinized me for a while before finally relenting. "I can allow you entry, but you must not venture as deeply as before. Without Lu Xiao here, those creatures in the depths are beyond your capacity to handle." That I understood, vowing to stay within the periphery. My vendetta remained unfulfilled. I would not allow myself to perish easily within it. Hu Ling Yun nodded, tossing me a pill. "Crush it when you wish to exit. It will guide you back." That I clutched the pill tightly, my expression serious as I nodded in acknowledgement. "Are you ready? I shall escort you inside." Yes, that I in an instant, a wave of dizziness washed over me. When I opened my eyes again, the scene before me had transformed. Gazing at the somewhat familiar surroundings, I couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. The forthcoming hours would depend solely on my own efforts. When I emerged from the secret realm, Lu Xiao had just awakened. I dared not linger, hastily rushing to his side. "How do you feel today?" I wiped my hands on my clothing before taking hold of his hand. To my surprise, he frowned, looking at me intently. "Did you go to the secret realm?" My heart skipped a beat, pondering how Lu Xiao had come to know of this. That he had just awakened. Hu Ling Yun clearly hadn't had the chance to inform him. I adjusted his blanket gently and whispered, "How did you know? You carry the lingering scent of the secret realm. Having spent so long there, do you think you could conceal it from me?" I pressed my lips together. Exhaling a sigh, I had no intention of hiding it. I planned to tell him as soon as he regained consciousness. Lu Xiao fixed his gaze on my eyes. And after a considerable pause, he spoke, and then with me around, "You truly need not push yourself so hard. That 100 years of cultivation is insignificant to me." That I softly closed my eyes, inhaling deeply before slowly reopening them. "Lu Xiao, this is the only thing I can do to not attempt to deter me. My desire to grow stronger is overwhelming." Lu Xiao reached out, tucking a stray hair behind my ear. "Then I will not prevent you from becoming a better person. But you must remember to act within your limits." That I placed his arm back on the bed, resting my head gently atop it. "That I understand. Do not worry, I will not allow myself to be harmed." Lu Xiao absent-mindedly played with my hair, his voice low and tempting. "Stay with me tonight, won't you?" I lifted my gaze to meet his, a smile blooming on my lips. "All right," with the devoted care of Teacher Miao. Lu Xiao's health improved rapidly. During this time, I remained industrious, seizing every opportunity to immerse myself in the secret realm for training. That I could feel that, following this period of exertion, my strength had indeed grown significantly. Especially with Lu Xiao absent, facing challenges alone had greatly stimulated my potential. Before long, Lu Xiao had nearly fully recovered. Exiting Hu Ling Yun's presence, we silently acknowledged what needed to be done next. Yet, the whereabouts of Lu Ling and her enigmatic benefactor remained elusive. To draw the serpent from its lair, I had to feign normalcy alongside Lu Xiao. I returned to my routine school life, deliberately avoiding encounters with Lu Xiao to avoid arousing suspicion. During this interval, I spotted Zhang Yutong several times in class. Yet we maintained a silent understanding not to engage in conversation. That I had hoped that our state would persist indefinitely until one day after class, when I noticed Zhang Yutong leaning against the corridor wall. Looking despondent, I paused momentarily, then feigned indifference as I walked past him, hastening my pace as I did so. "Why Yuan?" My body halted involuntarily at the sound of his voice that I refrained from turning to face him. "Is that man you mentioned the night before your fiancé?" His words floated lightly through the air that I turned to look at him, and he met my gaze, his eyes filled with profound emotion. It was difficult to discern the authenticity of the sentiment behind his words that I knew he referred to the night Lu Xiao had been absent for an extended period, the night he first reappeared. The man he spoke of was undoubtedly Lu Xiao. "Yes," I replied with a gracious smile. He seemed to force a wry smile in return. "That man is indeed significantly more formidable than I am, at least compared to many I have encountered. With him protecting you, you must feel a bit safer." Suddenly, he stood up and took a few steps away from me, his back turned. "That why you went in? I wish you happiness." Watching his retreating figure, I parted my lips slightly, whispering, "Thank you." I noticed Jiang Yutang's body seemed to pause for an instant before he resumed his stride, as if nothing had occurred. That I gently shook my head, uncertain if I had merely misinterpreted the moment. The next 15th day arrived quickly that I again secured a room at a hotel near the school, adorning the walls with talismans that to enhance the authenticity of the experience. Teacher Miao prepared a specific pill for me, one that mimicked the symptoms of the emotional curse but caused no harm to the body. Before long, the pill began to take effect, and my entire being felt as though it were being gnawed upon by countless ants. My cheeks flushed with heat that I poured myself a glass of cold water to quell the rising agitation within. After consuming the water, my clarity returned somewhat. Suddenly, I felt myself enveloped in an embrace, a large hand resting on my waist. "Madam, your earlier demeanor was utterly captivating." That I disentangled myself from his grasp, maintaining an air of composure. That I glared at him. "Lu Xiao, do not forget that we have serious matters to attend to." Damn it, I should have eradicated the Huang family long ago. Lu Xiao's expression darkened, a dangerous glint in his eyes, and I wondered if he might charge toward the Huang family's stronghold at any moment. I leaned in and placed a kiss on his cheek. "Husband, we have prepared for so long. We cannot allow our efforts to go to waste." Lu Xiao seemed particularly taken by my words, his demeanor softening. After much coaxing, I managed to persuade him to conceal himself once more. Before long, I sensed movement outside the window. Chapter 75. I do not wish to end my joyful life, so soon I glanced toward the window, which I had deliberately left ajar. Soon, the talismans fluttered down, and the window was thrust open by a gust of chilling wind that a greenish claw lunged toward my face, just as it was about to make contact. I swiftly deflected it with a palm strike. That I smiled knowingly at Lu Ling, who glared at me with palpable resentment. That I dusted off my hands and rose from the bed. "Currently, you alone are insufficient to defeat me. How could your strength increase so rapidly?" Lu Ling's voice dripped with envy. "Your speed is not much slower than mine. That I am curious. How exactly did you cultivate?" "Humph," she scoffed, her eyes gleaming with pride as she gazed at me. "Regardless of how I cultivated, today, Lu Xiao and that pretty boy are absent, and this shall be your day of reckoning." That I asked that so. "If you are so certain of my demise, it stands to reason that your benefactor has arrived as well. If that is the case, let him reveal himself. Whether it be one or two, I shall face them both." "You arrogant little wretch," a middle-aged man's voice echoed from outside the window. Moments later, a figure materialized within the room. A smile graced my lips. My efforts had not been in vain. That I refrained from speaking further and drew my dagger, lunging directly at the man and the ghostly figure before me. The suddenness of my attack caught them off guard, but they quickly regained composure, brandishing their weapons to counter my strike. That I fended off the two. I exchanged glances with Lu Xiao, who was concealed in the shadows, seizing the opportunity to distract them. Lu Xiao swiftly inscribed a binding spell within the room. Gradually, they began to sense something amiss. "Wait, there are others in here." The middle-aged man swiftly reacted, his gaze fixated on me with a watchful intensity. I stifled a chuckle, thinking to myself, the old fellow certainly possesses a keen eye. Then as I turned my head towards the person behind me, the figure of Lu Xiao gradually emerged within the room. The old man's expression indeed shifted to one of panic. "Lu Xiao, what are you doing here?" Lu Xiao obligingly pulled my head into his embrace, stating, "Wherever my lady is, there I shall be." "Is there a problem?" No, that is not right." I clearly investigated. "You haven't been by her side recently." That a mocking smile curled upon my lips as I regarded him. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. "You set a trap to deceive me, deliberately waiting for me to fall into it?" "Huang Sun, You are quite perceptive. Moreover, with your talents, you will undoubtedly secure a place within the Huang family in the future. Yet, you must never, under any circumstances, lay a hand on my lady. Lu Xiao's expression grew increasingly frigid, his tone becoming more unyielding that a flicker of resentment crossed Huang Sun's face. You two have killed so many within the Huang family. I can overlook the others, but what wrong did my nephew Huang Qin commit? You ruthlessly murdered him, and now you expect me to act as if nothing ever occurred. Lu Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Huang Cheng is your nephew. Indeed. When I arrived at his location, all that remained was his decaying corpse that he never harmed you, yet you brutally killed him for your own selfish motives that I will ensure this debt is repaid. Since Huang Cheng is your nephew, you must surely be aware of the sordid deeds he engaged in. What sordid deeds? Do not slander him. Cheng has always adhered to his duties, diligently earning a living for others. I couldn't help but scoff. Adhere to duties and be diligent. Does he even deserve such praise? Killing him was a mercy. I should have dismembered him. You insolent girl, this is not a place for you to speak. Huang Sun's face flushed with anger. Slap. A crisp sound echoed as a red mark swiftly appeared on Huang Sun's face. Then, why, lady, it appears you lack the qualifications to insult, that I pushed Lu Xiao behind me. Confronting Huang Sun. Your nephew Huang, when colluded with others, using dirty money to commit heinous acts, he kept young girls for his own selfish desires, imprisoning their souls and denying them rebirth. You claim your nephew Huang Wen is innocent. What about the children he turned into little ghosts? What of those he killed through his vile methods? Are they not innocent? It's impossible. You are spouting blood libel. One could never do such things. Huang Sun's emotions flared at my words that I couldn't help but chuckled at. So, how do you define innocence? People like you, relying on your limited abilities, regard the lives of ordinary folk as mere insects, to be trampled at will. You decry justice and vengeance. Yet in reality, you are nothing more than a band of hypocrites, selfish and despicable. Huang Sun trembled with rage at my sharp retort, pointing a finger at me. You vile girl, I will kill you in the next moment. His screams filled the air. Clutching his hand, he cried out in agony as blood streamed down, that I followed the trail of blood to find a severed finger lying amidst the scattered droplets. Lu Xiao, you will regret this. Huang Sun howled in torment that I expected more prowess from one bold enough to point at my lady, yet you proved to be so easily dispatched. Is this minor injury truly worthy of such a dramatic outcry? Lu Xiao, listen to me. Huang Sun's speech faltered due to pain. It merely a woman. Hand her over to me, and I assure you, the Huang family can provide you with as many women as you desire. I was nearly driven to laughter by his words. To offer Lu Xiao women before me was to treat me as if I were invisible, that I stepped away from Lu Xiao's embrace. Regarding Huang Sun with a playful glint in my eye, I deftly flicked my short sword, which uncontrollably lunged towards Huang Xun. By sheer coincidence, it landed precisely where his hands hung limply, that a cry of anguish erupted, and he cast aside the sword, his eyes filled with malice as he glared at me. With a smile, I blinked innocently. I apologize, but this sword is beyond my control. Are you all right? Lu Xiao's stifled laughter echoed from behind me. I shot him a fierce glare. Do you wish to be stabbed as well? He immediately ceased his laughter, his expression turning serious as he retrieved the sword from the ground, cleaning the blood from its surface before handing it back to me. My lady, please hold your sword carefully. Do not let it slip from your grasp again. I am not ready to end my blissful life just yet. That he emphasized the word blissful heavily, and I took the sword, shooting him an irritated look. Chapter 76. If it is my lady, then this face is not worth keeping. That I turned my attention back to Huang Sun. I truly had no idea that members of the Huang family had a penchant for providing women to married men. The women of your family are indeed pitiable. I genuinely feel sorrow for them. That my derision rendered Huang Sun's complexion a turbulent mix of green and white. After a moment, he finally managed to retort. What do you know? This is their fortune. Ske, I knew I was not mistaken. You are indeed a sanctimonious hypocrite. Since that is the case, let us not prolong this discussion. Today, we shall settle both old and new scores. I firmly gripped the short sword, preparing for battle. You shan't escape. Even if I die today, I shall drag you down with me. With that, he charged at me, but before I could react, Lu Xiao was already one step ahead, countering his attack. Huang Sun was clearly no match for Lu Xiao, as he was sent flying by the force Lu Xiao unleashed. Huang Sun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he regarded Lu Xiao. As long as Lu Xiao is alive, I will hold true to my word. Hand her over to me, and we shall overlook the Huang family members you have slain. Have you truly thought this through? Is it worth it to make an enemy of the entire Huang family for such a woman? His voice dripped with temptation, revealing the extent to which Lu Xiao's presence was a thorn in the Huang family's side. Lu Xiao's response mirrored my thoughts perfectly. She is my lady. If I deem her worthy, then she is worthy. Lu Xiao, you are being reckless. You will pay for this one day. Hearing him speak to Lu Xiao in such a manner only intensified the coldness in my gaze. Whether Lu Xiao pays the price, I cannot say, but I am certain that today you shall certainly face the consequences. As I prepare to act against him, Lu Xiao suddenly darted past me. His speed astonishing that in the next instant, a round head tumbled to the ground. Lu Xiao disdainfully discarded the body, elegantly wiping his hands. Enough with the unnecessary chatter. Huang Sun didn't even have time to scream before Lu Xiao snapped his neck. The look of utter disbelief in Huang Sun's eyes was palpable. I chose not to dwell on his corpse. He had wronged me first and dared to tempt Lu Xiao into abandoning me. My sympathy for him was non-existent. Lu Xiao returned to my side, and I shifted my gaze to Lu Ling, who was now submissively trembling on the ground, that I approached her step by step. Knowing there were many debts to settle between us, I had previously reflected on the circumstances that led to my entanglement with the love poison, and the only possibility lay in the scratch she had inflicted upon me. Initially, I had thought it was merely her toxins. Thus I had treated it lightly. Having learned from past mistakes, I approached Lu Ling with heightened caution. Lu Ling, I have always believed that I have never wronged you. You should never have allowed your greed for money to lead you to endanger my life. Now, all of this is of your own making. Lu Ling abruptly ceased trembling and raised her head to look at me. Yuanin, you are merely a bit luckier than I. What are you pretending for? Yes, I am envious of you. What exactly makes me inferior? You are just a woman who sleeps with men. What right do you have to look down on me? Lu Ling's eyes were filled with venomous resentment. As if she wished to devour me whole, that I sensed the air behind me momentarily stiffen as Lu Ling's expression shifted to one of panic. Bang! Lu Ling's body suddenly exploded. I initially thought Lu Xiao was exacting revenge for me, but when I turned to look at him, he simply remarked coldly, "She self-destructed rather quickly. Otherwise, I would have certainly cast her soul into the abyss of sin." I gazed at him in astonishment. What is the abyss of sin? Lu Xiao's expression resembled that of a demon from hell, both sinister and merciless to the place where souls wish they were never born. I had never seen Lu Xiao like this before, causing me to momentarily lose my composure. Have you been to that place? No, Lu Xiao's voice softened suddenly. Then that is good, upon hearing his response. I felt a sense of relief wash over me. However, my thoughts soon drifted back to Lu Ling, although I had come to realize that Huang Sun was the dark hand behind her. It was now irrelevant since Huang Sun was dead. Yet Lu Ling continued to roam free, as if nothing had ever occurred. That I returned to Lu Xiao's side, pondering the peculiar nature of this spell. Would I truly need to slay her 7 times to eradicate her completely? It seemed rather simple. All I needed to do was locate her true form and eliminate it, rendering her powerless to act so brazenly. True form? Hadn't it been returned to her parents? It would likely be challenging to retrieve it from them. That I shook my head, dismissing that thought. There was no need to ask them for it. If I were not mistaken, her true form should not be with her parents. What was to be done? I furrowed my brow lightly. The unsettling feeling of having an enemy concealed while I remained exposed was truly vexing. Suddenly, Lu Xiao pulled me into his embrace. She is but a mere Lu Ling. She cannot stir much trouble. Do we have far more pressing matters to attend to? What matters? I inquired. And no sooner had I spoken than an unusual sensation surged within me. I recognized it as the reaction to the medicine given by Teacher Miao. A pang of realization struck me. I had forgotten to ask her for the antidote. Lu Xiao's lips curled into a charming yet triumphant smile. Isn't the husband the antidote for the wife? What more does the wife desire? His fingers began to wander down my waist. That I hastily pressed his hand down, gritting my teeth and whispering a threat. Lu Xiao, do not push your luck. Lu Xiao chuckled softly, extending his fingers before me with a teasing tone. Am I the one being excessive? Or is it the wife? At that moment, his fair and slender fingers glistened with a dewy sheen. My face flushed suddenly, and I gritted my teeth, hissing at him, "You have no shame." He swept me up into his arms, and I instinctively wrapped my arms around his neck. Lu Zhao's infuriating voice echoed above me. "If it is the wife, then what need is there for modesty?" Chapter 77. Farewell, Zhang Yutong. I was tossed about throughout the night, cursing Lu Xiao as a dog in my mind. Eventually, he released me. "You are indeed a dog," I muttered weakly, rolling my eyes at him before sinking into a deep slumber. Lu Xiao chuckled in response to my insults and, to my surprise, proceeded to nibble at my entire body while I slept. The next morning, upon seeing the myriad of purple and red marks on my skin, I could only wish to slap myself. Serves you right. Using the excuse of recuperation, I left Lu Xiao and returned to school. The first thing I did upon my return was to quickly don a long-neck sweater to conceal my neck. Fortunately, the weather had begun to turn colder, allowing me to don thicker clothing without concern, effectively hiding those suggestive marks. Just as I finished dressing, my roommates entered the room and were evidently delighted to see me. "You're back," Li exclaimed, rushing to my side and scrutinizing me from head to toe. With a teasing glint in her eyes, she leaned closer, asking, after disappearing for so long, "Which man have you been fooling around with?" I clamped a hand over her mouth. "What nonsense! I haven't. I have important matters to attend to. And I must remind you that due to your recent absences, many teachers are particularly displeased with you. With the final exams approaching, if this continues, you might face make-up exams," Zhang said seriously, placing her belongings on the table. "I know, alas. There is little I can do. My circumstances are rather unique, as you all understand." Zhang nodded in response. "Strangely enough, during the time you were missing, Teacher Miao also seemed to vanish, that I almost suspected there was something special between the two of you. Given Teacher Miao's status, I could not divulge the truth to them, so I merely agreed. It is indeed an honor to be associated with such a stunning beauty. By the way, have you heard about the strange occurrences at school lately?" "What occurrences?" "I've heard that there's a ghost in a red dress haunting the school. Some students have even heard her weeping at night. This has caused quite a stir among the students, and fewer people are venturing out at night." "Indeed, had you not placed talismans in your room, I might have been too frightened to sleep at night," I replied, releasing my glare towards Li. "Has anyone seen this ghost in red, and where has she been spotted?" Fan Yifan absent-mindedly replied, "I heard it was near the playground." After a moment, she suddenly turned to me with a look of suspicion. "And then could it be?" I smiled at her. "You don't mean to say you want to catch a ghost, do you?" she exclaimed in realization, her voice rising. The other roommates were drawn in by Fan Yifan's outburst. I waved my hands, signaling them to calm down. "Don't worry. I want to get into any trouble, but I'm just going to see what's going on. After all, I possess this ability. I cannot simply ignore it. What if that ghost goes berserk and harms the students?" Zhanya looked concerned. "And will you be all right?" "Rest assured," I nodded at her, "that I'm merely going to investigate if I sense that things are amiss. I certainly want to linger." "That's good. Just make sure to be careful." As night fell, I finally set off towards the playground. True to Zhanya and the others' words, there were hardly any lingering figures. In truth, I was not afraid of Lu Ling finding me. With my current strength, she was no match for me. As I approached the playground, I could faintly hear the sound of weeping. Instinctively, I became alert. Upon reaching the playground fence, I indeed spotted a red figure at the center of the field. I tightened my grip on the short sword, gradually moving closer to her. Suddenly, a hand rested on my shoulder, and I instinctively thrust the sword backward. "It's me," a familiar voice called out, and I relaxed my grip, turning to face him. "Why are you here?" Before me stood Zhang Yutong, whom I had not seen in quite some time. "I heard about the haunting at the playground, so I came to see what was happening." "What a coincidence," I thought to myself. Zhang Yutong spoke casually, as if our meeting was purely serendipitous. "Let us go take a look together," he suggested. All right, that I could not outright refuse, so I followed him. The weeping grew clearer, and as we drew near, we discovered that the ghost was facing away from me, her shoulders trembling with sobs that it seemed she sensed our presence. For she abruptly ceased her crying and slowly began to turn towards us. As she did so, I distinctly heard a cracking sound from her neck that a sudden urge to turn her head back surged within me, fearing she might accidentally detach it. After a moment, she finally faced us, granting me a chance to see her visage clearly. That I must admit, this ghost possessed a certain beauty, provided one could overlook the long, horrific scar marring her face. Her long black hair was parted down the middle, cascading straight to the ground. The red wedding gown she wore was tattered and in shambles that I stared intently at her as she gazed at me, and Jiang Yutong with the alarm of a frightened bird. "Master, are you here to capture me?" I found myself wanting to laugh. There was a hint of innocence and charm about this ghost. Tio maintained my masterly demeanor. I straightened my expression and addressed her. "Do you realize that your wailing in the dead of night has disturbed passing travelers?" Her eyes widened in panic. "Master, I did not mean to. I have never harmed any passerby." I raised an eyebrow at her. "Then why do you weep here at night?" A nostalgic glimmer appeared in her eyes. "That I am waiting for an old friend." "Old friend?" I furrowed my brow, glancing at Jiang Yutong, who remained silent. That I turned back to the ghost, noting that her attire appeared to be from several centuries past. "What old friend could you possibly be waiting for? Anyone you knew has long since turned to dust. Do you know what year it is now?" She shook her head in confusion. "Not at all." That I coldly informed her of the truth. That it is the late years of the Kuei dynasty. It has likely been over 100 years since your time. The friend you seek has probably turned to mere soil. She seemed taken aback by my words, shaking her head in disbelief. "How could this be? It cannot be. He promised he would come for me. How could he betray his word?" I gently shook my head, watching her. "You have likely been deceived." "No," she softly protested. "He loves me too much to lie." I scoffed, mocking her. "If he loves you so dearly, why does he not come to see you?" "He may have been delayed by some matters." She explained her reasons with a hint of guilt, though deep down, she likely knew that her justification lacked persuasive power. Chapter 78. The request. That I in just a moment. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. That I could not tell if it was my words that caused her sorrowful weeping to intensify. That I sighed softly and said, "It is time for you to depart. Entering the cycle of reincarnation is your only option." With tears glistening in her eyes, she looked up at me, and under the moonlight, her pallor was alarmingly ghostly. Suddenly, she bowed her head fervently before me, exclaiming, "Master, master, I implore you, can you help me? May I see him one last time before I leave? Is that possible?" I coldly rejected her plea, stating, "The person has turned to dust. How can I arrange for you to see him? Should I perhaps exhume his remains for you to gaze upon?" I cast a glance at Jiang Yutong beside me, noticing that he too had furrowed his brow slightly. Upon hearing my words, her cries grew louder. While I felt pity for her in my heart, I truly had no means to assist. That if the individual were still alive, it would be a different matter. However, centuries had passed. Where could I possibly find him? Her weeping was becoming irksome, and I turned to Jiang Yutong, whispering, Do you have any good ideas? It's not suitable for her to keep crying here. Perhaps we should just send her away." Jiang Yutong regarded me with a gentle smile, his voice deep and resonant. "Whatever you decide is fine. Do as your heart dictates, without concern for me. That if you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Despite my carefulness, it was evident that the female ghost had overheard our exchange. At that moment, she gazed at me with tear-stained eyes, her expression filled with resentment. Being scrutinized so intently by a beautiful woman made me feel somewhat uneasy. Sighing softly, I realized that only one option remained, and I approached the female ghost. Crouching down to meet her gaze, that I present you with two choices. The first is that I forcibly send you to reincarnation right now. The second is that you accompany me, and I shall attempt to help you find the person you seek. Master, I choose the second option. I choose the second option. Do not rush. I have not yet finished speaking. If you select the second option, you must accept my additional condition. What additional condition? Tell me, I will agree to whatever you say. Though I promised to do my utmost to help her find him. That man had been dead for centuries. Whether or not I could locate him remained uncertain. That if I ultimately fail to find him, you must willingly proceed to reincarnation. After expressing my thoughts, I attentively observed her expression. As expected, she hesitated for a moment. Master, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? I scoffed lightly. What reason would I have to deceive you? I could simply send you away. Why expend such effort? She bit her lip lightly before responding. Very well, Master, I will follow you in that case. Find a place to hide tonight. I will return here to fetch you tomorrow evening. During this time, you must not venture out, lest you frighten any passing students. Understood. She nodded obediently. Having settled her situation, I turned to Jiang Yutong. Jiang, Do you think this approach is acceptable? It is indeed a viable solution, Jiang Yutong replied, his expression calm as he regarded me. After a moment of contemplation, he posed another question, but how do you intend to assist her in finding her lost loved one? My face grew slightly awkward. Given my current abilities, I certainly could not accomplish this task. To help her find her loved one, I would likely need to seek assistance from Lu Xiao. I have my own plans for that I averted my gaze, unwilling to directly address his inquiry. Jiang Yutong's eyes darkened, and after a brief pause, he stated, I understand that if you require my assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. Thank you, Jiang. He suddenly chuckled softly. No need to thank me. I have yet to do anything. Finally, he added, the night is deep and heavy with dew. You should return early I will handle the remaining matters here. Ever since I had revealed Lu Xiao's situation to Jiang Yutong, I felt a profound sense of guilt whenever I was with him. Realizing it was indeed time for me to leave, I nodded in acknowledgement, saying, then I shall trouble you. With that, I turned and headed toward the dormitory. Fortunately, tomorrow was Friday, and I could utilize the weekend to address the matter of the red-clad female ghost. The following evening, after informing my roommates of my whereabouts, I made my way directly to the playground. Upon arrival, I indeed found the red-clad female ghost eagerly awaiting me. Lacking any talisman to contain her spirit, I could only allow her to follow closely behind as we sought out Lu Xiao. During our journey, she shared with me the entirety of her story. Her original name was by Ling. Born into an official family. Due to her father's offense against a powerful figure in court, her entire family faced either exile or execution. As a result, she, a young woman, faced the grim fate of being relegated to a courtesan. Blessed with remarkable beauty and having been well-versed in the arts during her time as a noblewoman, she caught the attention of the madam of the establishment, who groomed her to become the leading courtesan. At that time, she was quite renowned in the capital, with many traveling great distances, spending lavishly just for a glimpse of her visage. Proud of her talents, she stubbornly refused to sell her body despite the madam's persistent persuasion. Eventually, the madam realized that her lofty pride only served to attract more admirers. Although she did not entertain clients, the profits continued to flow, prompting the madam to abandon her original intentions. She believed she would spend her remaining years in the brothel, lost in a haze, until she encountered her childhood sweetheart, Zhao Su there. Zhao Su's father had been a close friend of her father's during their studies, and later, they served in the same court, drawing their families even closer together. As a result, they often visited one another during festivals. It was under such circumstances that she met Zhao Su. When she first laid eyes on him, she was still innocent and naive, merely trailing behind him and calling out, Brother Su. Zhao Su always responded with gentle patience, never failing to reply. However, as she reached the age of maturity, they could only meet infrequently to avoid any impropriety. Their next encounter occurred during a royal autumn hunt. At that time, Zhao Su appeared dashing and gallant, his tall and handsome figure capturing the admiration of many young ladies, including her. After the hunt concluded, she received a letter from Zhao Su, who expressed a desire to meet her, detailing the time and place. Overwhelmed with excitement, she promptly replied and dispatched someone to deliver her response. Chapter 79. Childhood Sweethearts, Fated Apart. Soon, the appointed time arrived. She devised an excuse to visit a temple for prayers, thus securing her parents' consent to leave the house. Once beyond the gates, she hurried to the meeting spot. With the assistance of her personal maid, she successfully met with the long-admired Zhao Su upon their first meeting. She felt the shyness of a young girl and could hardly lift her gaze to meet his. It was Zhao Su who broke the awkward silence first, saying, Linger, it's been a long time. The object of her affection stood before her, and as she looked up, she met Zhao Su's gentle smile. In that moment, she admitted to herself that she was truly infatuated. Thus, she curtsied slightly, saying, Brother Su. It has been a long time. Linger pays her respects. Zhao Su smiled as he helped her rise, then graciously released her. They sat together on a nearby stone bench, sipping tea and reminiscing about their childhood escapades. As their time together drew to a close, Zhao Su unexpectedly produced a jade pendant from his sleeve and placed it on the table. She recognized the pendant as the one she had given to Zhao Su during their childhood play. She recalled telling him, When I grow up, I want to be your wife. Zhao Su pinched her chubby cheek and tenderly replied, Very well, when Brother Su grows up, he will take Linger as his wife. At that time, she had no understanding of what being a wife entailed. She simply knew she enjoyed playing with Brother Sue. She inquired of her personal maid how she could remain with Brother Sue forever. The maid told her, becoming Brother Sue's wife will allow you to be with him always. Thus, she resolved to become Brother Sue's wife to prevent Zhao Su from changing his mind. She gifted him her cherished jade pendant, declaring it their token. Whoever reneged would be deemed a puppy. Memories of her childhood flooded back, and at that moment, she felt her cheeks grow excessively warm. Embarrassed, she lowered her head. Indeed, it was not long before she heard Zhao Su's voice above her, asking, "Does Linger still remember the promise we made as children?" She swore that her heart had never raced so fervently before. Lifting her gaze, she found herself locking eyes with Zhao Su, whose expression bore a hint of desire and earnestness. He was awaiting her response. Unconsciously, she swallowed hard and, as if possessed, nodded her head that in an instant she averted her gaze, so swiftly that she barely noticed the excitement that illuminated Zhao Su's face after witnessing her reaction. Suddenly, her hand was grasped, only to be released just as abruptly. She observed Zhao Su, much like an inexperienced youth in the throes of first love. Utterly flustered, he repeatedly apologized to her. In truth, she yearned to convey that she did not mind such contact. As he departed, Zhao Su called out loudly, "Linga, tomorrow I shall ask my mother to propose to your family. Is that agreeable?" A smile of uncontainable joy spread across her face, yet turned away from him. Zhao Su remained oblivious to her elation. She wanted to scold him for his boisterousness, questioning why he needed to shout as if frightened others might not hear. Nevertheless, Zhao Su's words filled her with such happiness that she felt herself almost floating. She could not recall how she returned home that day, only that her mind was consumed with thoughts of Zhao Su's intention to marry her. Given the relationship between her father and Zhao Su's father, she was certain they would not oppose the union. The excitement kept her awake throughout the night, feeling immensely fortunate. Thus, she eagerly awaited the arrival of the following day. However, she found herself waiting until dusk. Yet Zhao Su did not appear. She sent her personal maid to inquire at the gate multiple times if there had been any visitors. Each time, the response was the same: none to that moment. A wave of panic washed over her. Yet, she continuously reassured herself that proposals required time. It was not merely a matter of matchmaking, but also involved selecting an auspicious date. Perhaps Zhao Su was at home preparing for the occasion. With that thought, her anxiety began to dissipate, and she resumed her wait that on the third day, she finally received news. But it was not what she had hoped for. Her father had been imprisoned for his crimes. The Imperial Guard had detained her entire family. They were unable to leave the house and thus could not gather news from the outside. When they were eventually released, they were informed that her father had been condemned and would face execution on a designated day. Thankfully, the emperor showed mercy and did not annihilate her family entirely. Instead, he decreed that the men be exiled as slaves and the women sent to brothels. That it was through this decree that she retained her life. Albeit a lowly one. Later, due to her striking beauty, she was selected by the madam to become the star courtesan of the Red Chamber. Since that day of parting, she had not seen Zhao Su again. She was acutely aware that she was now worlds apart from him, and the thought of marrying him was beyond her wildest dreams. Believing she would never encounter him again, she was taken aback when one day the madam instructed her to attend to a distinguished guest. Accompanying guests had become a routine for her, so she did not hesitate and went. However, upon opening the door and seeing a familiar face, she had never regretted coming into this world more. Instinctively, she attempted to flee, but he quickly caught up to her. Grasping her arm, he pleaded, "I did not mean to stand you up that day." When I returned home, I excitedly shared my thoughts with my mother. Believing she would be just as delighted to my dismay, her expression changed, and she rejected my request that I question her reasoning, but she would not disclose it that I confronted her, declaring that I would marry no one but you. She warned that if I insisted on marrying you, she would sever our ties. That moment, I could not fathom why she resisted our union so vehemently that I thought that as long as my intentions were steadfast, I could wait for the day she would relent. Thus, I told her that even if it meant losing our relationship, I would still marry you. However, my mother not only refused to relent, but also had me knocked unconscious and confined. Upon waking, fearing you might be worried about my well-being, I bribed a servant to inform you of my situation. To my horror, he returned with the news that your home had been surrounded by the Imperial Guard. I urgently sent him to gather more information. and he reported that it seemed your father had committed a crime in court. My heart raced with anxiety, desperate to learn of your circumstances, which forced me to submit to my mother. To my dismay, she saw right through my intentions and declared that I could only inquire about you if she were dead. Chapter 80. Regret. I was once again confined by her, and to prevent my escape, she increased the number of guards watching over me. In protest, I resorted to fasting, but she remained resolute, impervious to my threats, steadfastly refusing to release me. It was only after the tumult surrounding your family had subsided that she finally allowed me to leave my confinement. Due to my period of fasting, I was compelled to recuperate for a while. Once my health improved, I began sending inquiries about you. Eventually, I learned that you had become the courtesan of the Red Chamber. Initially, I was incredulous, but then I recalled the Emperor's treatment of your family. Thus, I resolved to come and see for myself, only to discover that it was indeed you. Linger's every word was laden with heartfelt urgency, filled with his own sense of helplessness. Yet Linger felt an overwhelming sense of shame. What right did she have to stand alongside him now? His arrival and heartfelt declarations only served to deepen her embarrassment. Steeling herself, she withdrew her hand from his grasp, her voice cold and resolute. Sir, you must be mistaken. I am not Ling, I am Yuan, the courtesan of this establishment. One could fathom the pain she felt as she uttered those words. Zhao Su grasped her hand once more, his voice trembling with desperation. Ling, you are still angry with me, aren't you? Angry that I did not seek you out that day. Angry that I failed to rescue you from danger? I know it was my fault. That I apologize. I was wrong. Please do not treat me this way. Linger felt as if her heart were shattering. Pain coursed through her, making each breath feel labored. She longed to take his hand and reveal her true identity, to tell him she bore him no ill will, that none of this was his fault, and that he need not apologize. But she could not. The name Linger was her last vestige of dignity. She simply could not. Sir, everyone in the establishment knows my rules, that if you continue to hold my hand, I shall be forced to summon assistance. Taking a deep breath, she spoke, her voice trembling. Zhao Su reluctantly released her hand. Before him stood the woman he cherished most, yet he could not acknowledge her or hold her close. Offering her solace, he understood the turmoil within Linger's heart, but he desperately wished to convey that he did not mind, that he truly did not care. In that moment of releasing Linger's hand, he felt as though he had relinquished the most precious thing in his life. Regret surged within him, and he reached out to grasp her hand again, but she deftly evaded him. He watched helplessly as Linger walked away from him. In that moment, he was filled with self-loathing, powerless even to protect the woman he loved most. According to Linger, Zhao Su visited her daily thereafter, spending lavishly just to catch a glimpse of her. She realized that continuing to hide was futile, so she agreed to meet him. When they finally encountered one another, she, as Yuan, urged him to cease his self-destructive behavior. Yet he was intoxicated, clinging to her hand and insisting, I do not mind. I care not for anything as long as you return to my side. I can take you far away to a place where no one knows us, and we can start anew. They would have a warm little home, rising with the sun and resting at dusk. Moreover, they would have adorable children. He asked her if she preferred a boy or a girl, and before she could respond, he declared he desired both, a son to protect his sister. After uttering these words, he collapsed onto the table, thoroughly inebriated. Thus, no one knew how long Linger wept that day. His words had stirred her heart deeply. She longed to take his hand and implore him, Segu, take me away with you now. But how could she, as a disgraced individual, how could she pull the stars from the sky down into the dust? Zhao Su is still young. He has a promising future ahead of him and should not squander his entire life on her. Linger's eyes swelled with tears, resembling walnuts, as she gently helped the inebriated Zhao Su onto the bed, tenderly cleansing him of his impurities. It was only when she intended to leave that she discovered Zhao Su had seized her hand. Unbeknownst to her, he had awakened, his beloved woman before him, and he could no longer suppress the desires within his heart. In a fervent motion, he pulled the still dazed Linger into his embrace and, fueled by liquor, claimed her without hesitation. Initially, she resisted, but eventually, she relinquished her struggles, for the man before her was the one she had long admired. Thus, she whispered to herself to yield just this once and indulge in the moment. The following morning, the events of the night prior lingered unspoken between them. Linger cast a frosty glare at him, causing Zhao Su to feel a surge of panic within. he was perplexed by the previous night's occurrences. Only aware that he had committed a grievous act that had saddened Ling, he grasped her hand, imploring her to wait for him, vowing that he would find a way to rescue her. Although it seemed improbable, Bai Linger could not help but yearn for that day to come. Time passed, and Zhao Si disappeared for an extended period, leaving Bai Linger to mock her own naivety while severing her hopes. Yet, no one could have anticipated the swift change that would follow. Dais, the courtesan of Hongyi Pavilion, she was always required to entertain important guests. However, one particularly arrogant patron, confident in his elevated status, made unwelcome advances towards her. Initially, she greeted him with a smile, but as his audacity grew bolder, his demands became increasingly outrageous. Aware that she could not offend him, she resorted to feigned compliance, striving to appease him until he insisted on her companionship for the night. Bai Linger patiently articulated her rules, yet the man erupted in a torrent of insults, degrading her as nothing but a worn-out shoe, claiming she had already slept with others, thus questioning her pretense of modesty. Anger and humiliation surged within her. The secret of her past had always been meticulously guarded, and she was bewildered as to how he had discerned it. He suddenly seized her hand, threatening her, and she felt as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, unsure of how to respond. As a woman, she was no match for his strength, and when he forcefully threw her onto the bed, genuine terror gripped her. She understood that if she succumbed today, there would be no return. Tears streamed down her face as the man struck her mercilessly, pressing himself upon her. That moment, a desire for death surged within her. Just as she contemplated biting her tongue to end her life, the door was abruptly kicked open. A figure dashed to her side, pulling the assailant away from her. He then mounted the man, delivering a flurry of punches. Bai Linger curled up like a frightened rabbit, her legs drawn close, her gaze fixed on the actions before her, trembling uncontrollably. Once the man lay unconscious, the figure rose and approached her. Enveloping her shivering form in his arms, Bai Linger clung to him as though he were her savior, desperately grasping his collar, pleading, "Brother Su, take me away. I cannot bear to stay here any longer." She felt Zhao Si's body stiffen momentarily before he tenderly caressed her hair, his voice soothing. "All right, Linger, Brother Su will take you away." They agreed upon a time and place, waiting for the cover of night to escape the sorrowful confines of that place. Having bribed those in the building in advance, she arrived at the appointed spot early. However, she waited in vain for him to appear. Eventually, news of her planned escape reached others, and she was captured once again. She was already a woman branded with sin, and being allowed to live was a mercy from the royal family. Yet, how dare she attempt to flee? The punishment was swift. Her beauty was marred. Devoid of her allure, the treatment she would receive was all too predictable. She fell from the esteemed courtesan of the Red Chamber to the status of a lowly servant, relegated to washing dishes and disposing of waste. Even so, misfortune did not relent. The man Zhao Si had injured was the eldest son of the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor's family filed a lawsuit against them, and both Bai Linger and Zhao Si found themselves imprisoned in the Dali Temple under the charge of disturbing the peace. Upon seeing her, Zhao Si began to explain why he had failed to meet her that day, and he revealed that his personal servant had been bribed by his mother, who had informed her of their plan to elope. However, Bai Linger was disinterested in his explanations. The tribulation she had endured left her in despair. She tossed a vial of poison into Zhao Si's cell, a smile gracing her lips as she addressed him. "Brother Su, I cannot remain in this world any longer. Since you love me so dearly, accompany me on this journey." She had prepared herself for the possibility that he would deny her request. Bracing to bear the burden of her fate alone, to her astonishment, Zhao Si's face lit up with a relieved smile at her words. "Very well, Linger. The road to the underworld is too lonely. I shall accompany you. After my death, I will wait for you at the place where we first promised to meet. That I end this life, we may not become husband and wife, but in the next. Wear your bridal gown, and I shall come to claim you." With that, Zhao Si seized the vial of poison from the ground and drank it all. She attempted to stop him, but it was too late. He had not given her the chance. She could only watch helplessly as Zhao Si, a smile still upon his lips, collapsed before her. Everything transpired too swiftly. She wanted to scream, yet found herself voiceless. As she gazed upon Zhao Si's figure, she crumpled to the floor, weeping uncontrollably. In her utter despair, she retrieved another vial of poison she had prepared earlier, murmuring, "Brother Su, wait for me," before consuming it entirely. Her heart held on to the promise made with Zhao Su, and her intense obsession prevented her soul from departing. Her spirit wandered aimlessly, eventually drifting to the place where they had first promised to meet. She had anticipated that Zhao Su would surely be waiting for her there. However, after a long wait, he did not come. She thought perhaps her brother Su was too foolish and had lost his way. Thus, she continued to wait, day after day, unknowingly lingering there for centuries. That it was only recently, due to certain events at the school, that she was awakened once more, until I captured her upon hearing her tale. I could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. What a foolish girl she was to have been deceived by Zhao Su not once, but thrice, despite Zhao Su's repeated failures to meet her. She still sought to justify his actions in her heart, that I was at a loss as to whether to call her innocent or simply that I brought her to Lu Xiao. Sharing her story with him, observing Lu Xiao's calm demeanor, I quietly inquired, "So, can we find that person?" Lu Xiao's lips curled into a subtle smile, his gaze both teasing and knowing. "What? Has the lady recovered enough?" Though I understood his jest, now was not the time for such banter. "Be serious. I am discussing important matters." Lu Xiao's smile widened. "I am indeed discussing important matters with the lady, that if she hasn't fully recuperated, she may return to rest a few more days." Aware that he was still miffed with me, I decided to relent, that I leaned down and whispered a few words into Bai Ling's ear, instructing her to wait outside until I was finished, assuring her I would call her in when the time was right. Bai Ling, needing my assistance, had no objections, and she gracefully retreated, once I could no longer sense her presence. I adopted a different demeanor. With a flirtatious smile, I approached Lu Xiao, taking his hand and settling onto his to prevent myself from falling. I gently encircled his neck with my arms that he wore an insufferable grin, thoroughly enjoying my attention. "Husband, please don't be angry." And it knows her faults that my voice was laden with a mockingly sweet tone, and I could barely suppress my own revulsion at its artifice. Nevertheless, Lu Xiao was evidently smitten, his hand caressing my waist gently. "Did I ask that so? Then tell me, where did you go wrong?" His audacity incensed me. I felt an overwhelming urge to stamp on his foot, relishing in his cries. Yet, with Bai Ling still waiting outside, I restrained myself. That girl was truly too naive, having been manipulated by that scoundrel Zhao Su, still finding excuses for him in her heart to prevent her from discerning the true nature of Zhao Su. She would likely never relinquish her feelings. Chapter 82. Do not demean yourself to please others. With this thought, I steeled my heart, closed my eyes, and, grasping Lu Xiao's collar, pulled him closer, then pressed my lips against his. The satisfied smile on Lu Xiao's face spoke volumes of his delight in that moment. Just before I felt the onset of suffocation, I released him, clutching his clothing tightly, accompanied by heavy, labored breaths. I whispered, "Is this sufficient?" The depths of Lu Xiao's eyes shimmered with an inscrutable darkness. His large hand firmly gripped my hair, compelling me to meet his gaze. "That why you unin. You may seek to please me. However, I do not appreciate you lowering yourself for the sake of others. Understand? Should I encounter such a situation again, you shall know the consequences." His domineering tone conveyed his command, and I realized it signified his acceptance of my request. Ecstatic, I nodded vigorously. "All right, my lord, I will not do so again." But he chuckled softly, affectionately brushing my nose with his finger. "I recall you made a similar promise last time." That I took his hand, shaking it playfully. "My lord, I assure you I shall not repeat it." Lu Xiao's other hand stealthily slipped beneath my clothing. Sensing his intent, my spine stiffened, and I looked up at him. That a wicked smile had inexplicably graced his lips. "Unless you are punished, you will never learn." That I hastily interjected. "Please, Bai Ling is still waiting for me outside." "Then let her wait." Outside the door, Bai Ling felt an inexplicable chill, sensing a trace of murderous intent. The masteress consort appeared quite fearsome. It would be wise not to provoke him. After much persuasion, Lu Xiao finally acquiesced to my request. That in truth, Bai Ling's predicament was not difficult to resolve. Her obsession was merely tied to Zhao Su. Centuries had elapsed, and the chance to see Zhao Su was nearly impossible. The only way to untangle Bai Ling's heart was to reveal whether Zhao Su had indeed shared the poison with her. If he truly had consumed that vial, I believe Bai Ling could find solace, even if she could not meet him again. But what if Zhao Su had not drunk the poison? If, as I suspected, would Bai Ling be able to accept such a conclusion? Lu Xiao mentioned that after death, A soul does not dissipate immediately. Certain events are embedded in the subconscious. Thus, to ascertain whether Zhao Se had died, we merely needed to extract the last fragment of consciousness from Bai Ling's mind. After our discussion, Bai Linger consented to this method, though it would likely inflict some pain upon her. To alleviate her suffering, Lu Xiao first cast a spell to lull her into slumber, but he extended his palm, and shortly thereafter, a sleek black serpent slithered from his sleeve. The serpent flicked its tongue, and with a subtle nod from Lu Xiao, it made its way toward the nape of Bai Linger's neck. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and accurately bit down on her. Soon, Bai Ling's expression twisted in agony, as if she were enduring immense torment in her dreams. Lu Xiao waved his hand, and suddenly, a vision materialized before me, as if a grand television had manifested in my presence. Through this vision, I glimpsed fragments of Bai Ling's memories, the events she had previously recounted to me playing out like a flickering lantern that a surge of trust welled within me. It seemed she had not deceived me. It was only after she and Zhao Se were incarcerated that I began to sense something amiss that I turned to Lu Xiao, who met my gaze. With a flicker of hope, I inquired, "Is there any possibility that the memory could be distorted?" He coldly scoffed, "This is her mind's recollection. Unless she has misremembered or lied to you, it is the truth." The taste of betrayal surged within me, and I felt a wave of nausea wash over. I suppressed the discomforting feelings until the memory extraction concluded. Suddenly, I found myself at a loss for words, uncertain which of the events I had witnessed was true and which was false. As I stood alongside Lu Xiao, awaiting Bai Ling's awakening, after the black serpent completed its task, it coiled around my wrist, affectionately nudging my hand with its head, that I stared in astonishment at its behavior, and then turned to Lu Xiao for clarification. His expression was dark, his eyes narrowed in a warning to the little serpent. The creature shrank back, retreating to Lu Xiao's sleeve, just as I opened my mouth to inquire about the serpent's significance. Lu Xiao's icy gaze silenced my curiosity. Bai Linger stirred, and I redirected my attention to her. Her face was still marred by anguish. "Impossible. It cannot be. I refuse to believe it," she wailed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her distress made it clear she was aware of the unfolding truth without my need to interrogate her, that a mix of emotions surged within me, leaving me uncertain if I should feel pity for her. Bai Linger, I called her name coldly, and at last she emerged from her tormenting memories. "Master, this ain't real. I loved him so deeply. How could I have done such a thing?" Chapter 83. The Truth I Scoffed. "Then enlighten me. What is real? Are you suggesting that those actions were not yours?" I laughed incredulously, unsure whether to mock my own foolishness or to pity her plight. Had I known this was the case, I would have dispatched her without hesitation. That I seated myself beside her, fixing her with a scrutinizing gaze. "The poison was not something Zhao Se had willingly consumed. Rather, it was you who secretly laced his food with poison, luring him to partake. You lament that Zhao Se did not come to see you, that he broke his promise. He likely never anticipated your treachery." Her guilt-ridden demeanor reflected her inner turmoil as she averted her gaze. "Unable to meet my eyes. Zhao Se's repeated failures to meet you were indeed his fault, but your act of poisoning him renders you equally culpable." Tio put it bluntly. "You two are a perfect match." Her complexion fluctuated between shades of red and white, her lips trembling, unable to muster a retort. That I regarded her with disdain, suddenly overwhelmed by the urge to cast her aside, realizing the futility of my efforts. A sudden chill wrapped around my fingers, and I looked down to find the little black serpent, having snuggled up to my wrist, flicking its tongue at me. That I gently stroked its head with my fingertip, and it closed its eyes in delight. Amused by its charm, I glanced up at Lu Xiao's grim expression. "That IT has something to convey to you," he stated, a hint of displeasure lacing his tone. Surprised, I looked at the little creature on my wrist before returning my gaze to Lu Xiao. Locking eyes with him, I raised the serpent to my face, and it opened its eyes in response. We gazed at one another, and suddenly, its pupils transformed into the shape of lotus flowers, inducing a dizzying sensation. Subsequently, fragments of memories began to play in my mind. The information flooding my consciousness left me astounded, and it took me a moment to regain my composure. The black serpent affectionately rubbed its head against my hand, but before it could bask in its triumph, Lu Xiao pulled it back. I turned my attention to Bai Linger, still consumed by regret, and spoke softly. I just witnessed some memories you have buried deep within your heart, unwilling to recall. Would you like to know what they are? Linger slowly lifted her gaze to meet mine, skepticism flickering in her eyes. Ignoring her doubt, I continued, in truth, Zhao Su genuinely intended to take you away. The circumstances surrounding your imprisonment were orchestrated by him. His real objective was to use the prison as a means to provide you with a new identity, allowing you both to escape together. Upon uttering these words, I observed her expression shift. Her pupils dilating in disbelief. Impossible. You are deceiving me. I retorted with a scoff. What reason would I have to deceive you? These are memories you have sealed away, unwilling to face. Allow me to assist you in recalling them. Having spoken my piece, I no longer paid heed to her expression, and I divulged the entire truth in one fell swoop. The individual who harassed you that day was not, in fact, the grandson of the esteemed Taifu family, but rather a person summoned by Zhao Su's mother, whose intent was to tarnish your reputation and sever any lingering hopes between you and Zhao Su. The reason Zhao Su did not meet you on that day was indeed due to a betrayal from his servant. However, driven by his profound love for you, he resorted to fasting as a means to compel his mother to heed his wishes. The first instance of fasting left him with lingering repercussions, which in turn led to complications during his subsequent attempt at fasting. Zhao Su's refusal to cooperate with treatment greatly alarmed his mother, ultimately forcing her to concede to his demands. Unfortunately, due to your already tarnished status, your unauthorized departure was tantamount to a capital offense. Consequently, Zhao Su enlisted the aid of his close friend, the grandson of the Taifu family, to orchestrate this elaborate ruse that he initially accused you of causing a disturbance, resulting in your imprisonment. Fearing that you might be frightened alone, Zhao Su took it upon himself to enter the prison and accompany you. He assured you that this imprisonment was merely a part of his scheme, aimed at securing your release. That he also informed you that he had procured a corpse that bore an uncanny resemblance to you, waiting for the opportune moment to execute the switch and rescue you. Ultimately, he planned to announce your demise to the world and then whisk you away to a life free from this realm of strife.